Kill. Mere humans, our food, dare to act so brazenly. More than 300 demon soldiers charged forward. What greeted them was a fierce strike. Dominant power. Heaven-slashing sword technique. Death radiance. With 3 major skills activated, Qi Yuan became ruthless, transforming into a reaper emerging from hell. Dressed in blood-red clothes, holding a blood-red stick. With a single blow, 4 or 5 demon soldiers were sent flying, their bodies shattered, dead beyond dead. Qi Yuan's combat skills and battle awareness were terrifying, or rather, fighting had become his instinct. He charged into the midst of the 300 demon soldiers as if he were in an uninhabited land. Wherever his stick fell, demon soldiers would die. Too strong. Zhou Yuan trembled all over. The strategist's eyes also showed a strange expression. If he reaches the Wu Ying realm, who could stop him? At this moment, the peacock soared into the sky, emitting a green glow, utterly furious. If you have the ability, take my strike. She was both furious and humiliated. Because this was the first time she had encountered such an enemy. Qi Yuan maneuvered within the demon soldiers, slippery as could be. Her attacks couldn't hit Qi Yuan at all. She couldn't attack indiscriminately either, as not only would she fail to hit Qi Yuan, but she might also end up killing her own demon soldiers. She was left with no effective moves. Otherwise, with her Yao Ying level strength, she was confident she could tear that despicable man below into 8 pieces. Arg! At this moment, she could no longer tolerate it. Powerful blood martial energy burst forth at this moment. The feathers on her back turned into a green curtain of swords, crazily shooting toward Qi Yuan's position. Too slow. Qi Yuan, like a dragon swimming in the battlefield, glanced casually at the peacock. His figure turned, and like a green dragon, he leapt across the battlefield, charging in another direction. The green sword curtain, whoosh, landed, directly killing 5 unfortunate demons. Seeing this, the peacock's eyes widened in rage. If you have the guts, don't dodge. Fight me head on, the peacock screeched. She was furious and filled with regret. Originally worried that Qi Yuan might have other trump cards, she had sent demon soldiers to encircle him, planning to kill him in the chaos. But who knew, Qi Yuan was too fast and too agile. Now, she was the one being restricted. If this continued, they could eventually exhaust Qi Yuan to death, but her demon soldiers would suffer heavy losses. Now, she couldn't even order the demon soldiers to retreat. Because Qi Yuan was sticking to the demon soldiers like a leech. As for threatening that Suona player, she didn't even consider it. How could a strong person like this be threatened in such a way? Of course, even if she left the battlefield to find Humushi, she wouldn't succeed. Because, the moment Qi Yuan stepped in here, this area, centered around him, became a cage, making escape impossible. In the battlefield, Qi Yuan's figure paused. The blood-colored wooden stick in his hand smashed an old ape to death. He looked at the peacock in the sky, eyes filled with amusement. An ordinary person wouldn't fall for your provocation. But I'm different. What I enjoy most is giving my enemies hope, and then, crushing that hope. As Qi Yuan spoke, he stepped on the tusk of a wild boar demon, snapping it directly. Using the rebound force, he leapt straight into the sky. The peacock's face lit up with joy. Today, I'll show you the difference between the Yao Ying realm and the Jade Blood realm. The peacock roared. At this moment, her ultimate move was quickly brewing. Once it was ready and unleashed on Qi Yuan, he would surely die. That was her thought, but the smile on her face froze at this moment. Suddenly, an extremely fast beam of light flashed. She had no reaction at all. A feeling of fullness, a sense of tearing, suddenly filled her mouth. Before she could realize what it was, a voice reached her ears. Next time, don't open your mouth so wide when talking. See, such a thick stick can fit right in. Qi Yuan, holding the stick, gave a fierce thrust. The stick went through her throat, directly piercing into the peacock's stomach. Ah! The peacock screamed, but the sound was unclear. She was utterly furious inside. Her ultimate move wasn't even finished yet. If it had been completed, the opponent would be dead for sure. But now, with a stick through her, she completely lost the ability to fight back, like a yellow croaker skewered on a bamboo stick. She was furious and full of regret. Too weak. In my eyes, you're no different from those demon soldiers. No, there's a difference. Your demon blood is a bit more abundant. With a wave of Qi Yuan's hand, the demon blood within the peacock's body slowly began to separate. The peacock's eyes widened, her energy dissipating. If not for your sneak attack, you would have died today, without a doubt. How laughable. Qi Yuan chuckled, for the sake of providing me with so much demon blood, I won't shatter your illusion and will let you die with your delusions intact. Even if the peacock had used her ultimate move, Qi Yuan could have easily suppressed it. With a press of his hand, one of the 3 great generals of the demon camp fell. Seeing this, the expressions of the demon soldiers were either terrified or filled with dread. For the first time, Zhou Yuan felt fear in his heart. Looking at these demon soldiers, Qi Yuan in the sky sighed, if only I had an emotional value system. With them being shocked every day, I could earn so much. With that, Qi Yuan landed, hammering down with his wooden stick, killing 7 or 8 more demons. At this point, the strategist could no longer sit still. Go, we must leave quickly. The strategist shouted and immediately ran. Zhou Yuan saw this and didn't hesitate, running out as well. As for those demon soldiers, they were already scared out of their wits. Even a general like the peacock was dead, what could they possibly do to resist? But soon, the strategist's expression froze. What is this? He suddenly noticed a barrier in front, blocking his escape. He immediately exerted all his strength, attacking the barrier, but it remained unyielding. Qi Yuan, watching the fleeing demon soldiers, remained calm. The moment I stepped into this valley, it was destined that you would all be mere substitutes for my one true love. Unfortunately, my heart is ruthless, I won't pray to the heavens, revive my one true love. With that, Qi Yuan, like a demon god, charged into the demon soldiers again. Sounds of slaughter, cries, and pleas for mercy all blended together. Not a single demon could withstand even one move from Qi Yuan. Zhou Yuan roared and charged toward Qi Yuan, his soul force surging, stepping into the Wu Ying realm. I've already given you my body, help me survive this time. Ah, can't we just surrender? This guy seems really strong. No, it's a fight to the death. At this moment, Zhou Yuan completely handed over his body to the remnant soul inhabiting it. Unfortunately, that remnant soul, which had longed for control of this body, now feared it. It screamed in fright and, like a duck pushed onto the rack, was forced to flee to the underworld. Today, the Suona played with exceptional cheerfulness. 300 demon soldiers all fell under the stick. Finally, the strategist, seeing Qi Yuan covered in blood in the distance, a godlike figure, sighed, if the court had heroes like you, there would have been no need for the great migration to the south. After saying this, the strategist stretched his neck and died. Holding his stick, Qi Yuan looked at the corpse. You lacked courage. With me here, why think of migrating south? The real consideration should be ascension. Qi Yuan looked at the valley, now in ruins, his expression calm, without much joy. After all, this level of monster killing was really nothing. Indeed, monster killing games are the best. All those investigation and truth-seeking quests are just too boring. Qi Yuan sighed. With a wave of his hand, nearly 3,000 drops of demon blood were added to his account. Not far away, Humushi's face was flushed, panting heavily. Yes, from playing the Suona. Anyone coming here unaware would have thought he was the one slaying demons while Qi Yuan was playing the Suona. Sir, you truly are a god of war. Humushi couldn't help but exclaim. These 300 demon soldiers, along with General Peacock, could have easily slaughtered Junyang City. At this moment, his heart was both excited and worried. Qi Yuan was incredibly powerful. Having committed such a big act, the demon leader of Mount Shuyao surely wouldn't sit still and would likely dispatch all the demon soldiers, personally leading the charge to eliminate Lord Qi. What awaited them would likely be a great escape. He felt both thrilled and excited, a mix of conflicting emotions. Qi Yuan looked at Humushi, his expression calm. Can you still play? Huh. Humushi was stunned, not understanding what Lord Qi meant. Was this, playing, referring to the Suona or something else? I feel like this dreamlike stick is really satisfying to use, so, there's no better time than now. Let's go and wipe out the entire demon camp. Qi Yuan said casually. Huh, Humushi's eyes widened, thinking he had heard wrong. Now, go wipe out the demon camp. Shouldn't they be escaping first, initiating a grand escape? Going directly to attack? Is he joking? Yes, but it's a bit tricky. Can you keep playing the Suona? What if I'm having a good time killing and you can't keep up? Qi Yuan looked at Humushi with a conflicted expression. Humushi's heart was pounding. He looked at Qi Yuan, dressed in blood-red clothes, and finally nodded firmly, I can keep playing. In that case, let's go, and exterminate Mount Shuyao, to the last one. Qi Yuan held his wooden stick and had a slight smile on his face. All right, Hu Mushi responded with determination. No matter what happens, he must follow this battle to the end. Under the moonlight, in the mountains, the shadows of one tall and one short figure stretched out long. The wind blew, making the blood-red clothes flutter. Inside the demon camp, a loud shout rang out, "Who goes there?" At this moment, Hu Mushi picked up his suona, his expression serious and ready to die. Today, even if he were to die here, he would probably be remembered in history. Ahead, the figure in blood red, like a god of war, spoke in a cold tone, but his voice was extremely gentle. "Little brother, we fight side by side." The figure, like a god of war, suddenly rose up. A blood-red armor covered his tall and upright body completely. The blood-red spikes on his shoulders seemed to flow with blood, looking particularly eerie. He was like a demon god emerging from the underworld, moving forward silently. The mountains shook at that moment. Those blood-red eyes emitted a demonic light. Kill. Tonight, it was destined to be a night of bloodshed. Tonight, it was destined that many demons wouldn't see the sunrise tomorrow. 3,000 demon soldiers, is that a lot? The enormous blood-red figure crashed into the demon camp. The slaughter began. Junyang City. On the city wall, Yang Guang's face was filled with concern. Zhou Yuan is missing. And Chao was slightly stunned, then she also sensed the scent of a conspiracy. He wouldn't go looking for trouble with Mr. Qi, would he? Yang Guang's face showed even more concern. If I remember correctly, he has a tool that can pinpoint the exact location of people nearby. If Zhou Yuan was unpredictable and capable of doing anything, it was even possible that he might cooperate with the demons. With Mr. Qi's strength, if he doesn't engage in a direct fight and keeps fleeing, unless all 3,000 demon soldiers are dispatched, they won't be able to hold him. We need to hurry up and complete our task and bring Mr. Qi back. And Chao said seriously. As long as the mission was completed and they met Qi Yuan, they could leave at any time. As for the demon soldiers surrounding them, they could easily leave. Yang Guang nodded, agreeing with Chao's words. However, as he looked at the child soldiers and elderly soldiers on the city wall, his expression was a bit desolate. It's a pity, even if we complete the mission, it won't benefit the people of Junyang City. Those demon soldiers. Yang Guang's voice was sorrowful and helpless. After they left, the people of Junyang City would still be ravaged by the demon soldiers. The people in this city were like pigs to be slaughtered. And Chao's expression was emotional. When they returned with the demon beast corpses this time, the reaction of the soldiers made her quite sad. Especially that county officer who personally came forward to apologize. She knew that the county officer was still not giving up and hoped to receive help from the demon-subduing department of the court. However, they were not from the demon-subduing department of the court and couldn't help the human race in this world. Let's leave at dawn tomorrow, complete the mission, and leave. Yang Guang said, before we go, let's kill a few more demons and do something for them. Sir, ahead is Fenghua Cave. Hu Mushi carefully looked at the man in front of him, his eyes full of reverence. The scene from last night was still vividly imprinted in his mind. This man was like a god descending from the heavens. He charged into the military camp alone. Facing the encirclement of 3,000 demon soldiers, he became stronger the more he killed, like an invincible god of death. All 3,000 demon soldiers died by his hands. Not even one managed to escape. After all, Qi Yuan's combat skills were too terrifying. The three major skills, dominant power, heaven-slashing sword technique, and death radiance, were too heaven-defying. Especially death radiance, which was like infinite healing, and the lower his health, the stronger he became. Among these 3,000 demon soldiers, there wasn't a single one stronger than Qi Yuan by a realm. All he needed to do was kill. The devouring ability from the original body of the Mother of Devouring also allowed Qi Yuan to constantly improve himself in battle. One could say he became stronger with every kill. In the slaughter, Qi Yuan also understood the correct way to play this game. The truth, what is that? It should be all about killing. Therefore, he came to Fenghua Cave not to complete the mission, but to take the mission targets away. Otherwise, if someone else completed the mission, wouldn't it mean he would have to go back? So, the best way was not to complete the mission. Take the mission targets, and go kill. The world was so vast, and how many demons were there? Especially the demons in the northern lands, numbering no less than tens of thousands. If he could obtain all the demon blood, his power would likely soar. Of course, while this pleased him, those who came along to participate in the mission might curse their fate. At this moment, Qi Yuan looked at Fenghua Cave ahead, his eyes showing an excited smile. Seal it. Cover it up. He instantly cast a spell to restrain the two auras he sensed inside Fenghua Cave. Yes, shut their mouths and cover them up. If they can't hear or see anything, it wouldn't count as knowing the truth or finding the target characters, right? Immediately, the two individuals inside Fenghua Cave, wrapped in darkness, showed expressions of fear and shock. They struggled continuously, but to no avail. Footsteps sounded at this moment. Yes, it really is these two. All right, I'll take them with me on my adventures now. Little Mushi, are you going back to Junyang City, or are you going to follow me and play the Suona? Just to be clear, I'm broke right now and won't be paying you. The information he got from his eyes confirmed that the two people wrapped in darkness were the ones he was looking for. Qi Yuan also stopped thinking. Otherwise, if he figured out the truth and completed the mission, that wouldn't be good. Hearing Qi Yuan's words, Mushi's eyes showed a look of joy. I am willing to follow you, sir. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. With a flick of his hand, the rope was thrown, and the man and woman inside the black sack were tied up separately. Qi Yuan handed the rope to Mushi, instructing, these two will be your responsibility. Now, let's head to Shanlong Mountain. Shanlong Mountain was more than 300 li away from Mount Shuyao. On this mountain, the number of demons and monsters was no less than that on Mount Shuyao, possibly even more. However, unlike Mount Shuyao, the demons on Shanlong Mountain were not organized and appeared to be scattered. All right, Mushi tightly gripped the rope, his face filled with excitement. At this moment, the man and woman inside the black sack, with their mouths sealed, were mentally cursing up a storm. Especially the flower demon, who was utterly bewildered. Who had come? What did they want? Why was she being tied up? She wanted to speak, but unfortunately, she couldn't. Moreover, the conversation she overheard next between the two left her utterly shocked. I held onto the stick all night, my hands sore now. I really want to call my wife over to give me a massage. Sir, you're so powerful. This time, after we wipe out the thousands of demons on Shanlong Mountain, I should keep a couple of pretty female demons to give me a massage before killing them. Sir, you're amazing. Mushi, like a parrot, kept repeating praises. The flower demon, covered by the black sack, felt disdain upon hearing Qi Yuan's words. This guy sure likes to boast. Wiping out all the demons on Shanlong Mountain. If you're so awesome, why don't you go pluck the stars from the sky? But, before she could finish that thought, she heard that braggart's voice again. Mushi, do you have any good ideas on how to make money? Sir, are you short of money? Yes, a bit. If you go back to Junyang, the county magistrate would certainly rally the whole city to gather enough silver for you. To the people of Junyang City, Qi Yuan's slaughter of the demons on Mount Shuyao was akin to a life-saving grace. Even if Qi Yuan raised a flag to rebel, the county magistrate and constable would probably support him with both hands. What are a few pieces of silver compared to that? Money isn't enough. I want to buy a planet, something like Jupiter. Mushi fell silent. Indeed, he still couldn't keep up with Qi Yuan's train of thought. In this world's ancient times, the concept of planets already existed. The common folk were also aware that they lived on the surface of a planet. So, when Qi Yuan mentioned wanting to buy a planet, Mushi was at a loss for words. The flower demon inside the black sack wanted to sneer even more. What a pity. If you could find a buyer in this world, I could sell it and make a lot of money. Upon hearing this, the flower demon felt that Qi Yuan was arrogant and ignorant. However, Qi Yuan's power was overwhelming. He had restrained her and rendered her unable to speak. She couldn't escape or refute and could only become a prisoner. Her heart was filled with confusion. There must be a reason why these two captured her. Was it for money, lust, or perhaps related to Tong Tianyu? Surely, they would interrogate her, right? But it seemed these two had completely forgotten about her and Tong Tianyu. They kept traveling. If it weren't for the boy-like follower feeding Tong Tianyu once, she would have thought they had completely forgotten about the two of them. Still, she wanted to say, even though I'm a demon, I need to eat too. Unfortunately, she couldn't speak, and Mushi hadn't fed her. Right now, she was only hoping to reach Shanlong Mountain soon, and for these two arrogant people to quickly die at the hands of other demons. That way, she could be rescued and finally, relieve herself. Meanwhile, as Qi Yuan was traveling from Mount Shuyao to Shanlong Mountain, the members of the demon subduing department in Zhenyang City were gradually making their way to Mount Shuyao. These days, they had already gathered enough information to know that Tong Tianyu was in the hands of the flower demon, Man Luo. All they needed to do was go to Fenghua Cave and find the flower demon, Man Luo. Everything would be revealed then. The only two dangers of this mission were possibly encountering other major demons on Mount Shuyao and the threat posed by the flower demon, Man Luo. Thus, these members of the demon subduing department moved cautiously through Mount Shuyao, only aiming to find Fenghua Cave and locate the flower demon, Man Luo, and Tong Tianyu. At this moment, in the depths of Mount Shuyao, Yang Guang, draped in wild boar skin and disguised as a pig demon, sniffed the air and showed a puzzled expression. Strange, why do I smell such a strong scent of blood? You're not a dog, let the professional handle this. And Chao shook the rope. The tracking dog reluctantly approached. Actually, I think he's quite like a dog and very professional. The tracking dog's words were as sharp as ever. Yang Guang glared at the tracking dog and said irritably, "Be careful, or I'll catch a male dog demon to mate with you." Hearing this, the tracking dog immediately tucked its tail between its legs and didn't dare retort. "See if you can also sniff out Mr. Chi's scent and find where he is so we can rescue him." And Chao said anxiously. Currently, Mr. Chi was also trapped in Mount Shuyao. He might even be surrounded by demon soldiers. If they could find him and rescue him, it would be a great thing. "Yes, we must find Brother Chi. I promise to protect him." Yang Guang, whose blood Chi had already recovered, had regained his confidence. "Okay, understood." The tracking dog began sniffing the ground, using its nose diligently. Yang Guang waited quietly. The intense smell of blood made him feel uneasy. Suddenly, the tracking dog's tail stood up, and its eyes showed a human-like expression of terror. "Blood, so much blood. I smell a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood." The tracking dog raised its head and looked to the north, its eyes filled with fear. "What?" And Chao asked quickly. "There, it's filled with blood, a demonic hell." The tracking dog looked to the north, its eyes filled with terror. "That's where the demon camp is." Yang Guang looked in the direction the dog was pointing, his expression grave. Could it be that something had happened at Mount Shuyao? What about Mr. Chi? "Oh no, I can also smell Mr. Chi's scent in there." The tracking dog shouted. "What? No, I promise to protect Mr. Chi." Yang Guang's heart tightened, fearing that Qi Yuan might have met a grim fate. After all, combining what the tracking dog said, it's highly possible that Qi Yuan had been besieged by the demon camp and had engaged in fierce battle. That's why there was such a heavy scent of blood. I have to go and check. Yang Guang was determined to keep his promise. From summer to autumn, and then to winter. For many insects, this was a lifetime. But for the traveler on the road, it was a year of busy work, filled with the joys and sorrows of returning home. This year, so many things had happened in Fengyuan. The Four Seasons restaurant, located by the banks of the Yi River. The Yi River, dividing the north and south, was covered with thick ice. The flags of the Four Seasons restaurant fluttered in the cold wind, and large, feather-like snowflakes drifted down. Despite the cold ice, the restaurant was bustling with warmth. Patrons held large bowls, drinking wine, eating meat, and listening intently to the storyteller's impassioned words. That day, thunderclouds gathered, dark clouds pressed down on the mountain. The Lizard King of Shanlong Mountain, a demon hero, was 300 zhang long. When it turned over, the mountain would quake. It soared into the sky, blocking out the sun, and plunged Shanlong Mountain into darkness. Stop dragging it out. No matter how powerful that Lizard King was, didn't he still get killed by the Red Staff Demon Butcher? Forget Shanlong Mountain, I want to hear about the battle between the Red Staff Demon Butcher and Princess Jasmine. Yeah, rumor has it that Princess Jasmine, upon hearing that the Red Staff Demon Butcher was coming, immediately held a wedding to marry him. HMPH, how could a mere demon be worthy of the Red Staff Demon Butcher? A young woman in a dress scoffed, her voice full of disdain. I guess only the #1 beauty of Fengyuan, Lady Zhou, is worthy of the Red Staff Demon Butcher. Watch your mouth, she is an empress. HMPH, if the Red Staff Demon Butcher wanted to be emperor, I'd rebel and follow him right now. When the demon soldiers ran rampant, the emperor's son fled south with the noble families, abandoning the people of the north, claiming it was to preserve cultural heritage. Bah, what culture are you preserving if there are no people left? The Red Staff Demon Butcher is a real man. In just 1 year, he fought across 3,000 li and slaughtered tens of thousands of demon soldiers. If I could marry the red staff demon butcher and stay young forever, I would. The restaurant was filled with young men and women, drinking wine, chatting, and rejoicing. This past year, too many things had happened. Among them, the most captivating was undoubtedly the red staff demon butcher. His origin was unknown, his name was unknown, but he wielded a red staff and massacred the northern demon armies, leaving them in shambles. Wherever he went, corpses littered the ground. His formidable strength, the ability to fight thousands of demon soldiers single-handedly, was akin to an undefeatable death god. He had created one legend after another. Initially, when the news that the red staff demon butcher had single-handedly wiped out the 3,000 demon soldiers on Mount Shuyao spread, the world was shocked, but there was a lot of skepticism and disbelief. After all, how could such a powerful figure exist, one who could fight 3,000 demon soldiers alone? Even the top martial artist in the Fengyuan cabinet couldn't do that. After all, 3,000 demon soldiers led by a demon hero-level commander could even kill a martial saint. But, the red staff demon butcher did it. How was it possible? However, soon after, the demon forces in Shanlong Mountain, Fenggu Ridge, Taizhi Shui, and other places were successively wiped out. Witnesses all reported seeing a handsome man draped in a blood-red robe, holding a blood-red staff, like a demon god. The world was shaken, stunned, and no one dared to question anymore. In just 1 year, out of the 12 great demon lairs in the world, 11 have been destroyed. The red staff demon butcher, terrifying indeed. An old man said, his voice trembling. Judging by his attire, he didn't seem like an ordinary person. Yet now, he sat in the main hall of the restaurant. Only the last demon lair in the Yi River remains. I wonder when the red staff demon butcher will come. Once the Yi River demon is eliminated, the world will be at peace, and humanity will flourish. Not necessarily. What if, after wiping out the Yi River demons, the red staff demon butcher wants to become emperor? I think he's ambitious, aiming for high office. All that talk of being a demon-slaying war god and doing it for the greater good of the world is just a guise. After all, he's only human, like us. In a corner, a voice muttered. However, he used a special sound transmission technique, so no one in the room knew who spoke. In a private room in the restaurant, a young girl heard this and couldn't help but open the window and shout angrily, being overly critical of the good and overly lenient to the wicked, "Are you even human? If you're a man, stand up." But the person who had just whispered said nothing more, hiding in a dark corner. A scholar in the restaurant sighed when he saw this. Other patrons muttered in dissatisfaction, feeling wronged. Though the red staff demon butcher had slain countless demons, his achievements were undeniable, yet many conspiracy theories surrounded him. People love to be overly critical of good people, accusing them of ulterior motives or improper methods for doing good deeds, but when it came to bad people, they showed excessive sympathy and leniency. At that moment, a calm voice suddenly came from outside the building. "There's a keyboard warrior even here. What luck I have to run into one." The door of the inn opened, and a gust of cold wind blew in, sounding like the wailing of a ghost. Large snowflakes, like goose feathers, drifted inside. Those in the inn's lobby looked over and immediately saw a handsome young man dressed in a blood-red robe and holding a wooden staff. The patrons looked at the overly handsome young man, some with surprise, others with suspicion. This person's attire looked somewhat like the red staff demon butcher's. However, with the red staff demon butcher's growing fame, many noble scions had started wearing red robes. This person seemed too young and had skin too delicate to be someone who regularly fought demons. There was a moment of silence in the inn. The handsome young man walked in, followed by a seemingly young but worldly wise boy. The boy held a rope. Following the direction of the rope, people saw two figures wrapped in black sacks. When they noticed the black sacks and the figures within, some patrons gulped. Others widened their eyes in disbelief. Red staff. Demon butcher. He's the red staff demon butcher. The inn was abuzz with whispers. In a private room, a maiden in her prime also leaned out, looking toward the legendary figure to see if he was as the rumors described. When she saw Qi Yuan's profile, she was stunned. How could there be someone so extraordinarily beautiful in this world? He seemed like someone not of this world. Speaking ill of me and getting caught, how unlucky for you. At this moment, Qi Yuan's gaze fell on a portly, wealthy merchant, his expression calm. The merchant's face turned pale. "It wasn't me, I didn't say anything." He was denying it. The man next to the merchant quickly said, "Master Wu is a good man, he donates money to build roads. He would never slander the red staff demon butcher. People in the inn looked at the merchant with varying expressions. This merchant had a good reputation in the city and was known as the foremost philanthropist. Suddenly, several people couldn't help but speak up for the merchant. After all, the red staff demon butcher was a peerless hero. He surely wouldn't be so petty and would certainly be reasonable. The merchant, seeing this, breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he warned himself to be even more cautious in the future, never letting anyone catch him off guard again. But just then, Qi Yuan's lips curved into a smile. Mushi, play the music. Hu Mushi, seeing this, expertly took out the suona, and instantly, a mournful and desolate sound filled the inn. The merchant's face showed a look of terror, realizing what was about to happen. You can't. However, what met him was a blood-red staff. The staff struck his forehead directly, like smashing a watermelon. The merchant's head, like an overripe watermelon, burst apart. The inn fell into a deathly silence, with only the sound of the suona playing in the background. The patrons wore expressions ranging from shock to fear, while others felt a sense of satisfaction. How to relieve sorrow? Only by killing. Qi Yuan lowered his staff, his voice hearty. Those who initially felt satisfied now felt a chill creeping up their spines upon hearing his words. The tone of the red staff demon butcher didn't sound like he was pretending. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The young girl, just in her early youth, felt a sudden pang in her heart. Looking at the handsome man, a sense of fear arose within her. Among the diners, some scholars who initially wanted to speak out in righteousness now swallowed their prepared words back down. If the man were a legendary hero, they might dare to reason with him, hoping to subdue him with logic. But since the man seemed to enjoy killing, they thought better of it and decided to just placate him. Waiter, bring me a chicken, Qi Yuan said after killing someone. Feeling a bit hungry, he ordered some chicken. The waiter, who was initially stunned, quickly snapped out of it and said, just a moment, sir. It'll be ready right away. Qi Yuan casually found an empty seat and sat down with Huo Mushi. This spot is right under the wind, a great location. If anyone speaks ill of me, the wind will carry their words straight to my ears, Qi Yuan muttered to himself. The diners present forced awkward smiles. The wealthy merchant had just died, and his blood was still warm. Who would dare speak ill of Qi Yuan now? Yet, because of the murderous aura Qi Yuan had just displayed, none of the diners dared to approach him or interact with the legendary demon butcher of the red staff, at least for the time being. They seemed to be waiting for someone bold enough to take the initiative. At this moment, hurried footsteps could be heard, and a young girl in a green palace dress, looking quite lovely and charming, descended the stairs. I am Lu Zhu, princess of the county, here to meet the great demon butcher of the red staff. The girl walked gracefully to Qi Yuan's seat and bowed. The diners stirred. She was actually a princess. Lu Zhu, the princess of the county, was the daughter of the little empress of the Zhou dynasty, the most beautiful woman in the entire Fengyuan kingdom. The diners who had previously gossiped about the little empress and the demon butcher of the red staff began to tremble with fear. Qi Yuan glanced at the girl indifferently and asked, why are you looking for me? Your lordship fought across 3,000 miles in the north, exterminated 11 demon lairs, and saved countless lives from suffering. On behalf of the common people, I, Lu Zhu, thank you for your great deeds. The young girl bowed with a somewhat mature demeanor. Oh, is there anything else? Qi Yuan asked casually, picking up a peanut with his chopsticks and putting it in his mouth. Princess Lu Zhu looked at Qi Yuan, her beautiful eyes flashing with determination. I am willing to offer 10,000 taels of gold as a tribute to become your disciple. Can 10,000 taels of gold buy the world? Qi Yuan asked nonchalantly. He was short of money and eager to buy Gongxing. As soon as he said this, everyone present felt a subtle shift in their expressions. The implication of his words. Could it be that this demon butcher of the red staff was planning to overthrow the current regime? Of course not. Princess Lu Zhu seemed to catch the hidden meaning in Qi Yuan's words and bit her lip before answering. She had come to meet the demon butcher of the red staff with a mission from the royal family. Her father didn't dare to meet him directly, so he sent her instead. If that's the case, I don't need the gold, Qi Yuan declined. 10,000 taels of gold was quite a lot, but it would take up space in his blood marshal space. His blood marshal space was small, and it couldn't hold that much gold. As for silver and gold notes, would they still be useful once he left this world? Apparently not. Upon hearing Qi Yuan's refusal, Princess Lu Ju's face turned pale, but she lowered her head and continued, I am willing to be your servant, to serve by your side, as long as you accept me as your disciple, teach me martial arts, and help protect Fengyuan. She was prepared to sacrifice herself. Among the royal princesses, she was the most beautiful and of the highest status. Your words sound familiar, just like my little junior sister said. Qi Yuan recalled how Zhang Lingsu spoke when she first joined, however, after she joined, she became a wealthy woman instead. Although she helped me a lot, she never really became a servant. Princess Lu Ju's mind raced with thoughts. Then she heard Qi Yuan say, in half a day, I will leave this place. Naturally, I won't take any disciples. However, I am about to go and destroy the demons of Yizhong. Watch carefully, and whatever you learn will be your own gain. The mention of his junior sister Zhang Lingsu made Qi Yuan a bit more generous. Princess Lu Zhu was both surprised and delighted by this news. Surprised because the demon butcher of the Red Staff was planning to leave, but where to? Delighted because this meant he was accepting her in some way. At this moment, a loud and continuous sound of music could be heard, and a heavenly voice came from outside. The fish woman of Yizhong, along with 20,000 aquatic beings, invites His Majesty, the demon butcher of the Red Staff, to the water palace of Yizhong. The soldiers of Yizhong are all loyal to His Majesty. If His Majesty wishes to conquer the world, the soldiers of Yizhong are ready to march to the south. At this voice, all the diners present had their expressions change slightly. Princess Lu Ju's heart skipped a beat. It's the fish woman of Yizhong. The ruler of Yizhong, the most powerful demon clan in the world, and she's willing to bow to the demon butcher of the Red Staff. If the demon soldiers are all at the disposal of the demon butcher, wouldn't conquering Fengyuan be a piece of cake for him? The diners were shocked, filled with both worry and indignation. If they were in the demon butcher of the Red Staff's position, they were sure they wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of the ruler of Yizhong. Princess Lu Zhu also looked worried, but strangely, she remained silent. At this moment, Qi Yuan's eyes showed a smile. This is the first time I've met such an eager, white moonlight. In the past, whenever he met a supposed, white moonlight, they would curse him out without exception. Even Princess Jasmine only tried to use her beauty to seduce him with ill intentions. But the fish woman of Yizhong seemed genuine when she spoke, as his nose did not twitch at the scent of deceit. If His Majesty agrees, I could be a general during the day, riding to battle. At night, I could be a concubine, at His Majesty's pleasure. The fish woman of Yizhong's voice was like a heavenly melody, filled with a bewitching allure. The inn's door opened, and a woman in a wedding dress appeared outside. Snowflakes drifted down, mixing red and white. Looking up from below, the first thing that caught the eye was a pair of small, white, bare feet. Unshod, she wore azure and crystal-clear anklets, standing in the snowy field. Further up were her long jade-like legs, hidden beneath the slit of her red bridal dress, shapely and fair. Higher still was her slender waist, accentuating her curvy hips and ample bosom. Even just her figure was incredibly enticing. Above that was a red veil covering her head. But then, a gust of wind blew, lifting the veil of the fish woman of Yizhong, revealing a fish head to everyone's astonished eyes. Yes, that's right, not a face, a fish head. Two bulging fish eyes and seemingly tough gills that suggested she was the type that loved being caught. Seeing this face, many thoughts flashed through Qi Yuan's mind, prompting him to ask, can you have a human face on top and a fish body below? A classic dilemma came to Qi Yuan's mind. Stranded on a deserted island, accompanied only by a mermaid, would you prefer her to have a beautiful human face but a fishtail from the waist down? Note, no sharp teeth in her mouth, or a fabulous body with a fish head? Qi Yuan had never faced this choice before. Now, seeing the fish woman of Yizhong, he couldn't help but think about it. If His Majesty prefers it, why not? The fish woman of Yizhong's fish eyes seemed to glimmer with a smile. Her form began to change at that moment. Her lower body turned into a fish tail, while her fish head transformed into a beautiful woman's face, no less attractive than Princess Lu Zhu. The previously terrified diners now showed expressions of both greed and infatuation. They seemed to find even this fish quite charming. Qi Yuan glanced at her and said, have you ever heard? Is His Majesty about to say that humans and demons are incompatible, or that those not of our race must have different hearts? The fish woman of Yizhong interrupted Qi Yuan, continuing, in this world, the right to speak has always been in the hands of the strong. Rules and authority belong only to those like His Majesty. If His Majesty is strong, we will be his most loyal and sharpest sword. You are wrong, Qi Yuan said after she finished speaking, finally getting a chance to speak. My lady's thoughts might be extreme, but let me finish speaking. Interrupting you feels odd, Qi Yuan interrupted her again, pulling the conversation back on track. What I wanted to say is, the power of white moonlight lies in her living in one's memory. Even if she herself were to appear, she couldn't surpass her own memory. And once white moonlight becomes proactive, starts simping, well, that's where it all falls apart. Quote, question mark quote. Princess Lu Zhu looked utterly confused. The diners present were equally baffled. Why did every word the demon butcher of the red staff say make sense individually, but together, they couldn't understand what he was trying to express? The fish woman of Yizhong was also stunned. Then they heard Qi Yuan continue. Once the white moonlight takes the initiative, you've lost. So, you'd better just die and become a part of me. As Qi Yuan spoke, a deadly aura filled the air. Seeing this, Huo Mushi deftly took out a suona horn and began to play it, fully immersed in his performance for Qi Yuan. At that moment, Qi Yuan glanced at Princess Lu Zhu and said, from now on, how much you learn will depend entirely on your comprehension. Without further ado, Qi Yuan struck. This sudden action left everyone present bewildered. Princess Lu Zhu hadn't expected things to develop this way. Clearly, the fish woman of Yizhong was trying to seduce the demon butcher of the red staff. Then the demon butcher said some inexplicable things, and without any negotiation, a fight broke out. By this time, the bewilderment in the fish woman of Yizhong's eyes had vanished, replaced by a cold expression. It seems His Majesty does not wish to be our lord but instead wants to rebel. Since he was an enemy, the fish woman of Yizhong showed no courtesy. The aquatic beings of Yizhong were the most powerful demon force on this land. In fact, even the combined forces of the other 11 demon factions could not match them. It would have been better if you stayed as my white moonlight. But now you want to be my bride and ruin your image as my white moonlight in my heart. Qi Yuan sneered. A powerful aura filled the air, and the blood-red staff in his hand grew larger, resembling a colossal sea-calming divine rod. The entire land seemed to tremble under the terrifying aura emanating from him. The fish woman of Yizhong's expression changed slightly. So, you have indeed entered the martial spirit realm. The diners were shocked at her words. The demon butcher of the red staff has reached the legendary martial spirit realm. A martial spirit, who can command the clouds and turn the rains with a flip of the hand. The martial spirit realm was a realm of legend. A single person could rival an entire nation. Mountains and rivers, in the hands of a martial spirit, were nothing more than toys. However, even if you are a martial spirit, so what? The fish woman of Yizhong shouted, 20,000 aquatic beings, march with me and slay this fiend. With her shout, the formerly calm river's surface began to crack with snapping sounds. Countless thick sheets of ice shattered, and roars and shouts of soldiers came from the river. Kill, 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 those who offend us shall be slain. An army of 20,000, clad in armor and wielding long spears and halberds, appeared. The entire river, several miles wide, was filled with the shadows of demons. The fish woman of Yizhong, now standing on the river's surface, had a cold smile on her face. An overwhelming power beyond a demon spirit emanated from her. She was a demon spirit herself. Comparable to a divine infant in celestial terms, an absolute mighty demon. In any world, she would not be considered weak. If His Majesty repents now, there might still be a way out. The fish woman of Yizhong's voice was cold. With 20,000 demon soldiers standing behind her, a dark and formidable presence, she was more confident than ever. Qi Yuan's gaze remained calm. Princess Lu Zhu, watch carefully. This next strike of mine is going to be brutal. A domineering force, heaven-cutting sword technique. Death's radiance, together as one. At that moment, the world seemed to darken. Everyone instinctively looked up at the sky. It wasn't that the sky had darkened but because the body of the demon butcher of the red staff had blocked out the light of the heavens. A terrifying blood-red figure, of unknown height and size. The fearsome and menacing reaper from hell, holding a towering wooden staff, leapt high into the air. Cutting the heavens, drawing the sword. Kill, one strike. No, one staff strike. One moment, the world was a frozen expanse of ice and snow. The next moment, all the snowflakes and ice blocks in the world lifted from the ground, suspended in the air. When the terrifying staff fell into the midst of the 20,000 demon soldiers. Only then did all the snowflakes and ice blocks return to their original places. The world remained the same world. Yet, it had changed entirely. In that instant, 20,000 demon soldiers scattered. The Yizhong River was cut off. The river water evaporated. The earth shook. The power of one staff strike was terrifying beyond measure. Ah! The fish woman of Yizhong spat out a mouthful of blood, a look of disbelief in her eyes. This strike not only wiped out a third of the 20,000 demon soldiers directly, but she, too, bore the brunt and was severely injured. Impossible. I am a demon spirit, a martial spirit can't be this powerful. The fish woman of Yizhong's face was pale, her screams filled with fear. At this moment, she was already terrified out of her wits. You can't even withstand one of my strikes, and you still think of marrying me. Fish-head girl, you're overthinking it. You're more suited for some shrimp-headed man. Take another strike. In the sky, that terrifying and majestic figure swung the staff down again. Boom. Of the original Yizhong, another 7,000 demon soldiers perished. The fish woman of Yizhong, with the strength of a demon spirit, was shattered, even the gills of her fish head were beaten out. Her face was filled with disbelief, all her pride vanished. The last strike, this should end it. Heaven-cutting sword technique. Qi Yuan leapt again, the powerful staff striking the river. The scattered demon soldiers were already trembling with fear, fleeing in all directions. But from the moment Qi Yuan appeared in this world, their fate was already sealed. In an instant, all 20,000 demon soldiers were dead, turned into a bloody pulp. From appearance to destruction, it had only been a matter of seconds, and the 20,000 demon soldiers were gone. Who wouldn't be moved by this? Who wouldn't be shocked by this? Princess Lu Zhu trembled, looking at the mighty figure. For some reason, all the dread she previously felt had completely disappeared, replaced by a faint sense of loss. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Who in the heavens plays the flute, causing jade flowers to fall all over the world? In the lands to the north and south, within the Yizhong River, snow drifted across 10,000 miles. On the city walls, inside the tavern, and in small courtyards, everyone looked up at the sky, gazing at that terrifying figure. The Red Staff Demon Butcher has exterminated the demons of Yizhong. He actually wiped them out. Everyone knew that the Red Staff Demon Butcher would battle the demons of Yizhong. The battle was imminent, but no one expected it to begin so suddenly and end so quickly. In just a few dozen breaths, it was over. It was too hasty. That was an army of 20,000 demons, led by the fish woman of Yizhong. Yet, in the hands of the Red Staff Demon Butcher, they were more fragile than a nest of ants. The once mighty demon soldiers of Yizhong, like snowflakes, melted away under the scorching sun. That blood-red, terrifying figure stood in the heavens like a deity. Everyone looked at that figure, their expressions fervent, some in awe and some in reverence. If the Red Staff Demon Butcher wants this world, this empire, he could have it at his fingertips. With such strength, even the 100,000-way-long guards couldn't stop him. This is the true uncrowned king, the ruler of martial arts. Countless people exclaimed in shock. All doubts vanished at that moment. Those who previously harbored thoughts of secretly undermining him found themselves coming forward with a clear conscience in the face of Qi Yuan's overwhelming power. At that moment, the blood-red figure descended from the sky and landed on a hillside 1,000 meters away. The blood-red armor disappeared, and the blood-red figure standing in the snow was strikingly conspicuous. Mu Shi, let's go. It's time to leave. In the vast snow, the blood-red figure didn't glance at the people, leaving only a solitary silhouette behind. In the tavern, Huo Mu Shi quickly grabbed the rope, pulling along 2 black sacks. The demons and humans inside the sacks hurriedly followed along as if jogging. Seeing this, none of the people in the tavern dared to follow them. Princess Lu Zhu hesitated for a moment, finally shouting, "Master, are you leaving?" She had a feeling that if the Red Staff Demon Butcher left, she might never see him again. Qi Yuan still did not turn around. At this moment, he was silently consuming the demon blood essence. In this battle, after slaughtering 20,000 demon soldiers, he had gained a massive amount of demon blood essence. Such a large quantity of demon blood essence was of great help to him. Just now, how much did you learn? Qi Yuan blurted out, momentarily stunned as he recalled the Moon Lady. He wondered if he was getting old, constantly thinking of people from his past. Princess Lu Zhu hesitated, nothing. In that case, we shall meet again if fate allows. Qi Yuan didn't bother saying anything more. To this world, he was merely a passerby, a game player. After saying that, Qi Yuan's gaze fell on the blood-red staff, his expression calm. Suddenly, he raised his hand. The blood-red staff was thrown into the Yizhang River. Qi Yuan's eyes revealed a bright smile. If a monkey picks you up, that would be interesting. Nearly all the demons in this world had been exterminated, and it was time for him to complete his mission and leave. It could be said that in this world, he had profited immensely. In less than a year, he had reached the martial spirit realm, equivalent to the nascent soul realm. These, white moonlights, had really pampered him too much. Throwing away the staff, Qi Yuan left alone, disappearing from sight. Half a day later, on a small boat, Qi Yuan lay lazily on the boat, like a playboy out on a leisurely trip. At the other end of the boat were two black bags. The black bags were tightly sealed, looking like two people. The world was full of speculation about what was in these black sacks. Some said it was a peerless beauty, hidden by the red staff demon butcher in the black sack. Others said they contained rare treasures, and that the red staff demon butcher's formidable power came from obtaining these two treasures. Now, the mystery of the black sacks was finally revealed, showing just the tip of the iceberg. Qi Yuan had his back turned to Hua Yao, the flower demon, and the young Tong Yue, not sparing them a glance. Once arrogant, Hua Yao was now both pleased and shocked, but more than anything, she was quiet. When she was first abducted, she thought she had fallen into the hands of an ignorant fool. But after everything she had seen and heard along the way, her heart was numb and trembling. Master, she carefully chose her words, cautious not to offend this unparalleled martial artist. She was also filled with confusion. Why had this man captured her? Qi Yuan shifted into a more relaxed position, still not looking at Hua Yao. His leisurely voice rang out, "Tell me the story of Tong Yue and Hua Yao Manluo." After hearing the last drama, it was time for him to leave this treasure land. No, with the demon race now exterminated, this place could no longer be considered a treasure. Hearing this, Hua Yao was puzzled. She didn't know why this unrivaled strongman would ask this. Nevertheless, she answered truthfully, though a trace of hatred flashed in her eyes. The story begins quite predictably. At Wangshan Temple, the wind howled, and rain poured down. A young master of a noble family, who was staying overnight at the temple, saw a flower being battered by the wind and rain. He took it in and sheltered it under the eaves. The flower in his arms remembered his scent. Later, 10 years passed. That flower cultivated into a human form and deliberately approached the young master. They met again at Wangshan Temple, and over time, fell in love. During a heavy rain, they secretly tasted the forbidden fruit. What followed was also quite melodramatic and full of twists. That young master was the only son in 7 generations of the Tong family, cherished dearly by his parents. It could be said he had never suffered, growing up with a silver spoon in his mouth. When the Tong family head learned his son was involved with a demon, he naturally opposed it and confined the young master. After all, if the son married a demon, what would happen to the Tong family's reputation? Moreover, even if a human and demon married, they could only bear a monster child. Due to the family bloodline, the Tong family had only one descendant per generation. If that demon bore a monster, wouldn't the Tong family line be severed? Master Tong met with Hua Yao Manluo and said that the Tong family's bloodline could not end. After Tong Yue got married and had children, only then could the two of them meet again. But what he didn't know was that Hua Yao Manluo was already pregnant. To avoid giving birth to a monster, she went alone to the Wanjiang Thorn Mountains of Shu Demon Mountain, enduring injuries all over her body, just to pick a yuan-shedding fruit. The yuan-shedding fruit could ensure the safe birth of her child, but the cost was her own life. Later, I was born, and Tong Yue married a new wife. Hua Yao's young face was filled with deep hatred. Haha, the funniest thing is, Tong Yue's wife couldn't conceive. He panicked, afraid that he was infertile and would be ridiculed. Haha, so to have offspring, he took his wife to Wangshan Temple, where a monk, eventually gave birth to Tong Tianyu. However, afraid of scandal, as soon as Tong Tianyu was born, he harmed his own wife. Fatherly kindness, filial piety, harmonious family life, their days were truly wonderful. So, I poisoned Tong Tianyu, tricked Master Tong, telling him that to save Tong Tianyu, they needed the heart of Tong Yue, his closest kin. They kept saying how much they loved their son, that they would pluck the stars for him. But they thought that since Tong Yue couldn't have children, but Tong Tianyu could, they personally drugged Tong Yue and delivered him to me to save their grandson. At that time, when I removed his heart, he cried so pathetically, constantly repenting. The old lady of the Tong family cried her eyes out, ha ha ha, she was the one who tricked Tong Yue into drinking the bewitched soup. She turned white-haired overnight. The affection between close relatives was truly touching. And in the end, all that love was just nonsense. They only loved themselves and the feeling of love itself. Hua Yao's voice was frenzied, hysterical. She was filled with resentment toward the Tong family and Tong Yue, seemingly wishing to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Qi Yuan lay on his side, lazily yawning. It's quite a complicated tale. Fortunately, I didn't use my brain back at Wangshan Temple. Otherwise, I wouldn't have met so many of my dear, white moonlights. Not bad, getting to watch a drama before leaving, not bad at all. At this point, Hua Yao, standing on the small boat, had a sinister smile in her eyes. When I was 3, I dug out my own womb and crafted it into a magical tool. The Tong family is going to be extinct, ha ha ha. It seemed that for her, this was the most thorough and best form of revenge. Hua Yao laughed maniacally, both sorrowful and pitiful. Tong Tianyu stood nearby, looking at Hua Yao, his expression somewhat moved. It seemed he was also affected by Hua Yao, his mood somewhat somber. The world is too chaotic. Why think too much? I have a sword to sever it all. At this moment, a lazy voice came. The figure stood up. Hearing Qi Yuan's words, Tong Tianyu's expression changed slightly, and all the previous worries disappeared. He looked at Qi Yuan, lowered his head, seemingly lost in thought. Beside him, Hua Yao stumbled and faltered, her emotions collapsing. Qi Yuan viewed everything before him as if it were a drama, though he occasionally took part. Mu Shi, after I leave, you go back to Zhenyang and tell Master Tong that their family line has ended. As his words fell, Qi Yuan's figure disappeared. All the demons in this world had been slain. The few remaining stragglers were not worth his attention. It was time to leave. Master. Huo Mu Shi looked at the empty space ahead, his expression filled with a fleeting sense of loss. Qin Yuan Country, Tianyu City. In a 3-bedroom apartment, a woman in a thin silk nightgown lay with her eyes tightly shut, cold sweat on her forehead, her bangs in disarray. Suddenly, she woke up with a start, gasping for breath. Another nightmare. Zhang now sat up, her face filled with deep fear. Lately, she had been having nightmares every day. She dreamed of a crack appearing in the sky, from which a woman identical to her emerged and stabbed her to death. The cold expression of that woman was still vivid in her memory. She had been having these dreams for 3 days in a row. Could I really be suffering from some deficiency, having these strange dreams? Zhang now looked anxious. In her dreams, she saw cracks appearing in the sky, with numerous bizarre figures or demons emerging. They seemed to come from other worlds, dressed in various ancient costumes, or riding in high-tech warships. They were fighting each other. She was also killed by an ancient version of herself. Generally speaking, dreams are projections of reality. The reason I'm having these dreams is probably related to the arrival of the cultivators at Gongxing half a year ago. Zhang now comforted herself this way. Half a year ago, a rift in the world appeared on Gongxing. 4 great cultivation worlds connected with Gongxing, and numerous cultivators descended upon Gongxing. This had a tremendous impact on Gongxing. These cultivators could fly, move at lightning speed, their speed comparable to fighter jets, displaying powerful and bizarre abilities. The appearance of these cultivators caused great upheaval in Gongxing society. At that time, there was even a great demon, wielding a soul banner, shouting about slaughtering a city. This great demon was an old ancestor of a demon sect, a giant in the demon path, a nascent soul patriarch. At that time, people were in a panic. And the Eye of Heaven showed its immense power at that moment. It directly pinpointed and annihilated that great demon. At that time, Qin Yuan country erupted in cheers. The 4 great cultivation worlds were also shaken by this event. They hadn't expected that Gongxing would possess such a terrifying weapon of that level. Later, the 7 martial stars and the 4 great cultivation worlds sat down for a month of negotiations, signing numerous agreements. Some were related to trade, others to establishing dojos and cultivation schools. Zhang now thought that these events left a deep impression on her, which is why she dreamed that other worlds had also descended upon Gongxing, and a person identical to her appeared and killed her. Unfortunately, Qi Yuan has disappeared. Otherwise, I could have asked him to check if I'm possessed by a ghost. He's a cultivator and knows a lot. Zhang now thought. Over the past year, she had looked for Qi Yuan several times. The news she received was that Qi Yuan was no longer around. This disappointed her quite a bit. Qi Yuan was a cultivator, and since she was familiar with him, perhaps he could investigate her recent nightmares. She had helped Qi Yuan with his mental illness back then, so now, Qi Yuan helping her with her problem seemed reasonable, right? Tianquan Building, a place bustling with people from all walks of life. Hey everyone, this is Tianquan Building. A female streamer, dressed in a revealing outfit, held her phone up, filming the building in front of her. It's said that this building was given to the mysterious Cultivation sect, Xuantian sect, by the 7 martial stars. This is also our province's first prestigious cultivation sect. When the 4 cultivation worlds connected with Gongxing, each major sect decided to establish a presence on Gongxing. A sect like the Xuantian sect, which had a nascent soul-old monster in residence, was undoubtedly a major sect. Such a sect was referred to as a top-grade immortal sect. Placing its headquarters on Blue Star was akin to being part of the 985 elite. As for the other small cultivation sects, well, they were much less. Damn it, why does our province, with so many people, have only one top-grade immortal sect? Too bad they only recruit disciples based on talent. Look at all those people kneeling outside Tianquan Building, just for a chance at a single thread of immortal fate. I also want to join a top-grade immortal sect like Xuantian sect. A 60-year-old widow from my neighborhood, who had always been single, finally joined a sect comparable to Xuantian sect, and then was noticed by a marquis who directly married her. Sister, check your innerwear and avoid stepping on any landmines. In the live stream, people from all over the country watched Tianquan Building with envy in their eyes. Joining such a major sect was truly like a fish leaping over the Dragon Gate. It meant becoming a superior person for life. At this moment, on the rooftop of Tianquan Building, a tall woman with star-like eyes and sword-like brows looked quite haggard. She looked down at the people kneeling below Tianquan Building, a disappointed expression on her face. All, trash spiritual roots. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. There are too few good seedlings. What is this? The female cultivator with starry eyes and sword-like brows looked speechless. Those kneeling below wouldn't even qualify as servant disciples in the fire spirit realm. What irritated her the most was that she had rejected a boy without spiritual roots from joining yesterday. That boy had boldly declared, "The river flows east for 30 years, then west for 30 years, never underestimate the poor youth." Fortunately, this was a place with many surveillance cameras. If this had been in the fire spirit realm, she would have slapped the boy to death. I heard that the Doshen sect recently accepted a pure spiritual root disciple, which makes me so envious. The female cultivator with starry eyes mentioned this with a face full of admiration. The Doshen sect and Xuantian sect had been rivals for ages. This rivalry could be traced back 10,000 years. However, 10,000 years ago, Xuantian sect was dominant over Doshen sect. But in the past few thousand years, well, Xuantian sect had declined. A cultivator with pure spiritual roots, if they have smooth cultivation and sufficient resources, could even have a chance to reach the nascent soul realm. A middle-aged man nearby remarked with envy in his eyes. The strongest we've recruited only has earth-grade spiritual roots, but that child Ziqi is very diligent, and her achievements might not be low. When Wang Ziqi was mentioned, Xie Tang's face also softened with a gentle expression. That child was the most talented in Xuantian sect, second only to their missing holy maiden, Xie Shinsu. A few days ago, the Doshen sect stole some of our recruits again. By the way, the Doshen sect is also trying to take over Tianyu City where Ziqi is from. The man mentioned this with a face full of resentment. The more recruits they had, the more exceptional ones would emerge. The recruitment of disciples by these sects was based on 2 things. 1. The agreements signed with the 7 martial stars, and 2. The competitions between various sects. Well, Xuantian sect lost to Doshen sect in the last competition. So, Doshen sect took over one of Xuantian sect's recruitment areas. However, Doshen sect was too greedy. Xuantian sect lost only Xinqi, but now they even wanted to take Tianyu. If senior sister were still here, they wouldn't be so arrogant. Xie Tang said angrily. Senior sister Xie Shinsu was the #1 golden core in Xuantian sect. Her combat power was astonishing, and her talent was overflowing. But a year ago, senior sister suddenly went missing for no apparent reason. Sect Master Hyunzi even sought the guidance of the ancestors regarding the whereabouts of Holy Maiden Xie Shinsu but to no avail. It could be said that Xie Shinsu's disappearance became the greatest mystery of Xuantian sect. Some in the sect even believed that this might have something to do with Doshen sect. No, I must go to Tianyu City this time. If they want to take Tianyu, they'll have to ask me, Xie Tang, first. Just in time, I'll accompany Ziqi when she returns home. Tianyu City, Junin Community. Aji basked in the sun, feeling incredibly content with life. His younger sister was sitting behind him, lazily playing with her phone. Compared to Guiyuan, where the only form of entertainment was stargazing, life here was much better. The most important thing was that they didn't have to live in fear, worrying about being captured and having their organs harvested. This kind of life was a gift from the master. He held deep respect for the master in his heart. Little friend, what a coincidence, we meet again. At that moment, an elderly voice rang out. An old man dressed in white robes appeared. The old man's white robe was embroidered with gold-edged pine trees and adorned with a unique mythical beast, which looked rather extraordinary. Aji looked at the old man, a hint of wariness in his eyes, and instinctively moved to protect his sister. Seeing this, the old man smiled helplessly. You're quite wary of me, little friend. I, Zhang Diang, mean you no harm, but rather wish to offer you both an opportunity. We don't want any opportunities. Aji looked up, his face full of caution as he stared at the old man. Zhang Diang smiled kindly and said, don't be so quick to refuse, little friend. Take a look at this. When dealing with children, Zhang Diang naturally had his own methods. He opened his hand, which had been empty, and suddenly, a banana appeared. This kind of trick was particularly appealing to children. Sure enough, Aji's younger sister, who was behind him, looked at the banana with wonder, her face showing confusion. If you two follow me and become my disciples, in the future, you'll be able to do things like this, just like I can. Zhang Diang said proudly, full of confidence. At this point, a young man nearby added, you two are very lucky. In the fire spirit realm, everyone would be crying and begging to become a disciple of the free and unfettered wanderer. Such a great opportunity is right in front of you, and you two little kids aren't kneeling and bowing yet. Once you become disciples, your life path will completely change. You will enter a world that you could never have imagined or even dreamed of. The young man spoke with an arrogant demeanor, as if looking down on the world from above. Hearing this, Zhang Diang shook his head. You're exaggerating, my friend. I'm just a wanderer. These two, they simply caught my eye, and their talents are quite suitable. I'm just taking a liking to them. Little friends, would you be willing to follow me? Don't hesitate. If you both agree, I'll personally convince your guardians. The free and unfettered wanderer had his own style of doing things, different from ordinary cultivators. Seeing this, Aji quickly shook his head. Sorry, we're not interested. The free and unfettered wanderer Zhang Diang was momentarily stunned. Could it be that my technique wasn't impressive enough? He waved his hand again. This time, a small golden dragon appeared between his arms, circling and flying, looking quite impressive. This kind of display was most likely to attract children. However, Aji didn't even look at it and pulled his sister away without hesitation. Zhang Diang was dumbfounded for a moment, then chuckled wryly. The young man next to him, however, had a cold look in his eyes. Senior, should I go and grab them? Humph, they don't recognize a true dragon when they see one. How could they miss such a grand opportunity? Zhang Diang shook his head, a smile appearing in his eyes. All my life, I've pursued freedom. Why force others? Everything depends on fate. I'll show them a few more tricks over the next few days. If they still refuse, then it's just not meant to be. Hearing this, the young man's eyes darted around. Then I wish Senior an early success in taking these two as disciples. However, if these two are not destined for you, our Doshen sect would be honored to accept them. I hope you'll understand. Both of them had quite good talents, one with earth-grade spiritual roots, the other with heaven-grade spiritual roots. If it weren't for the free and unfettered wanderer wanting to take disciples, Doshen sect would have taken them by force long ago. Agreed. The free and unfettered wanderer was eccentric and had no restrictions. If Doshen sect took them, so be it. I've already investigated. These two aren't from Qinyuan but were brought back to this community from Guiyuan. Our Doshen sect has had collaborations with the Wu sect of Wugui. When the time comes, we'll simply take them away under the name of Wugui. It's very simple, the young man explained. Mission complete. Reward, 1 ancestral return pill. A flash of light appeared, and a pill materialized in Qiyuan's stone house. Unlike ordinary pills, this one was blood red, emitting a strong scent of blood. Qi Yuan looked at the pill with a curious expression. To consume the ancestral return pill, go to the blood jade wall for the best effect. The prompt came again. The blood jade wall was a blood-colored wall in every outpost. The wall was carved with various strange and bizarre creatures. Cultivating under the blood jade wall was very beneficial for blood warriors. Looks like I need to go out and see if this ancestral return pill can let me meet my ancestors. Meanwhile, back at the outpost, and Chao was still a bit dazed. The mission completion prompt had come, and she had finally returned to the outpost. And girl, what's going on? This mission took almost a year. The old man here thought you all had died on the mission. Lin Yeshan, dressed in ragged clothes, looked at An Chao with a strange expression. Typically, these missions were completed very quickly. Finishing within a month was considered extremely rare. But An Chao's mission, taking almost a year, was unheard of. Not only Lin Yeshan but others in the outpost also thought that An Chao had likely died in the mission world. But now, after nearly a year, An Chao suddenly reappeared, shocking many in the outpost. At this moment, a crowd had gathered around An Chao. What happened, An Chao? Your mission didn't seem that difficult. Why did it take a year? Yeah, this mission involved over 20 people, yet it took almost a year. That's outrageous. An Chao looked at the people surrounding her and swallowed hard. Have any of you ever experienced the mission target being taken away by a fellow participant? What? A participant took it away, for a year? That person is malicious. Was he planning to leave you all in the mission world? The crowd's expressions changed, each one thinking of something terrifying. If they were completing a mission and offended a fellow participant, and that participant took the mission target away, making it impossible for them to complete the mission, wouldn't that mean they might be forever trapped in the mission world, ultimately dying there? That person is vile. Did you manage to catch him? Given that the mission ended nearly a year later, you must have caught him. It seems he was quite strong and good at hiding, making you take a year to catch him. Lin Yeshan sighed. As an old martial artist, he was lower in rank and had to rely heavily on his teammates to complete missions in the mission world. If he encountered such a situation, he wouldn't know what to do. He decided to stick to his strategy of playing it safe and staying under the radar. By the way, where's brother Qi Yuan? I remember him being in the Blood Jade realm, right? Couldn't he catch that villain? Lin Yeshan asked. Hearing this, An Chao's heart skipped a beat, and she gave a wry smile. That person was Qi Yuan. What? It was him. He actually did such a despicable thing. Is there no rule left? No, when he comes out, we need to teach him a lesson. If we team up with him again, how can we survive? We must teach him a lesson, otherwise. The crowd was full of voices calling for justice. I think it's better not to. An Chao weakly suggested. What, has he already reached the middle stage of the Blood Jade realm? HMPH, even if he has, he's got some strength, but that's all. An Chao, don't be afraid. We've got your back. We must have a good talk with him today. He can't just disregard the lives of his comrades. That's unforgivable. No matter how strong he is, could he really kill us all before his blood martial qi runs out? The crowd was indignant and full of righteous anger. An Chao looked at the crowd and muttered, yes, he could. What? Lin Yeshan was shocked. The others also looked at An Chao, puzzled. Then they heard An Chao say, there were 12 demon lairs in Fengyuan. The weakest had 3,000 demon soldiers, led by a demon hero. The strongest had 20,000 demon soldiers, led by a demon spirit. In that year, Qi Yuan, taking the mission target with him, fought across 3,000 miles, single-handedly wiping out all the demon lairs. The reason he took the mission target away was that he was afraid we would complete the mission and he wouldn't be able to annihilate all 100,000 demons in Fengyuan. As An Chao spoke, she became more and more excited, her breathing even quickening. Everyone around her fell silent, stunned. How is that possible? He killed over 100,000 demons alone. Even a nascent soul cultivator couldn't do that. Even a martial king would be exhausted to death. The crowd was shocked, finding the story too unbelievable. After all, demon soldiers weren't ordinary people. 20,000 demon soldiers, led by a demon spirit, could probably wear down a martial king to death. And, a martial king. Well, they hadn't even heard of a martial king in any outpost. Even in the mission world, in those large-scale mission worlds, a martial king was just a legend. A martial king, in cultivation terms, was equivalent to a purple mansion cultivator. An invincible purple mansion. And Chao, you're back. How fortunate. By the way, here's the Genius Alliance token. Please send it to Yongguang for me. A calm and relaxed voice came, and everyone present suddenly smelled an overwhelmingly strong scent of blood. For some reason, their blood began to boil and tremble as if they were being watched by a terrifying demon. A handsome young man in a blood-red robe appeared, and the Genius Alliance token fell into An Chao's hand. Everyone looked at Qi Yuan, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. This kind of trembling seemed to be ingrained in their genes, in their bloodlines. Originally, they had suspected An Chao of exaggerating. But now, with Qi Yuan's appearance, they knew that An Chao's words were absolutely true. That terrifying, overwhelming killing intent and scent of blood couldn't be faked. And their blood martial path was based on demonic beasts. So they felt it most profoundly. These people looked at Qi Yuan, trembling, all their previous bravado gone. At this moment, Qi Yuan looked at the crowd. Did I just hear someone speaking ill of me? A few days ago, in the Four Seasons Inn, someone badmouthed me, and I beat them to death. So, is there anyone else who's been badmouthing me? With a single glance, the thick scent of blood filled the air. Everyone's legs trembled, their fear reaching its peak. They had a feeling that Qi Yuan could kill them all if he wanted to. Why are you all looking at me with such fear? Could it be, you've all been badmouthing me and are feeling guilty? Qi Yuan looked at the crowd, his expression calm. No, absolutely not. The crowd quickly put on ingratiating smiles, some trying their best to look innocent. If you haven't badmouthed me, why are you afraid? Qi Yuan moved his lips slightly. He thought of a classic saying. The crowd grew even more frightened, wanting to appear unafraid, but their bodies wouldn't cooperate. But then he said, forget it, I'm a magnanimous person, I won't hold it against you. Qi Yuan decided that when he got back, he would find the Golden Canary and ask her to help him conceal the scent of blood on him. Otherwise, it would make him seem too much like a demon. That would hurt his glorious and positive image. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Qi Yuan ignored the gazes of the others and walked towards the blood jade wall. To use the ancestral return pill, one needed the aid of the blood jade wall. Qi Yuan was also eager to see how much the ancestral return pill would enhance him. According to others, the stronger the talent and the deeper the fortune, the greater the enhancement. Given his extraordinary talent, the ancestor at the source of the bloodline of his innate body must think highly of him, right? Maybe they'd invest a bit more. Directly elevate him to the realm of the martial god of 10,000 paths. As Qi Yuan walked towards the blood jade wall, the rest of the people at the outpost followed. They already knew that the reward for the last mission was the ancestral return pill, and some big shots had even considered exchanging it for themselves once Qi Yuan and his team successfully completed the mission. But now, it seemed that could only remain a thought. At this moment, everyone following Qi Yuan was curious to see what kind of achievements the fearsome Qi Yuan would attain with the blood jade wall. The martial artists who had been cultivating by the blood jade wall quickly woke up. Seeing the overwhelming blood aura surrounding Qi Yuan, they looked terrified. When they noticed the group from the outpost following behind him, they silently withdrew from the blood jade wall. After all, with the situation unclear, safety came first. Cultivation, what was that? So, when Qi Yuan approached the blood jade wall, everyone who had been cultivating against the wall stepped back. Qi Yuan was momentarily puzzled and looked back at the group. Did all of you speak ill of me? Otherwise, why are you so afraid of standing near me? As soon as he said this, the already anxious crowd's expressions changed. And no, it's not that we don't deserve to stand near you. Lin Yeshan boldly said. Right, we're not worthy. The others echoed in agreement. Sigh, you old-fashioned lot, still living in the past. Nowadays, it's all about equality for everyone. Qi Yuan said softly. In this outpost, a few were modern people, but the majority were from ancient times. For example, Lin Yeshan was an ancient escort. So, it was likely correct that these people had old-fashioned and stubborn ideas. Qi Yuan couldn't be bothered to argue with them anymore and leapt into the area where the blood jade wall stood. At that moment, he swallowed the ancestral return pill. Instantly, he turned his focus inward and noticed that about 1/10 of the blood in his body was glowing red, like fireflies. This blood was precisely the blood he had obtained from devouring the essence of the demon race after using the devouring primordial body. Suddenly, it was as if a teapot had sprung a leak, and red light began to spill from Qi Yuan's body. He's reacting with the blood jade wall so quickly, his talent is indeed exceptional. No wonder. Who is his bloodline ancestor? With talent like his, the ancestral source must be quite generous, right? Everyone's eyes burned with envy. Qi Yuan was already strong, and if he received the favor of his ancestor, it was hard to imagine how terrifying he might become. At that moment, the blood jade wall began to glow intensely. A thick blood-red beam of light shot into Qi Yuan's body. A dead-grade low-class bloodline. His future prospects are worrying. An elder who saw the blood-red light flicker in his eyes with disappointment. Bloodline sources are also graded. The lowest is low class, followed by mid-class, then high class, with the highest being titled. However, beyond just grading, there are other classifications. These are dead or active. A dead bloodline means the ancestor is deceased. An active bloodline means the ancestor is still alive. Naturally, the more active and higher the grade, the brighter the future and the greater the rewards. A dead grade low-class bloodline is almost at the bottom of the hierarchy. With a bloodline like this, it might not be much help to him. What a pity. Pity, you, a mere Qi blood realm cultivator, pity someone else. He's achieved more without ancestral bloodlines than you'll ever reach in your lifetime. With those words, the crowd fell silent. Indeed, for Qi Yuan, the ancestral return pill was just icing on the cake. At this moment, Qi Yuan closed his eyes, and a drop of blood within him began to boil slightly. Yes, just slightly. His strength also increased, but just a little bit. At this moment, his eyes fixed on that drop of blood. Suddenly, countless pieces of information flooded his mind. He gazed through the infinite void and saw a blood-red world. Qi Yuan saw a thin bone fragment dripping with blood. Following this bone, he seemed to glimpse the owner of this bone. It was a sinister-looking, large-headed, small-limbed crawling demon beast. This was the source of that drop of blood. A yin god. Qi Yuan instantly recognized the strength of this bloodline ancestor, comparable to a yin god. Why do I feel like there's another me here? Qi Yuan was slightly puzzled. Because of the ancestral return pill, his consciousness temporarily lingered in the location of the bloodline source. He suddenly realized that there seemed to be another him here. No, it's a part of the spirit from the innate seed. In just an instant, Qi Yuan figured out what that other him was. It was part of the spirit from the innate seed. After the world reset, he had completely devoured the innate seed, returning to his true self. Yet, here, a fragment of that spirit remained. This was quite peculiar. Strange, this part of the spirit seems to be dead. Is it the spirit that died 10 years later? Qi Yuan connected many thoughts. Before the world reset, the part of the innate seed that had become Qi Yuan died, and its spirit drifted to this place. After the world reset, it still remained. Qi Yuan's eyes flickered, and many thoughts crossed his mind. Finally, his gaze landed on the fragment of the bone on the ground. You're already ancient, worrying even after death, so I'll give you back your blood. I'm someone who respects the elderly and cares for the young. I'll return your blood to you. Oh, and I'll add a bit of my blood too. Qi Yuan was generous. After all, the blood was formed from the demon race's blood essence transformed by the devouring primordial body. Sharing a bit more didn't matter. Meanwhile, on the blood jade wall, everyone could see a flash of blood light passing through Qi Yuan's body and returning to the blood jade wall. The onlookers were baffled by this sight. What's going on? Why is the bestowed blood being taken back? Could it be a mistake? A case of mistaken bloodline? Did the ancestor realize this isn't their own descendant? An affair? The crowd was bewildered. This was the first time they had seen something like this. But then, suddenly, the blood jade wall glowed again. Another beam of blood-red light shot out and entered Qi Yuan. The previously puzzled crowd suddenly understood. Ah, it was a mistake before, this one's the real deal. A dead-grade mid-class bloodline. Though it's quite average, it's still not bad. So, this is Qi Yuan's true ancestor. However, before they could ponder further, the blood jade wall shone even brighter. Suddenly, 1, 2, 3, 10, hundreds of beams of light, densely packed, rushed into Qi Yuan's body. Ah, how does he have so many ancestors? Low class, mid-class, high class, and even titled bloodlines. What's happening? Is the blood jade wall broken? Could it be his maternal ancestor had many lovers, and all these bloodline ancestors mistook him for their child? The people at the outpost, some of whom were from ancient times and others from modern times, had vivid imaginations and came up with all sorts of wild ideas. At this moment, they looked at Qi Yuan with strange expressions, as if watching a play, ready to gossip. If it weren't for Qi Yuan's immense strength and overwhelming blood aura, they might have even brought chairs and snacks to sit down and concoct wild stories. This could totally be made into a Search for Ancestors movie. Where are the ancestors? Afraid of Qi Yuan's formidable strength, they restrained themselves in their words. Sure enough, they mistook the descendant. Look, most of the blood is returning. It seems those returning bloodline ancestors at most held hands with his maternal ancestor. How pitiful. The men and women at the outpost were bursting with curiosity, wishing they could travel back to ancient times to see what kind of captivating person Qi Yuan's maternal ancestor was to have played so many ancient ancestors for fools. All of them mistook Qi Yuan for their descendant. Now, after entering Qi Yuan's body and running a lap, they realized. He isn't my descendant, just carries a similar scent. Of course, these people didn't know that the red bloodlights returning were from the bloodline ancestors who were nothing but remnants. Qi Yuan respected the elderly and cared for the young. He didn't want these beings worrying even after death, so he left some of his blood on their remains. Later, when he linked up with the fragment of the innate seed spirit, he could use the blood as a marker to find those ancestors. As for the purpose, naturally, it was to care for them in their old age, to give them a proper send-off. Qi Yuan was really thoughtful. So, these are the bloodline ancestors of the body that the innate seed resides in. Their gifts really should be more generous, given their strength. Mythic level. Although Qi Yuan's current strength wasn't at its peak, his vision remained sharp. The low-class and mid-class bloodline ancestors were at most at the Venerable level. And the high-class bloodline ancestors could reach the level of a Grand Venerable. As for the titled bloodline ancestors, they were mythic-level powerhouses. So, this is a martial lord. Then, is a martial god a young god? Qi Yuan closed his eyes slightly. He dared to share blood with those dead ancestors. As for the living ones, they didn't need his concern. After all, one cannot refuse a gift from an elder. Not bad. With this, I'm probably at the peak of the martial spirit realm. One more step, and I'll be a martial king. After receiving so many gifts, Qi Yuan's strength had significantly improved. The martial king realm was equivalent to the purple mansion realm. Beyond that was the martial lord. So, killing demons really speeds up progress. I hope next time, I'll get a more challenging world, with more demons, and give me more lovely ancestors. At this moment, Qi Yuan opened his eyes. The crowd, who had been buzzing with chatter, fell silent. Some had looks of amazement on their faces, but now they were completely quiet. All the sad moments in their lives flashed through their minds, as if they were afraid of bursting out laughing and angering Qi Yuan. Because of this, the previously amused crowd now wore solemn expressions. Some even had looks of sorrow on their faces, with tears streaming down. Did your fathers die? Qi Yuan asked with a puzzled expression. At Junan neighborhood, new green buds sprouted on the branches, adding a touch of freshness to the early spring. Wang Ziqi was wearing a single-layer shirt, not feeling cold at all. Principal, this is our neighborhood. Looks pretty good, right? Wang Ziqi had a simple nature and was at an age where she loved to play. Moreover, with her high talent, she was very popular at Tianshuan Tower, and all the teachers were very kind to her. So she wasn't afraid of cultivators like Xie Tang and was quite bold. Yes, there are a lot of people. Xie Tang nodded, casually glancing at the neighborhood. Just an ordinary neighborhood for mortals. Don't be fooled by how ordinary our neighborhood looks. There are some amazing people here. For example, my dad, he's a martial artist, considered a top soldier. Wang Ziqi boasted. Her father, Yang Shan, was practically a living legend, comparable to a king among soldiers. This was something she had to keep secret from her classmates, but it was different with a cultivator like Xie Tang. Not bad, he's a dragon among men. Xie Tang praised. Genius disciples should be pampered. Our neighborhood also has a cat that's a web celebrity, with millions of followers. Wang Ziqi said excitedly. Principal, this cat has gained intelligence, it can cook, and even play with a Rubik's Cube. As she spoke, Wang Ziqi pulled out her phone. She played a video for Xie Tang. In the video, a pitiful-looking cat, wearing an apron and holding a spatula, was cooking. It occasionally added salt and spices, making it quite amusing. This cat is so smart. I've even held it before. It belongs to my neighbor. Wang Ziqi said enthusiastically. Xie Tang watched the video, her expression slightly puzzled. For some reason, she felt a sense of familiarity with this cat. In a world like yours, this cat is indeed unique, but in the fire spirit realm, it wouldn't be much. In the fire spirit realm, some cats even develop intelligence, with wisdom equal to that of humans. Principal, do you think this cat has the potential to cultivate and become like us? Wang Ziqi asked. Difficult. Xie Tang shook her head. Our Xuantian sect doesn't have a cultivation method for non-human beings. What a pity. Wang Ziqi felt a bit disappointed, but then she looked up at Xie Tang and suddenly said, Principal, if you registered an account, you'd definitely get a lot of followers and become a huge online star. Oh, really? Xie Tang smiled gently, her star-like brows twinkling. This is the first time I've seen someone with brows like stars. Everyone else has sword-shaped brows, but you have star-shaped brows, Principal. That's so unique, Wang Ziqi said, her eyes shining. Xie Tang chuckled. My brows are nothing special. If you saw my senior sister, you'd find that some people's brows can even resemble turtles. What, turtles? That's so cool, Wang Ziqi exclaimed in surprise. When I master cultivation, I want to make my eyebrows look like the sun. Xie Tang looked at Wang Ziqi indulgently. If anyone else joked about her brows, she would have killed them with a sword. But Wang Ziqi was different. Xie Tang knew Wang Ziqi was naturally innocent and meant no harm. However, at that moment, her starry brows twitched slightly, and a hint of joy appeared in her eyes. Your neighborhood really is full of exceptional people. I've found 2 more gifted youngsters. Those 2 had talents that far surpassed even Wang Ziqi's. How could Xie Tang not be thrilled? This time, she had made an unexpected gain. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Xie Tang's gaze immediately fell on a pair of young people. There was a hint of excitement in her eyes. After all, the Xuantian sect had been in decline for too long. Even in the fire spirit realm, it was difficult to recruit good talents. Thus, she placed her hopes on this new world. Finding Wang Ziqi was an unexpected delight. Now, seeing 2 individuals with talents even higher than Wang Ziqi's, how could she not be thrilled? Especially since these 2 were also in Tianyu City. Tianyu City was Xuantian sect's source of recruits. Principal, you mean those 2? Wang Ziqi's eyes lit up with surprise. What a coincidence. I know them. They're refugees that Brother Qi Yuan brought back from the Wugui nation. Oh, who is Qi Yuan? Xie Tang asked casually, her gaze never leaving the pair. He's my neighbor, a good friend of my dad, and the owner of that viral cat. He's super handsome. Last time my best friend saw him, she even said she wanted to confess to him. But when Brother Qi Yuan came back last time, he married a super beautiful wife, and my friend cried her eyes out. As Wang Ziqi spoke, she was animated. Her best friend was the type who always fell in love. In middle school, she liked street thugs with motorbikes. In high school, she had a crush on the biology teacher. She probably would fall in love with a military instructor in college. Oh really, he's quite lucky to have picked up these 2 promising talents. Xie Tang didn't pay much attention to Qi Yuan. Her only concern was the 2 exceptionally talented mortals. However, after a while, her expression changed slightly. People from the Dushan sect, HMPH, and the carefree wanderer. She suddenly noticed someone she very much disliked standing beside the young pair. It was none other than Zhang Qingzhao of the Dushan sect. The other person was a famous rogue cultivator known as the carefree wanderer. This rogue cultivator was powerful, an old monster in the nascent soul stage. At this moment, the carefree wanderer was performing a spell, making a small bird appear out of thin air in his hand. The bird even held a fresh flower in its beak, looking quite adorable. HMPH, what is a friend from the Dushan sect doing in my Tianyu city? After watching for a moment, Xie Tang directly approached with Wang Ziqi. She looked at Zhang Qingzhao, her expression unfriendly, and her tone displeased. When Zhang Qingzhao saw Xie Tang, his eyes flashed with surprise, then turned indifferent. So it's the Turtle Star Fairy from Xuantian sect. Senior Carefree Wanderer happened to meet these 2 and wanted to take them as disciples, so I came to take a look. Oh, as for Tianyu, your junior brother lost to my junior brother, so why can't I come to Tianyu? Zhang Qingzhao's words were full of hostility. As expected, Xie Tang was enraged by Zhang Qingzhao's words. We didn't lose Tianyu. Zhang Qingzhao's smile grew wider. Since Star Fairy is here, why not have a duel today instead of waiting for another time? Maybe, Tianyu will fall into the hands of our Dushan sect. Xie Tang's face turned ashen. Zhang Qingjiao was the holy son of the Dushan sect, the strongest of the younger generation. Compared to him, Xie Tang was much weaker. Only her senior sister, Xie Xinsu, could overpower Zhang Qingjiao. Since her senior sister's disappearance, there had been a power gap in the younger generation of Xuantian sect, making them unable to compete with the Dushan sect. Thus, if Xie Tang were to rashly accept Zhang Qingjiao's challenge, it would be a humiliating defeat. In the face of this provocation, she could only grit her teeth and swallow her anger. Seeing this, Zhang Qingjiao's smile widened. If Senior Carefree Wanderer loses interest and doesn't want to take these two as disciples, then, it's our Dushan sect's turn. Unless our Dushan sect doesn't want them, only then will you have a chance. Zhang Qingjiao was confident and domineering, speaking as if he had already won. Xie Tang was at a loss for words, fuming with anger. But she understood that Zhang Qingjiao was deliberately trying to provoke her into fighting. If she lost, it would be a personal humiliation, but losing the sect's recruitment grounds would be unforgivable. At this moment, Aji, who had been quiet all along, held his sister's hand and looked at Zhang Qingjiao with determination. I've said before, I won't take him as my master, and I won't join this Dushan sect. Don't waste any more time on me, it's not worth it. Zhang Qingjiao was slightly taken aback, not expecting a mere mortal to speak to him like this. Displeasure arose in his heart. But he hid it well. Joining us will bring you unimaginable benefits. Power, wealth, beauty, anything you desire will be at your fingertips. I don't need those things. My life belongs to the master who saved me, Aji said firmly. Not to mention the master's kindness, even the master's strength was far beyond what these petty tricks could compare to. The master had asked for his blood. Then his blood belonged to the master. Little one, if you take me as your master, you'll be able to repay your master even better, the Carefree Wanderer said kindly. But remember, life is meant to be lived for yourself, to be carefree is what truly matters. Your master saved your life, and his kindness is indeed profound. But if you follow me and learn, it won't take you decades to repay him with a mountain of gold. Aji still shook his head firmly. Without Qi Yuan's consent, even the King of Heaven wouldn't change his mind. Seeing this, the Carefree Wanderer's eyes flickered with disappointment. His patience had run out, and he didn't like Aji's stubborn loyalty, which didn't align with his philosophy. What a pity, it seems we're not meant to be, the Carefree Wanderer sighed. Seeing this, Zhang Qingjiao felt pleased. It seemed it wouldn't be long before the Carefree Wanderer completely gave up on taking disciples. By then, wouldn't these two obediently join the Dushan sect? He certainly wouldn't be as lenient as the Carefree Wanderer. And if the Dushan sect couldn't have them, no other sect would either. White clouds rolled, light rain drizzled, and spring was in full bloom. Qi Yuan tasted the lips of the young girl, occasionally brushing aside her waterfall-like hair to draw closer. Each time, the golden canary, pretending to be Ning Dao, seemed unable to resist, perched on Qi Yuan's lap, as if wanting to push him away but also wanting to hold on tighter. It was unclear how much time had passed when the rain of passion finally subsided. The girl's lingering thoughts hadn't faded as she curled up in Qi Yuan's arms like a kitten, listening to his stories of the dead world. You should have spared the life of the River Shang Fish Maiden. Oh, why, didn't you say you wanted to find an awesome wife for Han Shanyan? I think she was pretty awesome. You have a point. Qi Yuan nodded in agreement. A fish-headed woman with a pair of jade feet was indeed quite something. Next time I enter a mission world, I'll keep an eye out and see if I can find a wife for Han Shanyan. Qi Yuan was always helpful. If he encountered someone suitable in a mission world, he'd help Han Shanyan arrange a marriage. Even though they might be separated by space and time, that wasn't Qi Yuan's concern. If their love was strong, they could meet even across the ends of the earth. Appearing at the end of the earth was fine, but showing up at the end of the sea might be a bit inappropriate. Of course, with Qi Yuan as the matchmaker, whether Han Shanyan and his awesome wife met wasn't something he needed to worry about. By the way, I brought back some stones and trees from the outpost, take a look. Qi Yuan held the canary and casually waved, throwing out the scrap materials he had picked up from the outpost. He wanted the canary to study these. He wanted to see if the canary could use them to enter the dead world. The canary's expression shifted from the light-hearted playfulness from earlier to a serious demeanor, taking on an aura unique to the Yin god. After a few dozen breaths, the canary's eyes revealed a look of surprise. The breath of time. Qi Yuan was also surprised. Anything involving time or space was usually complicated. The canary's divine domain involved time. Thus, as a grand venerable, the canary, relying solely on her divine domain, already stood at a high level among yin gods. As long as a mythical being didn't appear, she was invincible. It's a very strong breath of time. I am far from it. The canary's voice carried a hint of frustration, even worry. She was concerned that the dead world might harbor a terrifying entity, which could be detrimental to Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan, seeing the canary's concern, stroked her nose. It's just a game, nothing to worry about. HMPH, it's still frustrating. I want to get stronger. Why can't I just swallow a sun whole? Are you trying to steal my business? Qi Yuan laughed. No, I have to focus on my studies. I must crack this and enter the dead world soon. The canary said this as she got up, then changed into her school uniform. She looked full of energy, determined. Standing in front of the mirror, she examined herself and, through the mirror, looked at Qi Yuan. Blood bead, I'm off to school. Don't go. Qi Yuan smiled, knowing the canary's little scheme. Sure enough, the canary's face lit up with joy. The school was bombed by a bird with dynamite, no need to go. Qi Yuan said casually. Is that so? Then I'll stay. The canary didn't go to school after all. Having Qi Yuan back after nearly a year, how could she bear to leave him and go to school? In this world, nothing was more important than the blood bead. The two chatted, talking about everything and anything. As night fell, Qi Yuan took out his phone. After being away for nearly a year, I wonder if anyone tried to contact me. The canary was lying in Qi Yuan's arms, pretending to sleep, her long eyelashes looking lovely. Of course, Qi Yuan knew she was faking it. He scrolled through his phone. Even though he had been away for nearly a year, the number of messages he received could be counted on one hand. One was an offer to endorse a clothing brand, a women's brand called Chelsea that was planning to enter the men's market. They had seen him win the martial arts tournament and thought he had a good image, so they reached out for an endorsement. The last message was from 6 months ago. Qi Yuan didn't bother replying and deleted it right away. Besides, the brand name sounded too much like a shoe company. Another message wished him a happy birthday, from an unknown number. Qi Yuan was slightly surprised and called out. 01. Master, 01 is here to serve you. Outside the door, 01 stopped playing with the cat toy and stood respectfully. Seeing the toy fall, Xie Shinsu quickly grabbed the red feather in her mouth, as if afraid someone might take it away. Whose number is this that sent me the message? The number is 456. Qi Yuan gave the phone number to 01. Master, please wait. 01 will handle it for you. 01 began operating at full power, gathering all relevant information based on this phone number. A few minutes later, 01's voice came back. Master, all the information about the owner of this phone number has been packaged and sent to you. Please check. Qi Yuan quickly opened the file. The canary, who had been pretending to sleep, leaned over, curious about who sent Qi Yuan the birthday wish. Seeing the photo, Qi Yuan was taken aback. Isn't this my blind date, Xiao Mei? In the photo was a tall woman, quite attractive. Qi Yuan immediately recognized who she was. He had met Xiao Mei for a blind date at a KFC in Qin City, and she had even lent him 300,000 yuan. Xiao Mei was very kind, not only lending him money but also paying for the meal. Could she be wishing me a happy birthday to remind me to repay the loan? Qi Yuan felt a bit embarrassed. He hadn't planned on returning the money at first. Now that she was hinting at it, it would be quite socially awkward not to repay it. Oh, this is so unfair. Why does a mentally ill person have to pay back borrowed money? Qi Yuan complained as he continued reading the woman's information. No wonder she lent you money. She's the sister of your innate seed's body. Ning Dao said, tilting her head. The information showed that this woman was in the military, involved in undercover operations against Kanixing and other military tasks. She had another identity. She was the disciple of Qi Yuan's deceased parents from the innate seed's body. She was reassigned from undercover work before I won the championship. Qi Yuan continued reading the information. It was clear that the 7 Martial Stars family knew about the connection between this tall woman and Qi Yuan, so they transferred her from dangerous work to a cushy, well-paying, and powerful position. She even went to the dead world, and now, she's become a cultivator. Looking at the information, Qi Yuan found his sister's experience quite remarkable. Even before their blind date, she was part of the dead world. Moreover, unlike others in the dead world, she, like Qi Yuan, frequently lived in the real world. Recently, when the Immortal Tao descended, she even managed to join a cultivation sect, becoming a cultivator. This sister's background was quite intriguing. She's probably doing a mission in the dead world now. Qi Yuan put down the file, his expression calm. She learned cultivation methods and has a variety of means, so she should be fine. Ning Dao commented from the side. Yeah, let's hope her mission takes a while. The interest on 300,000 yuan in the bank would be substantial. Qi Yuan was still a bit pained about the money. If she returned late, he could delay the repayment and earn more interest. The canary chuckled, let's hope she meets a red staff demon butcher who takes her mission target away. Hearing this, Qi Yuan paused, his expression serious. If I took away her mission target, wouldn't that make me a villain? Huh, they've been in the mission world for a year. What if their credit cards have overdue payments? What if the debt collectors call their parents and they end up socially dead? Qi Yuan was deeply concerned. He always thought things through carefully. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Is it possible that the laws changed, and those lending companies went bankrupt? The canary pondered seriously. No matter the topic, she could always keep up with Qi Yuan's train of thought. Qi Yuan nodded in agreement. You have a point, so, whether it's fortune or misfortune, it's not my doing, maybe it's just fate. So, whatever you do, it won't be wrong. The canary's beautiful eyes seemed to sparkle with stars. You too. Qi Yuan was also good at being a repeater. He opened up other chat apps. There were all sorts of useless messages, as well as some holiday greetings from acquaintances. Among them, a former classmate had sent a message 7 months ago, "Are you there? I'm a bit short on cash, old friend." Then, after a day's gap, late at night, the same person sent another message. "You're really so realistic. I didn't really mean to borrow, just wanted to reconnect with an old classmate, just asking." Then, there was a long, dramatic message. And then, 7 days later, another late-night message arrived. "In urgent need, short on funds for a bit. For the sake of our years of friendship, could you lend me some money? Not much, just 30,000. Seeing these messages, Qi Yuan was speechless. What on earth is this? He grumbled a bit, then directly blocked and deleted this classmate. He continued scrolling through his social media apps. Suddenly, a private message caught his attention. "Canary, do you think this person has a crush on me?" Qi Yuan showed the phone to the canary. The canary's drowsy eyes suddenly widened, her earlier sleepiness replaced by excitement. "Let me see, I'll help you judge." On Qi Yuan's phone, there was a private message. The message was received on the day Qi Yuan had registered his marriage with the canary and Xiao Jia. Back then, Qi Yuan had shown off a bit and then left it alone. But it turned out there was another message. The message was simple. "Congratulations, and happy wedding." Just 6 short words, but Qi Yuan seemed to see through the screen that the sender was sad, forcing a smile. They must have a crush on me, otherwise, why would they spend money to send me a private message wishing me a happy wedding? Sigh, it's tough being so charming. No matter where I go, there are always some fangirls. Qi Yuan's expression was calm, almost annoyed. After all, he was a bit of a social phobe. But his looks and charm were impossible to hide. What if he became a viral sensation? How annoying. Haha, maybe it's not a fangirl, but a fanboy. The canary clicked on the person's profile picture, looked at their previous videos, and made a judgment. A guy. Qi Yuan was stunned. A crafty little pretty boy, how terrifying. This isn't Shu, so why would I encounter something like this? Qi Yuan felt unlucky. His sexual orientation had always been very normal. Alright, let's not talk about this. Canary, give me some spiritual energy. I want to quickly break through to the nascent soul stage. At this point, Qi Yuan's gaze fell on the canary's moist lips. For Qi Yuan, the martial path couldn't be neglected, and naturally, neither could the immortal path. He wanted to improve his strength in all aspects. After all, it would all feed back into his true self. Even though he hadn't put much effort into cultivating the immortal path in this game, the increase in realm still benefited him greatly. Even though his nascent soul here couldn't easily kill myths like in the Kanglin realm. But slaying a purple mansion cultivator would still be easy. Okay. The canary looked at Qi Yuan, her white neck swallowing slightly, as she leaned in closer to him. Sweet, heavenly spiritual energy, accompanied by her little fragrant tongue, slipped into Qi Yuan's mouth. Qi Yuan closed his eyes and instinctively wrapped his arm around the canary's waist. No wonder everyone loves cultivating immortality, who could refuse this feeling? That night, Qi Yuan held the canary close and officially stepped into the nascent soul stage. 2 days later, Qi Yuan opened his eyes, a look of joy in them. All the nascent souls have finally appeared. At this moment, he looked inward at his own body, where over 4,000 nascent souls had formed. These nascent souls were all condensed in the mortal heart realm. Unfortunately, this game body of mine is too weak to fully harness the power of these nascent souls. Qi Yuan had long realized that his in-game self was akin to his soul. To put it in simpler terms, it was his soul. But this soul was somewhat different, almost indistinguishable from an ordinary person. And each time he entered a new world, it was always very weak. So, Qi Yuan only referred to it as his spirit. The nascent soul was different from the stellar golden core. The stellar golden core was suspended in the universe, and as long as there was enough spiritual energy in the body, its projection could be sent out at any time. The nascent soul was different. Its power was too overwhelming. If he sent it out, his spirit wouldn't be able to withstand it. So, these nascent souls currently couldn't be converted into his combat power in this world. However, Qi Yuan's eyes deepened with thought. This world is truly a large-scale breeding ground for gods and demons. Previously, with Uqi, and later with the Aji siblings found in the Wugui nation, both had special bloodlines. Qi Yuan could send out his nascent souls, in the form of grandpa and grandma spirits, to inhabit their bodies. As they grew stronger, Qi Yuan's nascent souls would gradually fully awaken, eventually restoring to their original state, and even advancing further. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Zaihua Residential Area, Tianyu City. Unlike the Junan residential area, the people living here were either wealthy or influential. In one of the spacious apartments, Wu Qi was wearing a white bathrobe, her brow furrowed. Shaoqi, why be so proud? That's a legendary cultivation sect. Although it's a small sect, for those of us on Gongxing, aren't they all true divine courts? My cousin used to be just an ordinary girl working as a server in a milk tea shop, earning 3,000 yuan a month. But now, after being found to have a cultivation talent and joining the Hunsha sect, her name was given its own page in the village genealogy. Do you understand what that means? To put it bluntly, you used to be a star with some status and fame, but compared to these cultivators, weren't you just an entertainer? Now that you have talent, why not join the Hunsha sect? Even if it's just as an outer disciple, it's not something everyone can get into. Once you join, my cousin can help you, and you'll have a limitless future under her guidance. The manager's voice was incessant, never-ending. Wu Qi found it headache-inducing. The Hunsha sect was a small sect, with only one golden core elder in the inner sect. It recruited disciples from various places in Qinyuan, and had a bit of a reputation. Many with talents that didn't qualify them for major sects like the Tianquan sect would choose to join mid-sized sects like the Hunsha sect. But even for these smaller sects, not just anyone could get in. Wu Qi's talent wasn't high, but it met the minimum requirement. Combined with the fact that this manager's cousin had become an official disciple of the Hunsha sect, the manager wanted Wu Qi to join and become her cousin's follower. Lu Jia, my situation is more complicated. I don't want to force this, Wu Qi said firmly. Shaoqi, I know you're still thinking about that Mr. Qi. You want to climb into his bed and become a noblewoman. But times have changed. You need to be an independent and strong woman. If you join the Hunsha sect, you'll be nobility. That Qi Yuan, at most, is a count. In the eyes of cultivators, what's the difference between him and a large ant? The manager advised earnestly. Back then, you were a small-time celebrity, so it made sense to crave his power. But now, times have changed. He's just one of the masses now. Don't waste your youth on him. Wu Qi was speechless. She couldn't reveal Qi Yuan's true identity. At this moment, a famous quote came to her mind, and she said, "In the past, I was a frog at the bottom of the well, seeing Mr. Qi as the sun and moon. Now that the immortal path has revived, I see Qi Yuan as a mayfly seeing the vast sky. What has he done to bewitch you like this?" The manager's voice was filled with disappointment. At that moment, the doorbell rang. "I have a visitor. I'm hanging up now." Wu Qi quickly hung up, feeling puzzled as to who could be visiting her so late at night. Could it be a close friend? Thinking this, she walked to the door and looked through the peephole. Seeing the face on the other side, Wu Qi's expression immediately filled with joy. Mr. Qi, standing outside, was none other than Mr. Qi. He had actually returned. But, why was he here to see her? Without any hesitation, Wu Qi opened the door, her expression full of delight. Mr. Qi, what brings you here? As a cool breeze passed by, making her shoulders feel a bit chilly, she suddenly realized she was only wearing a bathrobe. Her face turned red instantly. My hearing is pretty good. Just now, the wind carried some voices saying you wanted to get into my bed. Ah, she was just talking nonsense, that's not true. Wu Qi quickly explained. At that moment, she felt incredibly nervous, her heart pounding as if the world was becoming a bit hazy. It's good if it's a misunderstanding. I'm a married man. Qi Yuan sat down inside the house, finally getting to the point. I came here because I need a drop of your blood. A drop of blood? Wu Qi was startled, not clearly understanding what Qi Yuan meant. If this had been when they first met on the cruise, Wu Qi might have hesitated slightly, then willingly offered herself to get close to Qi Yuan. But now, she didn't dare. Hey, pay more attention. I said a drop of blood. Do you remember when I first rode in your car? We agreed, your blood belongs to me. Qi Yuan needed a drop of Wu Qi's blood as a medium to store a nascent soul. Wu Qi finally understood, the misunderstanding resolved, and she felt embarrassed enough to dig her toes into the floor. Mr. Qi, please take it, Wu Qi said, extending her finger. She was curious about what Qi Yuan wanted with her blood. But since she had already placed her bets on Qi Yuan, no matter what, she would comply. Her delicate finger stretched out, and a flash of red light appeared in Qi Yuan's eyes. A thin line cut across Wu Qi's finger, and a drop of blood fell, landing in Qi Yuan's palm. Qi Yuan's hand seemed to have a hole in it. The drop of blood seeped in. At that moment, Qi Yuan closed his eyes. He was sensing which nascent soul was destined for Wu Qi. After about 10 seconds, Qi Yuan opened his eyes. Wu Qi stood quietly by his side, puzzled. Remember when I said I'd send you a grandmother? Well, this time, I'm sending you 5 grandmothers. Wu Qi blinked in confusion. They are the 4 heavenly kings, Dhritarashtra, Viradaka, Virapaksa, and Vaisravana. And one more, Yueliao. Surprisingly, these underdeveloped twins need to be separated. Qi Yuan muttered to himself. The 4 heavenly kings were his earliest forces from Qingshui village, with Dhritarashtra being Wang Wenqi, the granddaughter of the Tianbao Venerable. Yueliao was a twin sister deity that Qi Yuan encountered in the ancestral land of an ancient clan. The older sister was cold, while the younger sister was more free-spirited. This time, the younger sister didn't stay with her elder sister, which surprised Qi Yuan. But he was also astonished. Wu Qi looked like she was just over 170 centimeters tall, yet her blood was strong enough to bear 5 grandmothers. Who are they? Wu Qi was confused, not quite understanding. They are my old acquaintances, you could say my people. Qi Yuan explained. Wu Qi's heart tightened. They were Mr. Qi's acquaintances. She was puzzled. Could they be remnants of the cultivation world? They are also my nascent souls. They died in battle long ago, and now, in dormancy, they will reside within you. They can also guide your cultivation and help you become stronger, Qi Yuan said softly. There was nothing to hide. Wu Qi's heart skipped a beat. She had heard the term nascent soul. Could it be that Mr. Qi's acquaintances were all nascent souls? Those were nascent soul cultivators. By now, Wu Qi wasn't ignorant. Since the 3 realms descended upon Gongxing, and the revival of the Immortal Path, she had gained some understanding of cultivation realms. Nascent soul cultivators were regarded as gods. Like the demonic cultivator with the 10,000 souls banner, who could easily slaughter an entire city alone. If not for the activation of the Eye of the Sky, who could have stopped him? Such terrifying beings, as mighty as gods, were the ancestors of entire sects. The heads of the 7 martial stars families had to treat nascent soul cultivators with respect. If Mr. Qi's acquaintances were nascent souls, then he must also be a nascent soul, or even something more. Don't worry, they'll only guide you and won't harm you. As for the price you have to pay, it's just that drop of blood. Qi Yuan waved his hand. A drop of blood emerged from his palm. This drop of blood was Wu Qi's, now imbued with 5 nascent souls. However, ordinary people wouldn't notice anything unusual about it. This is the blood you just gave me. Drink it, and it will reside within your soul. As your soul grows stronger, they will gradually awaken. That's it for here. I must be going. Qi Yuan was very busy. He still had over 4,000 nascent souls inside him. He needed to find grandchildren and granddaughters for those nascent souls. Don't worry, Mr. Qi. I'll treat them as my own grandmothers. Wu Qi responded excitedly. With guidance from 5 nascent souls, what was the Hunsha sect compared to that? It was just a sect with a golden core ancestor. Good. If they awaken, I'll ask if they want to accept you as their granddaughter. Goodbye. Qi Yuan watched as Wu Qi swallowed that drop of blood. Then his figure disappeared. Inside the room, Wu Qi stood dumbfounded for several seconds before she sat down on the sofa, her face filled with ecstatic joy. After about an hour, she felt refreshed after receiving the cultivation method. During that hour, she had closed her eyes, resting, while fragmented information flowed into her mind. It was a divine cultivation technique, incredibly profound. At this moment, she was sure it wasn't a dream but reality. 5 grandmothers, 5 nascent souls. She sat on the sofa in a daze for a while, then made a phone call. Lu Jia, I've recognized 5 grandmothers. Huh. ... This won't do, I have too many nascent souls. In his room, Qi Yuan was filled with worry. He had sent over 100 nascent souls to the origin place, a few to the Agi siblings, and now several to Wu Qi. But there were still many left. How about a global recruitment? Ning Dao was eating cake, her white fingers covered in cream. She licked it off with her little tongue while offering Qi Yuan a suggestion. You have a point. Qi Yuan nodded. 4,000 nascent souls were indeed a lot. The potential of the origin place hadn't been fully tapped, but further digging required completing new tasks. Qi Yuan had no idea when the next task would come. So now, his focus should be on Gongxing. There were many people on Gongxing. Who knew, there might be many like the Agi siblings and Wu Qi with special talents. Sigh, with the development of modern civilization, people's family ties have become increasingly distant. It seems I need to send grandfathers and grandmothers to the people of Gongxing, so they can feel the warmth of family. Qi Yuan made up his mind, and a plan began to form in his mind. Ning Dao, after you finish your cake, take me to the capital. I want to meet the 7th prince. Okay, Ning Dao quickly agreed. Take your time, don't choke, there's no rush. Qi Yuan looked at Ning Dao with a doting expression. In the royal palace, the 7th prince stood tall in his royal attire, looking refined and courteous. Standing before him was a bearded elder. This elder was from the Tianyuan sect, a senior elder. The Tianyuan sect, originating from the fire spirit realm, was more powerful than both the Do Shen sect and the Xuantian sect. It was the true overlord of the fire spirit realm. According to legend, the founding ancestor of the Tianyuan sect, in his youth, found a mysterious stone. This stone could avert disaster and predict fortune and misfortune. With this stone, the Tianyuan sect ancestor advanced smoothly in the cultivation world, eventually reaching the Yinshan stage and ascending to the higher realm. The stone could not be taken to the higher realm and was left in the Tianyuan sect. When the passage between the fire spirit realm and Gongxing opened, this stone played a crucial role. The Tianyuan sect specialized in divining the secrets of the heavens. 7th Prince, the Tianyuan sect wishes to establish the Dozhuan Tianyuan formation with no ill intent, the elder said with a hint of pleading in his voice. Elder Wang, I trust the Tianyuan sect's good intentions. But setting up the Dozhuan Tianyuan formation all over the world, our royal family cannot make that decision. The 7 martial stars families are not of one mind, so we cannot agree to such a request. Besides, Qinyuan and the ancient Wu kingdom have always been rivals. Even if we agreed, they would refuse. If they agreed, we would oppose it. The 7th prince's words clearly indicated a firm refusal. After all, establishing the Dozhuan Tianyuan formation across the globe was akin to setting up military bases in various countries. Although the Tianyuan sect claimed the formation was only for observing heavenly secrets and divining the stars, how could they believe that? What if it was part of a grand array, set to seize control? Hearing this, Wang Kaixiang's face darkened. 7th Prince, the Tianyuan sect has no selfish motives. Our Tianyuan sect's treasured Tianyuan stone has predicted that within 1,000 years, this world will undergo significant changes, possibly even affecting the fire spirit realm. That's why we are making early preparations, setting up the formation to face the great calamity. Wang Kaixiang's words were sincere. What he spoke of was indeed what the Tianyuan stone had revealed. That's why he was so eager to establish the Dozhuan Tianyuan formation to prepare for the crisis. But on Gongxing, the most powerful countries were Qinyuan and the ancient Wu kingdom. Without convincing these two countries, the formation could not be established. 1,000 years is too far off, the seventh prince said, shaking his head, then added apologetically, I'm sorry, Elder Wang. At that moment, a uniformed man hurriedly entered. Seeing him, the seventh prince's expression changed. After hearing what he said, his face lit up with excitement. Mr. Qi has arrived, why didn't you bring him here right away? No, I'll go personally to greet him in the main hall. After speaking, the seventh prince, in his eagerness, seemed to forget about Wang Kaixiang, hurrying out of the hall. Left in the hall, Wang Kaixiang looked on in puzzlement. Mr. Qi, is he a cultivator? He had met the seventh prince several times, who had always shown respect to cultivators. But he had never seen the prince lose his composure like this. Moreover, the seventh prince had met him only in a side hall. Meetings between the 10 nascent souls and the leaders of the 7 martial stars families also took place in the side hall. Even a nascent soul ancestor visiting the royal family wouldn't qualify for a meeting in the main hall. Yet this Mr. Qi was going to the main hall. Are there any nascent soul ancestors with the surname Qi in our 3 realms? Wang Kaixiang wondered, perplexed. He decided not to leave. He would wait and secretly observe this so-called Mr. Qi to see what kind of divine being he was. Meanwhile, outside the royal hall, the seventh prince hurriedly ran, his eyes filled with delight. Mr. Qi, sorry to keep you waiting. Seeing Qi Yuan, he acted as if he was meeting a deity. Especially with the peerless beauty that Qi Yuan held close, who was terrifying in her own right. Most importantly, he had learned that Qi Yuan had married 2 wives. His admiration for Qi Yuan grew even deeper. Even a terrifying figure like Ning Dao, who easily obliterated the eye of the sky, was willing to serve Qi Yuan. It's fine, I came here because I need your help with something, Qi Yuan got straight to the point. Oh, please, tell me, Mr. Qi. The royal family is your most loyal servant, always at your service. The seventh prince said earnestly. I want to bring more love to this world. I want to send grandfathers and grandmothers to some people in this world. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Qi Yuan stood in the grand hall, his expression calm, his voice carrying a persuasive tone, making him appear almost like a divine being. His words seemed to convey the benevolence of a saint who empathizes with all of humanity. Those present had various questions pop into their minds as they heard him. ? The seventh prince maintained a respectful and humble demeanor, saying, Mr. Qi is right. This world is too chaotic, filled with endless killing and oppression. Starting today, our royal family will advocate for the cessation of all wars. As for Mr. Qi's plan to provide grandfathers and grandmothers to the people, the royal family fully supports it and is willing to go to any lengths to assist. For the seventh prince, his first response to Qi Yuan's statements was always that Mr. Qi was right. Your royal family is quite perceptive, Qi Yuan praised, then laid out his entire plan. My robot, 01, will be fully dedicated to creating a website over the next few days. This website will be called Grandpa Delivery, and the reason it's not called Grandma Delivery isn't due to feminist concerns but because Grandma Delivery might lead to misunderstandings about our site's purpose. I need this website to be publicly available to the citizens across the country. I need your royal family to help advertise it, preferably during prime time slots. Oh, and make sure it's mentioned during the weather forecast. There's no problem with that, the royal family can handle it. The seventh prince responded without hesitation. As for Qi Yuan's purpose, he didn't inquire further. Could he even ask? A strong figure like Qi Yuan could do whatever he wanted. And there's one more thing. After the website is promoted to people globally, they will need to send a drop of their blood to me. I will then screen the submissions. Those who are suitable will receive a grandfather or grandmother. Those who are not will still receive my love, and I'll even call them grandson or granddaughter. Qi Yuan explained seriously. If the blood was deemed suitable, a grandparent would be delivered. If not, well, Qi Yuan would still fill their lives with love by calling them a grandchild. The seventh prince immediately understood that this was going to be a massive undertaking. The potential impact could be far more significant than the Tianyuan sect's plan to establish the Dozhuan Tianyuan formation. After all, giving one's blood to a mysterious cultivator was inherently dangerous. Mr. Qi is right, but what if some people are unwilling to give their blood? The seventh prince asked, completely on Qi Yuan's side. I have no money. If they're unwilling, then it's just not meant to be. Qi Yuan shrugged. He wasn't about to pay people for their blood. After all, he didn't even have enough money to buy the entire planet of Gongxing. Besides, where in the world do people get both grandparents and money? The royal family is willing to provide some funds to assist Mr. Qi, the seventh prince said, gritting his teeth. We'll also reserve some funds in the national treasury to support Mr. Qi. If they were going to do something, they had to do it well. The seventh prince had already thought of offering financial incentives. Anyone who sent their blood through official channels would receive a 500 yuan subsidy. 500 yuan might not mean much to wealthy individuals, but it would certainly attract a lot of people from lower income backgrounds. As for the wealthy, they might not care about the subsidy and might not bother with it at all. So, you're saying this will mostly attract people who need money. By the way, does Qinyuan have more rich people or poor people? Qi Yuan asked casually. He didn't care too much about the specifics of the process as long as the results were satisfactory. According to statistical data, there are more people with fewer assets. As long as there are more people, go ahead with your plan. Sigh, I'm such a good person, not only giving people grandparents but also giving them money. Qi Yuan said with pride, feeling like a truly generous person. Ning Dao stood beside Qi Yuan, looking at him with adoration. It seemed as if whatever he did brought her happiness. Finally, Qi Yuan looked at the seventh prince and said, if the blood is suitable, the grandparents or grandmothers I send will be a gift of immortal fate. Immortal fate? The seventh prince's heart raced. In a side hall, Wang Kaixiang had a perplexed expression. The previous champion of the martial arts tournament, Qi Yuan. Just moments ago, he had secretly stepped out of the side hall to take a look at the guest. Using powerful search tools, he was surprised to find that the man was a local from Gongxing and the previous champion of the martial arts tournament. This surprised him. Why would the royal family treat a mere local, even if he was the champion of the martial arts tournament, with such importance? His strength is quite ordinary. He watched the video of the final match in the martial arts tournament. In the video, Qi Yuan punched his opponent into a mist of blood. That punch was indeed beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. Martial arts do have their merits, but this level of strength isn't even close to the foundation establishment stage. Wang Kaixiang found it all very strange. If this had been before the revival of the immortal path, a powerful martial artist like Qi Yuan might have drawn the royal family's attention. But now, with so many strong cultivators around, what was special about Qi Yuan? However, given the seventh prince's attitude towards him, it might be worth getting in touch. Perhaps through him, I can persuade the royal family to agree to the Dozhuan Tianyuan formation. Since he couldn't directly convince the royal family, he would try alternative methods. Meanwhile, in the main hall, Qi Yuan and the seventh prince discussed the details of the plan. The plan is perfect, now it just needs to be implemented. Qi Yuan looked at the seventh prince, his eyes filled with approval. The seventh prince was quite capable, having added helpful suggestions to Qi Yuan's plan and filling in any gaps. The royal family will fully support it. Alright, I'm looking forward to your good news. I must be going now, goodbye. After speaking, Qi Yuan glanced at Ning Dao, who immediately understood. She embraced Qi Yuan, and they disappeared in an instant. 7 days later, in a private room of a restaurant in Tianyu City. The deep red wooden table exuded a faint exotic fragrance, and the transparent wine glasses were filled with a golden yellow liquid that seemed like divine nectar. The carefree Xiaoyao-sanren sipped his wine, his expression relaxed. Holding a wine glass, Zhang Qingjiao looked at the man in black robes sitting across from him, his eyes filled with wariness. After carefully choosing his words, he said in a soft voice, your plan is indeed tempting, but Doshen sect has only just gained a foothold in Qinyuan. We don't want to stir up trouble. The man with double pupils sitting across from Zhang Qingjiao was a member of the demon race from Canixing. You're being so cautious because you fear the eye of the sky. But without the eye of the sky, what is there to fear about Qinyuan? I'm sure you don't want a group of mortals to lord over his cultivators. Mentioning the eye of the sky made Xiaoyao-sanren pause, and Zhang Qingjiao's expression stiffened as well. They both greatly feared the eye of the sky. Could it be that you have a way to deal with the eye of the sky? Zhang Qingjiao looked at the double-pupiled man, unable to resist asking. From the double-pupiled man's tone, it seemed he had a solution for the eye of the sky. Zhang Qingjiao found himself somewhat agreeing with the double-pupiled man's sentiments. After all, they were cultivators, yet they were being oppressed by mortals. This would be unthinkable in the fire spirit realm. Mortals were nothing more than servants, to be killed at will. Yet here, they had to lower themselves and interact with mortals as equals. Though the Eye of the Sky is powerful, Qinyuan isn't the only place on Gongxing with an Eye of the Sky. The double-pupiled man's eyes gleamed with amusement. The ancient Wu Kingdom. Zhang Qingjiao immediately understood where the man was from. On Gongxing, there were two major nations, Qinyuan and the ancient Wu Kingdom. Qinyuan's people were similar to those in the cultivation world, while the ancient Wu Kingdom had a more alien-like population. The three cultivation worlds had spatial nodes in Qinyuan, which is why they only interacted with Qinyuan so far, while contact with the ancient Wu Kingdom was still ongoing. I can barely be considered a part of the ancient Wu Kingdom. If you're willing to assist me, the ancient Wu Kingdom will go to war with Qinyuan. At that time, the Eye of the Sky in Qinyuan will be dealt with by the ancient Wu Kingdom. We will also need you to cooperate with us in containing them, the double-pupiled man said, laying out his plan. The existence of Qinyuan had always been an obstacle to Kangxing's ambitions. Recently, Qinyuan had experienced internal strife, with 13 Eyes of the Sky falling, reigniting the ambitions of Kangxing's war faction. Are you from Kangxing? Zhang Qingjiao asked. It was no secret that Kangxing was backing the ancient Wu Kingdom. Yes, the double-pupiled man nodded. He was indeed from Kangxing, but not entirely. His true allegiance was to the myriad demon realm. Of course, he wouldn't tell Zhang Qingjiao that. How could an outsider like Zhang Qingjiao, who had just arrived on Gongxing, know all of this? Zhang Qingjiao's eyes flickered with thought. I still need to report this to my patriarch before giving you an answer. Hearing this, the double-pupiled man's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. From that response, he knew today's plan was as good as sealed. I look forward to your good news, the double-pupiled man said with a smile. To celebrate the success of our plan, I have a small gift for you. With a wave of his hand, 2 drops of golden liquid appeared. Xiaoyao Sanren and Zhang Qingjiao's breaths suddenly became rapid. This is heavenly fang demon blood. It's a treasure even for nascent souls, only obtainable from powerful demons. Xiaoyao Sanren's eyes sparkled, his breathing becoming ragged as he desperately wanted to consume the heavenly fang demon blood. Heavenly fang demon blood was refined from the essence blood of powerful demons. This blood not only strengthened a cultivator's body but also enhanced their spirit. More importantly, if lucky, a nascent soul cultivator could awaken a divine ability. This blood was incredibly precious. A small gift, nothing more. The double-pupiled man was generous. After all, compared to ancestral blood, this was a trivial expense. Xiaoyao Sanren and Zhang Qingjiao accepted the heavenly fang demon blood, struggling to contain their joy. The two exchanged a glance, understanding each other. Zhang Qingjiao then leaned closer to the double-pupiled man, speaking softly. With such a generous gift, we are willing to reciprocate. Oh, the double-pupiled man responded, intrigued. Zhang Qingjiao continued, a few days ago, Xiaoyao Sanren discovered a pair of teenagers in this region and took a liking to them, wanting to take them as disciples. However, those two were short-sighted and didn't recognize an immortal when they saw one. Originally, Xiaoyao Sanren was just playing around, acting on a whim. But recently, he noticed something unusual about these two teenagers. They not only possess spiritual energy and the fluctuations of magical power, but they also seem to have. Zhang Qingjiao proceeded to tell the double-pupiled man about the recent occurrences surrounding the Agi siblings. We suspect that within this boy's body, lies the remnant soul of a mysterious cultivator. That mysterious cultivator was likely extraordinary, at least a nascent soul, perhaps even a purple mansion. If we were to perform a soul search, we would surely gain something valuable. Though it may not be as precious as heavenly fang demon blood, it's still a rare find. For the past few days, Zhang Qingjiao and Xiaoyao Sanren had been observing the Agi siblings, noticing the anomaly within them. They were almost certain that a powerful cultivator's remnant soul was residing within the siblings' bodies. Xiaoyao Sanren and Zhang Qingjiao were tempted by this, but they didn't dare act hastily, wanting to learn more about the remnant soul's origin before making a move. Now, with the arrival of the double-pupiled man, they decided to join forces. With the double-pupiled man on their side, their chances of success increased significantly. After all, a mere remnant soul, even if it belonged to a purple mansion cultivator in life, would be no match for the three of them. This gift interests me greatly. The double-pupiled man's eyes sparkled. The presence of a mysterious cultivator's remnant soul on Gongxing was highly unusual. After all, Gongxing had only been connected to the three realms for less than a year. If the mysterious remnant soul was native to Gongxing, it might be related to the ancestral blood. If he could learn something about the ancestral blood through a soul search, it would be a huge gain. In that case, let's join forces to capture and divide the spoils. Zhang Qingjiao proposed. Agreed, the double-pupiled man nodded. Xiaoyao Sanren didn't hesitate either and quickly nodded. In the past, Xiaoyao Sanren had adhered to his philosophy of carefree living, wasting time with the Aji siblings to align with his Tao of freedom. But the potential rewards were too great, and sometimes, it was better not to be so carefree. However, Xiaoyao Sanren frowned as he spoke. I heard that the Aji siblings, master has some ties to the military nobility. If we act recklessly, could it cause trouble? After all, Xiaoyao Sanren was a rogue cultivator. He still vividly remembered what happened to that nascent soul demon cultivator. This world had eyes of the sky. No need to worry, just an ordinary noble, not even a member of the 7 martial stars. They won't concern themselves with this. Besides, we'll move quickly, kill the Aji siblings, and then eliminate the Qi Yuan. We can easily make it look like an accident, can't we? Zhang Qingjiao had already thought this through. A little trickery to make Qi Yuan's death appear as a heart attack wouldn't even raise suspicions among the nobility. To these cultivators, anyone not from the 7 martial stars families was no different from a mere mortal. However, at that moment, in Junan residential area, Ning Dao, who had been eating watermelon, suddenly raised an eyebrow. She looked over at Qi Yuan, her eyes flashing with a playful glint. Husband, I just overheard someone plotting to kill you. What? Qi Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. Who's so bold as to break the law like this? Qi Yuan felt truly innocent. He had always been kind-hearted. Recently, he'd even been busy bringing warmth to the world. Yet someone wanted to kill him. He felt deeply wronged. Let's go see who's got such wicked intentions. Qi Yuan was visibly excited. All right, originally wearing a camisole, Ning Dao now donned an elegant black dress, covering herself modestly. She embraced Qi Yuan, and they vanished in a flash. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Let's drink this wine and then go capture the remnant soul. Zhang Qingjiao said with a look of joy and a hint of arrogance. This trip to Tianyu City had been quite fruitful. Not only had he obtained the rare treasure, Heavenly Fang Demon Blood, but he was also on the verge of seizing a significant opportunity. Cheers! The three men, all in high spirits, downed their drinks in one gulp. But at that moment, a calm voice suddenly echoed in the private room. Oh dear, it seems someone dares to plot my murder. The unexpected voice caused all three men to change their expressions. Their spiritual senses immediately extended, trying to locate the source of the voice, their spiritual energy surging to its peak in alertness. As the voice fell silent, 2 figures materialized in the private room. One was a handsome man, holding a coldly beautiful woman in a black dress. The man's face clearly showed anger, while the woman's expression was icy, carrying an air of coldness that made it clear she wasn't someone to be trifled with. However, when her gaze fell upon the man beside her, it was filled with affection and adoration. Upon seeing the two, Xiaoyao Sanren's eyes narrowed. He couldn't detect the strength of either person. The demon man also became extremely wary. For some reason, he felt an odd sense of familiarity with the two newcomers. Zhang Qingjiao quickly bowed and said, Senior, is there some misunderstanding? I am Zhang Qingjiao of the Doshen sect. He mentioned his sect to make the mysterious cultivator hesitate. There's no misunderstanding. My wife was at home eating watermelon when she suddenly overheard someone planning to kill me, so she brought me here, Qi Yuan said lazily. Ning Dao's eyes glinted with amusement as she added, husband is right. I heard someone talking about killing, Qi Yuan. At this, a trace of killing intent flickered in Ning Dao's eyes. Hearing this, the demon man from the myriad demon realm suddenly realized something, and his face changed dramatically. Divine hearing. You must be a yin god. Anyone who reaches the yin god realm possesses the ability known as divine hearing. Within a certain range, if someone mentions the name of a god or talks about them, the god can sense it. So, in the presence of a yin god, ordinary cultivators wouldn't dare to speak their name or badmouth them behind their back. Previously, they had casually mentioned Qi Yuan's name, even setting up a soundproofing formation in the room, yet they were still overheard. If this wasn't divine hearing, what was it? However, something about this situation was strange. Divine hearing usually involved hearing one's own name. So why did this woman hear the name, Qi Yuan? Typically, the one being heard should be the person foremost in the god's mind. Shouldn't that be themselves? A deity. Xiaoyao Sanren and Zhang Qingjiao were utterly stunned when they heard this. The woman beside Qi Yuan was a yin god. Deity, please forgive us. This is all a misunderstanding. Zhang Qingjiao immediately fell to his knees. If the other party had been a nascent soul cultivator, he might have only been wary, not deeply afraid. But a yin god, that was on par with the founding patriarch of Doshen sect. Before such a powerful being, he could only kneel. Xiaoyao Sanren also didn't hesitate and quickly knelt down. It's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Are you saying my wife misheard? Qi Yuan's anger flared. He fully trusted Ning Dao's words. No, Zhang Qingjiao was panicking, unsure of how to explain. After all, they truly had harbored murderous intent towards Qi Yuan. But who would have thought that Qi Yuan's wife was a yin god? Why hadn't she ascended to the higher realms? Why stay in the lower world? Master, he's already introduced himself. Now it's your turn, Qi Yuan said, looking at the double-pupiled man and Xiaoyao Sanren. He had taken note of the Doshen sect's name. The sect's name was a bit arrogant, so he figured it needed to be put in its place. He wanted to see what kind of backing these other two had. They were bold enough to plot against him, so he didn't believe they had no one supporting them. I'm just a rogue cultivator, Xiaoyao Sanren said. And I am also a rogue cultivator. One truth and one lie. No matter, Qi Yuan said, shaking his head. Either way, you all must die. Please, spare us, senior. Zhang Qingjiao pleaded desperately, but as Qi Yuan spoke, his expression changed drastically. He's bluffing. He can't possibly be a yin god. In that moment, Zhang Qingjiao burned all his energy, unleashing his most powerful technique. Xiaoyao Sanren understood that their only chance was to strike with everything they had. The two of them radiated intense spiritual energy, shining brightly. Zhang Qingjiao was already at the golden core stage. Xiaoyao Sanren, on the other hand, was a legendary false nascent soul expert. When the two attacked, their power was astonishing, enough to obliterate an entire street. Seeing this, Qi Yuan yawned. They're so adorable when they're angry, just like my cat when it puffs up. When someone is too weak, their anger seems cute in the eyes of the strong. They're just too cute. As Qi Yuan observed their attack, he extended his fist. As the saying goes, strength breaks all techniques. At this moment, he didn't use any magical techniques but relied solely on his physical strength. The combination of martial arts and the cultivation path had enhanced Qi Yuan's physical body to a terrifying degree. There was no need for any magical arts or even vital energy, just pure physical strength. Zhang Qingjiao and Xiaoyao Sanren seemed to be drawn to his fist like metal to a magnet. Boom! It was like a watermelon smashing into a hammer. Their heads hadn't even touched Qi Yuan's fist before they shattered like watermelons. Their bodies were like ragdolls, blood-red stuffing bursting everywhere. But that wasn't just stuffing, and it wasn't merely blood. On a larger scale, it was clear that this punch directly knocked the souls out of Zhang Qingjiao and Xiaoyao Sanren. They're just too cute. Qi Yuan retracted his hand, and two bodies lay on the ground. The double-pupiled man was trembling all over, his entire body shaking. Do you have a brother with a supreme bone? Qi Yuan asked. And no, the double-pupiled man replied, still confused but answering truthfully. No, Qi Yuan sighed in relief. Then why aren't you cute? With a wave of his hand, the double-pupiled man fell dead on the spot. Qi Yuan was now holding a pair of eyes. He sighed, recalling a famous saying, and couldn't help but murmur, double pupils are an invincible path, why seek another's bones? At Doshen Tower, located amidst the mountains of Fenghai City. This mountain had been renamed Doshen Mountain. The tower stood 40 stories high, completely out of place with the surrounding mountains and trees. It stood out prominently. Doshen Tower was originally the most prosperous building in Fenghai City, located in the city center. The patriarch of Doshen sect had taken a liking to this tower and had, with great power, uprooted it and moved it to Doshen Mountain, making it the sect's base on Gongxing. This feat had been live-streamed at the time, watched by countless netizens who marveled at it, calling it 666. As a result, Doshen sect's fame in Qinyuan country far surpassed that of other sects. After all, other sects hadn't been as flashy as Doshen sect. This feat also brought a continuous stream of disciples seeking to enter Doshen sect. The mountain was teeming with people, all there to apprentice themselves and learn the ways of cultivation. At that moment, Shenyang stood inside Doshen Tower, looking like a lowly figure, dressed in clothes washed so much they had faded. Whenever someone passed by, he couldn't help but hunch over slightly. This was a habit he had developed after years in society. "Your talent is ordinary at best, just barely low grade," said a young man who had arrived, his expression arrogant, carrying the haughty demeanor of a cultivator. "You didn't pass the entrance test." "Thank you for informing me, senior," Shenyang said, his face filled with bitterness and his eyes showing disappointment. He had spent several hundred yuan to come to Fenghai City, waiting in line on Doshen Mountain since midnight, only to receive such results, leaving him deeply disheartened. It seemed he truly was worthless. He couldn't earn money, and now he didn't even have the talent for cultivation. His life seemed hopeless. But the young man's tone suddenly changed. "A senior brother has taken a liking to you. He thinks you're hardworking and is willing to give you a chance to follow him as a sword slave." "A sword slave?" Shenyang gritted his teeth, his expression conflicted. The word, slave, carried obvious connotations. In the sect, such a role was akin to a servant disciple, easily killed by their master with no one to intervene. Opportunities like this don't come often. With your low-grade talent, you wouldn't even qualify as a servant disciple in other sects. The young man continued, "It's only because that senior brother sees potential in you that you're getting this opportunity." In reality, most of what this young man said was a lie. Shenyang's talent was actually good enough to meet Doshen sect's entry requirements. However, that senior brother had taken a liking to him and had arranged for an elder to handle the situation, leading to this moment. The young man had deliberately misrepresented Shenyang's talent to force him into becoming the senior brother's servant disciple. Shenyang thought about his elderly parents and his long life of disappointment. But before he could finish, the young man interrupted, "Don't be so quick to agree. Becoming a sword slave isn't easy. After all, your talent is very low. You'll just need to donate 1 million Qin yuan coins, and you can become the senior brother's sword slave. Don't think a million is too much. Once you become a cultivator, you'll earn it back in a year. By the look of you, you probably don't have much money, but you must have a house in the city, right? Sell the house and invest in cultivation. It's a surefire win." The young man seemed certain that Shenyang would agree, so he directly mentioned money. After all, he had used this tactic several times before, and it had never failed. The wealthy didn't mind a million. The middle class might hesitate but would still go for it. As for the poor, they would go to any lengths to ensure their children's progress. But to his surprise, Shenyang's expression became resolute after hearing this. "Sorry, I don't have money. I guess this isn't meant to be. It seems I have no fate with cultivation." He could tolerate other things, but asking for money was out of the question. It wasn't just about whether he had a million, the money he had saved was meant for his parents' retirement. The path of cultivation was fraught with danger. If he spent the million on himself only to die, what would happen to his parents? They wouldn't even have money for their old age. So, he refused outright. The young man was taken aback by this unexpected response. "Shenyang, you should think carefully about this. There won't be another opportunity like this. After this, you'll be cut off from the path of cultivation." "I've thought it through. No money." Shenyang's response was straightforward. The young man's eyes flickered with malice. If that was the case, Shenyang wouldn't be leaving Doshen sect alive. After all, if Shenyang went to another sect for a talent test and exposed what had happened here, it would be troublesome. "Looks like you have no fate with our Doshen sect," the young man said, feigning regret as he patted Shenyang on the shoulder. A special scent was transferred from his hand to Shenyang's body. The young man had marked him, planning to deal with Shenyang personally once he was a safe distance away. After all, in such a large mountain as Doshen Mountain, what's the harm in a few deaths? Even if something did happen, the sect would cover it up. After parting ways with the young man, Shenyang walked out of Doshen Tower, feeling dejected. The sun outside was glaringly bright. He pulled out his phone, intending to book a ticket home. If he was quick enough, he could still make it back to deliver takeout in the afternoon and evening. He might as well earn some money if he could. But just as he unlocked his phone, a message suddenly caught his eye. He clicked on the video message, and his expression froze. "Do you lack love? Do you lack care? Have you gone a long time without seeing your grandfather or grandmother? The voice in the video had an oddly compelling quality. Shenyang immediately thought of his grandparents. However, they had both passed away when he was very young. Today, you won't be alone. Grandpa Delivery Network is offering a grand opening promotion. Anyone who participates in our Grandpa Delivery activity and meets the requirements will receive one or more grandfathers or grandmothers. If you don't meet the requirements, Grandpa Delivery Network will generously call you grandson or granddaughter. When he heard this, Shenyang found it utterly baffling and even suspected it was some kind of prank. But when he heard the words, grandson, and granddaughter, his expression suddenly changed. Because the voice was all too familiar. Isn't that him? About a year ago, Shenyang had stumbled upon an account that seemed to belong to a cultivator. The cultivator had posted a video featuring 3 marriage certificates. At that time, the video had included the man's voice, simply stating, "We got married." Shenyang had followed that account, even splurging on a hefty tip, mustering the courage to leave a comment. Unfortunately, he never got a reply. Back then, he had watched that video over 100 times, and the young man's voice was unmistakable. Now, this warm, caring voice offering to call people grandson or granddaughter was the same one. His heart started pounding. He quickly opened other apps to search for Grandpa Delivery Network, only to find that all major apps and platforms, even the splash screens of games, were advertising the launch of Grandpa Delivery Network. He took a deep breath. He saw that the top trending topics were also about the launch of Grandpa Delivery Network. Meanwhile, those young people who had come to join Do Shen sect clearly saw the news about the Grandpa Delivery Network and were abuzz with chatter. Hey, what's with this Grandpa Delivery Network? Is it a hacker's prank? Delivering grandfathers? That's too weird. Doesn't make any sense. It's a bit absurd. Even Qin Yuan TV is broadcasting it. Has the world finally gone mad like I imagined? Are they making fun of us? What's the deal with delivering grandfathers and grandmothers? Feels like a scam. They want us to send in our blood samples. Could it be some aliens collecting our DNA? I think some old bigwig from the 7 Martial Stars is having health issues and needs a match, so they're collecting blood types globally. Otherwise, why would such a stingy country suddenly offer us a 500 yuan subsidy? They've finally stopped pretending. As soon as Grandpa Delivery Network went live, it sparked widespread discussion, with all sorts of speculations and doubts. No one knew what it was all about. At that moment, Shenyang, holding his phone, felt a sense of excitement. He faintly sensed that this might be an opportunity. After all, the person he had followed back then was clearly no ordinary man but a cultivator. He had existed even before the 3 realms had descended. And most importantly, based on his few words, Shenyang didn't think he was a villain. Otherwise, why would he have kindly informed people that the cultivation methods had been sold out? Should I give it a try? Shenyang wondered. After all, this didn't require 1,000,000 yuan. At worst, it might cost him his life. But it could also give him a chance to embark on the path of cultivation. That was certainly better than spending 1,000,000 yuan to become a sword slave in Do Shen sect. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Shenyang was excited. This guy is actually last year's martial arts tournament champion. On the homepage of the Grandpa Delivery Network, there was a small line of text introducing its founder, Qi Yuan, the champion of last year's martial arts tournament. Shenyang remembered that champion well, the one who blew up his opponent with a single punch. However, back then, the circulated videos were scarce and blurry, and Shenyang hadn't gotten a clear look at Qi Yuan's face or even recognized his voice. So I go to a designated hospital, get my blood drawn, and send it in. Shenyang opened the website and immediately saw that several hospitals in Fenghai City were accepting blood donations for submission. Without hesitation, Shenyang prepared to leave right away. Initially, he thought about renting an electric scooter to ride down the mountain, but then he decided to spend a little more money and take a taxi. He stood at a street corner, waiting to hail a ride, when a familiar voice called out to him. Shenyang, where are you going? Shenyang turned around to see a familiar figure. It was the young disciple from Do Shen sect he had met earlier. I'm heading to the hospital to send my blood to Grandpa Delivery Network, Shenyang blurted out instinctively, his eyes filled with suspicion and caution as he looked at the young man. Why is the Immortal Master here? Shenyang couldn't help but ask. A glint of killing intent flashed in the young man's eyes. Just out for a casual stroll. At that moment, a voice filled with joy rang out. It seems the Grandpa Delivery Network is doing well. Already, someone is sending in their blood. This world truly lacks warmth and love. As the voice fell, a young man dressed in a blood-red robe appeared, his face adorned with a bright smile. His features were handsome, and his smile seemed to dissipate the world's evil, as refreshing as a spring breeze. This man in the blood-red robe was, of course, Qi Yuan. After leaving the realm of death, he had asked Ning Dao to help him conceal the killing intent that clung to him. Now, ordinary people wouldn't sense the intense murderous aura emanating from him. When Qi Yuan appeared, Shenyang froze for a moment before his face lit up with joy. You're Qi Yuan, the founder of Grandpa Delivery Network. Qi Yuan nodded, unsurprised. It seems the Grandpa Delivery Network is running well. Just running into someone randomly, and they meet the qualifications. Hey, brother, do you need a grandpa? How about I give you one right here and now? Qi Yuan enthusiastically promoted his grandpa service. Shenyang was thrilled. Yes, I need one. Mr. Qi, when you got married last time, I even sent you a message congratulating you. Shenyang seized every opportunity to get close to Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan's expression shifted slightly. So, you're that guy who secretly admired me. I'm straight, and my sexual orientation is normal. Shenyang was confused, not understanding what Qi Yuan meant, and he hurriedly explained. Mr. Qi, you misunderstood. My sexual orientation is normal too. At that moment, the young disciple from Doshen sect frowned and glanced at Qi Yuan before saying coldly, Brother, I have important matters to discuss with Shenyang. He was still in a rush to kill him and didn't want Qi Yuan delaying his plan. Seeing that Qi Yuan was ready to chat with Shenyang for a while, the young man couldn't help but speak up. Shenyang looked at the disciple in confusion. Immortal Master, I no longer wish to join your sect, so I don't think there's anything left to discuss, is there? He was politely declining. He had already sensed that something was off about this disciple's sudden appearance. When I say there's something to discuss, there is. Since the young man had started cultivating, he had become arrogant, looking down on mortals. His tone carried an air of unquestionable authority. At that moment, Qi Yuan turned to the young man, his expression calm. You're not very compassionate, are you? This guy here lacks love, he's missing a grandpa, and I'm offering him one. Are you really going to get in the way? The young man's killing intent intensified. He scanned his surroundings and spoke with icy coldness. You want a grandpa? No problem, I'll send both of you to hell to meet your grandpas. With spiritual energy surging through him, the disciple of Doshen sect was filled with murderous intent, intending to kill both of them on the spot. Qi Yuan's expression changed slightly at the young man's words. Grandpa Delivery Network, well, if that's how you interpret it, it does make sense. Good people get grandpas, bad people get sent to hell to meet their grandpas. Crazy. The young man roared and immediately attacked Qi Yuan. A little appetizer before wiping out your sect sounds nice. Qi Yuan casually threw a punch. The young man's eyes were filled with disdain. A weak mortal dared to throw a punch at someone who had stepped onto the path of immortality. In the next instant, a cloud of blood appeared out of nowhere. The young man was instantly turned into a cloud of blood by Qi Yuan's punch. 10 minutes later, at Doshen Tower, the bustling crowd continued to grow. Tens of thousands of people had come seeking to join Doshen sect. They waited in long lines under the scorching sun. Some paid extra to skip the line and get tested immediately. Suddenly, a blood-red light streaked across the sky. The sky turned crimson, as if a blood-red curtain had covered the heavens. Everyone waiting to join the sect instinctively looked up. What's happening? Why has the sky turned red? Is it bleeding? When strange things happen, something bad is usually behind it. Honestly, it feels kind of cool. The red curtain replaced the sunlight, bathing everyone's faces in crimson light. The oppressive heat of the sun had vanished. Does this look like one of those TV moments when someone comes to challenge the sect? There was a buzz of chatter in the crowd, some excited to see what would happen, others fearful. The atmosphere became tense. At that moment, a burst of intense white light shot up from the top of Doshen Tower. A lotus flower, as large as a small mountain, emerged from the white light. The white lotus was crystalline, pure as jade, like a celestial artifact. It soared into the sky and, as if touched by a spring breeze, bloomed. Countless petals shot upwards, colliding with the blood-red curtain. Waves of immortal spells and spiritual energy clashed against the blood-red sky. For a moment, the sky was bathed in both red and white, as bright as daylight. Whoa, is this real? This is stunning. Special effects don't hold a candle to this. Despite the onslaught of countless petals, they were unable to break through the blood curtain. A deep, ancient voice rang out at that moment. I am Sheng Do, the true monarch of Do Shen sect. Which fellow Taoist has come to my sect? Why not show yourself? An elderly man with white hair appeared atop Do Shen Tower, his figure ethereal, draped in golden robes. Seeing this man, the crowd erupted in excitement. It's the sect master. The sect master is here. Do Shen sect will be fine. That's the sect master. He's a nascent soul cultivator, so powerful, like a deity. Many onlookers gazed in awe and reverence at Sheng Do, the true monarch of Do Shen sect. Not long ago, Sheng Do had moved the entire Do Shen Tower to Do Shen Mountain, and videos of the feat had gone viral. Many people had begun to worship Sheng Do as a god. Now, seeing him in person, their excitement was palpable. At that moment, a crack appeared in the blood-red curtain, and a figure dressed in a blood-red robe emerged. This figure stood in midair, wearing a red mask that concealed his face. But judging by his clothes and demeanor, it was clear he was a villain. The hearts of the onlookers were in their throats. The disciples and elders of Do Shen sect, however, were invigorated. With the sect master here, who would dare challenge them? Seeing the newcomer, Sheng Do squinted. Taoist, your aura is unfamiliar. Why do you trouble my Do Shen sect? He mulled over countless possibilities, trying to discern Qi Yuan's origins, but it was all a blur. He was puzzled. Do Shen sect hadn't provoked any powerful enemies lately. The wind blew, rustling the blood-red figure's robe. The man spoke, his voice as melodious as a song. Clearly, he had concealed his true identity. Your Do Shen sect has a bad name. His words sent shockwaves through the crowd. The disciples of Do Shen sect were enraged. This guy is insane. He didn't even bother with an excuse, just came to make trouble. He's definitely a demon. Sheng Do true monarch remained calm despite Qi Yuan's words. The name Do Shen sect was chosen by our patriarch in accordance with the Tao. What's wrong with it? If it were a good name, your sect wouldn't have provoked me. Your sect is called Do Shen sect. Do Shen means, fighting gods. Now that I, a god, have arrived, are you not going to fight me? Your sect's name offends me. You could have called it anything else, but you chose, Do Shen. Isn't that a direct challenge to me, the god? Change the name quickly, and maybe I'll spare you. Qi Yuan's voice was cold, filled with authority and murderous intent. A coward who hides his face dares to call himself a god. Sheng Do scoffed inwardly. And how am I not a god? Qi Yuan blinked under his blood-red robe. Do you want me to show you proof that I am a god? If you acknowledge my divinity, you can change your sect's name and save yourselves. Hey, this true monarch would like to see what kind of god you are. Sheng Do floated in midair, growing more wary. Suddenly, a small red booklet appeared in front of him. Sheng Do was momentarily taken aback. Is this booklet proof of divinity? With another gust of wind, the red booklet flipped open. Sheng Do's expression froze as he clenched his teeth in anger. Mental illness certificate. The words inside the red booklet read, Mental Illness Certificate. See, am I not a god? Your sect's name provokes me. Change it now, and you may have a chance to live. Otherwise, you'll end up like Zhang Qingzhao, who badmouthed me behind my back, dead. At that moment, many elders and deacons within Do Shen Tower had also seen the words inside the red booklet. Their expressions ranged from shock to disbelief to amusement. A mental illness certificate? Damn, this guy's mocking us. He thinks a mental illness certificate can serve as proof of divinity. They finally understood. This person had come to make trouble, and, being a god, was just an excuse. Sheng Do, the true monarch, was now furious, his eyes brimming with killing intent. I haven't killed someone at my level in over a century. It seems, today will be a bloodbath. Qi Yuan hovered in midair, looking puzzled. What, you don't recognize me as a god? Are you discriminating against me because of my profession? Are you biased against people with mental illness? Why can't someone with mental illness be a god? Qi Yuan was furious. In this day and age, when everyone was supposedly equal, people were still discriminating against those with mental illness. So, having a mental illness disqualified him from being a god. The news spread quickly to the crowd, leaving them stunned. A god's proof is a mental illness certificate. I brought binoculars for fun, but now I'm actually using them. It's really a mental illness certificate. Mental illness makes you a god. This guy is crazy. It's clear now, he's just looking for an excuse to mess with Doshen sect. He's acting like a demon. The crowd was abuzz with discussion. Suddenly, a voice filled with killing intent reverberated through the scene. If you've come to make trouble, Taoist, just say so. Do you find it fun to toy with me? Sheng Do's eyes burned with fury. Doshen sect's cultivation centered around the word, do, or, fight. In the fire spirit world, Doshen sect disciples, even those in the chi refining stage, would go to the mortal world to train. This training involved fighting and slaughter, sharpening their battle instincts. As a result, every disciple of Doshen sect was steeped in killing intent. In the fire spirit world, Doshen sect was even considered a demonic sect. As a young man, Sheng Do had become infamous for wiping out an entire town of 30,000 mortals while only at the third stage of chi refining, which earned him a place as a true disciple. Even after advancing in his cultivation, he had continued to uphold the principles of fight and slaughter. Unlike many cultivators who only focused on personal growth, Sheng Do was an experienced fighter, often battling opponents stronger than himself. Although he was only at the mid-nascent soul stage, he could even hold his own against late-stage nascent soul cultivators. In the fire spirit world, Sheng Do was considered a top-tier powerhouse. He was confident that he could defeat this intruder. Not to mention, he had brought with him a powerful treasure left behind by their patriarch, one that could kill even Purple Mansion cultivators. This realm, with its large population, was perfect for Doshen sect's philosophy of fight and slaughter. Today, I will show the world that Doshen sect cannot be insulted. A powerful aura erupted from Sheng Do as lotus flowers bloomed in his hands. The flowers rapidly multiplied, covering his entire body in an instant. At the same time, outside the blood curtain, a wandering nascent soul cultivator saw the spectacle and gasped. Sheng Do's strongest divine ability, Million Saint Lotus. This technique targets the soul directly. Its power is immense, and even late-stage nascent soul cultivators would hesitate to face it. He's truly enraged. This nascent soul cultivator, a rogue, had noticed something unusual at Doshen sect and had come to spy. Several other rogue cultivators stood nearby, watching in awe. I never thought I'd witness a battle between nascent soul cultivators. If Qi Yuan had seen them, he would have commented on how dedicated these NPC-like spectators were, coming all the way out here to provide commentary. But at this moment, Qi Yuan wasn't paying attention to them, his focus was on Sheng Do. I must say, your sect is quite sensible. You go straight for the big moves. Otherwise, I'd have to kill all your servants, then your outer disciples, then inner disciples, true disciples, deacons, elders, grand elders, it'd never end. Going straight to the sect master is much more convenient. I can crush you with one slap. I, as a god, will send you to meet your grandpa. Qi Yuan was quite pleased with himself, feeling that his words were very clever. That last sentence had a double meaning. My grandpa's still alive, but you can go meet yours. Sheng Do roared. Countless lotus flowers shot towards Qi Yuan. In the sky, the lotus flowers exploded in a dazzling display, like a sea of blooming flowers. Qi Yuan stood in midair, his blood-red robe billowing in the wind. Recently, my wife taught me a new move. This seems like a good chance to try it out. 10-kill Overlord Punch. Qi Yuan threw a punch straight down towards the earth. At the same moment, the blood curtain in the sky descended, as if the heavens were shattering and crashing towards the ground. This punch was a technique Ning Dao had created based on the bloodthirsty killing intent within Qi Yuan. He had further modified it. The 10-kill Overlord Punch was true to its name. It was an indiscriminate attack, but with a filter. Anyone who had slaughtered more than 10 humans would die from this punch. In the sky, the blood curtain morphed into a fist. Endless bloodthirsty energy swirled and surged. One punch. Straight down. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. A punch, without discrimination, directly struck the mortal world. The speed of this punch was not particularly fast, but its power was immeasurable. Many of the Golden Core elders of Doshen sect were utterly shocked. A demon. This is definitely a demon. He's here to destroy the sect. Sect master, kill him. True monarch Sheng Do's face, however, was filled with even greater shock. The spiritual energy within him poured out as if it was endless, and his heavenly lotus divine ability surged toward the blood-red sky. For a moment, the sky was divided into red and white. Anyone who trespasses upon Doshen sect shall die. Those who slander this god shall be killed without mercy. The 10-kill tyrant fist was not open for debate. This punch contained traces of both immortal divine powers and martial arts techniques. The killing intent, which Ning Dao had concealed and restrained, erupted at this moment, gathering into a single punch. This punch, like a Zerg queen seeking its kin, honed in on its target. Crack! True monarch Sheng Do's divine ability shattered instantly. The intense killing intent of the 10-kill tyrant fist surged toward his eyes and ears. In an instant, he heard the cries of ghosts and wolves, and saw countless corpses and skeletons piled up like mountains. True monarch Sheng Do was known for his decisiveness in battle, but even he had never witnessed such a sea of corpses. Blood uncontrollably gushed from his ears, mouth, and nostrils. At this moment, he no longer resembled a powerful cultivator, but an ordinary, frail old man. His face was filled with disbelief and fear. What kind of monster are you? I am a god, a great god. Qi Yuan once again threw out his red certification. True monarch Sheng Do was bewildered and powerless. He couldn't understand why such a powerful and mysterious figure was playing games with him using a mundane, mortal certificate. Before he could ponder further, the terrifying 10-kill tyrant fist pierced through his body and shot toward the ground. Boom! The punch landed, blood shadows appeared, and killing intent boiled. The elders and stewards inside Do Shen Tower felt as if the end of the world had arrived. Anyone who has killed 10 mortals shall die. Qi Yuan's voice resonated, like the voice of a god. In an instant, more than 90% of the elders, stewards, and disciples of Do Shen sect were enveloped in killing intent. Behind each of them, a small blood curtain appeared. This blood curtain acted as a marker, drawing the 10-kill tyrant fist toward them. The bodies of the elders and disciples in the building began to explode one after another, like firecrackers. Even when they used all their magic power, they were still powerless to stop it, and could only be obliterated by the punch. Even among the mortals who had come seeking to become disciples, 8 of them were killed by the 10-kill tyrant fist. The crowd was shaken, and chaos erupted. In just a few breaths, Do Shen Tower was like a hellish furnace, rising into a dense mist of blood. The elders and disciples of Do Shen sect who survived were less than 1%. Standing under the blood-red sky, Qi Yuan was calm. He muttered to himself, the sects in this game are still too weak. Not as good as the Light Palace, at least there, I had to write essays and carefully plan things out. Though, I must admit, not having to eat beef does feel nice. At this moment, Qi Yuan's eyes, behind his mask, swept over the remaining survivors. Anyone, mortal or cultivator, who was touched by his gaze felt a chill in their hearts. Outside the blood curtain, a wandering nascent soul cultivator trembled violently. What kind of realm is this? Is it the Purple Mansion? But it doesn't seem like it. This isn't a fundamental divine power. If it's not a fundamental divine power, how can it have such strength? True monarch Sheng Do was as strong as a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, yet he couldn't even withstand a single punch. His heart was in turmoil, filled with shock, confusion, and fear. The Do Shen sect, which had existed for millennia, was wiped out in an instant. The blood-robed man spoke again, his voice calm but filled with divine authority. I am a certified god. Any other cultivation sect that dares to challenge the authority of a god like Do Shen sect will be annihilated without mercy. His voice boomed, reaching the ears of tens of thousands of mortals present, as well as those of the wandering cultivators. The nascent soul cultivator who heard this became frozen, then bitterly muttered to himself, what a domineering god. He destroyed Do Shen sect as a warning to us outsiders. This nascent soul cultivator thought deeply. This god must be a native of Gongxing. After emerging from seclusion, he found many new cultivators on Gongxing and acted decisively to assert his authority and dominance. The matter of the sect's name being wrong, or him having mental illness, were just excuses. Such a powerful being must have deeper motives. By destroying Do Shen sect, he was sending a message to the other sects. It seems we cultivators will need to keep a low profile. The nascent soul cultivator gave one last, deep look at the scene before disappearing without a trace. Half a day later, in a great hall, several figures flickered, their auras concealed. The leader, shrouded in a black robe, concealed his face. What are your thoughts on the destruction of Do Shen sect? The black-robed man asked, his voice hoarse, as he gazed at the others, both men and women, whose identities were also hidden. These cultivators were all nascent soul cultivators from the 3 realms. The destruction of Do Shen sect had alarmed all corners, and they had all emerged from seclusion. That person isn't from the three realms. He must be a native. His actions were likely meant to establish dominance, said a female nascent soul cultivator, her tone calm, as if she was completely unshaken. To destroy a sect to establish dominance, how tyrannical. His strength should be equivalent to that of the Purple Mansion. Someone added. At this, all the cultivators' expressions changed. The Purple Mansion realm was almost the pinnacle of the lower world. In a typical cultivation world, a cultivator who reached the Purple Mansion realm could rule an entire world. Beyond that was the Yin God realm, which allowed one to ascend to the higher realms. The three realms were interconnected, and communication between them was possible. In the past few millennia, as spiritual energy had dwindled, Purple Mansion cultivators had become legends. Nascent soul cultivators were already considered the peak. Now, encountering a Purple Mansion cultivator, how could they not be shocked? True monarch Shengdo died too easily. If he had brought his sect's ancestral treasure into this world, how could he have been killed by just a mere Purple Mansion cultivator? Said a man in green robes, his tone cold. These sects had all been founded by Yin gods who had ascended to the higher realms. These ancestors had left behind treasures to protect their sects. Even when faced with a Purple Mansion level threat, they still had the means to fight back. The black-robed leader continued, with him around, our plans may have become more complicated. Silence fell over the group as they pondered their next steps. The cultivators of the three realms had not come to Gongxing to spread enlightenment. They had other, far darker motives. We cannot afford to fail with the Heavenly Revolution plan. The new world must come into being. A female cultivator coldly declared, her voice filled with killing intent. The spiritual energy in the three realms was depleting rapidly. If things continued, even nascent soul cultivators would eventually cease to exist. The group of nascent soul cultivators had come up with a plan, the Heavenly Revolution, to change their fate. In the three realms, there existed a vast secret realm known as the Heavenly Revolution world. The core of the Heavenly Revolution plan was to drain the spiritual energy from both the three realms and Gongxing, channeling it into the Heavenly Revolution world to create a new cultivation realm, rich in spiritual energy. This new world would be dominated by their sects. As for the three realms and Gongxing, they would be the sacrifices. The plan was already in motion in the three realms, and they just needed to finalize their arrangements on Gongxing. Now that the spiritual energy on Gongxing was beginning to revive, they couldn't let it go to waste. We need to carry out the Heavenly Revolution plan discreetly. We must not provoke him, another added. Yes, focus on the task at hand. Let him have his moment. In a few hundred years, he'll realize how powerless he truly is, said another. Anyone who obstructs the Heavenly Revolution plan must be eliminated. The group reached a consensus. They decided to temporarily leave Qi Yuan alone. Once their plans were complete, they would deal with him. A Purple Mansion cultivator's body would make excellent fuel to enrich the spiritual energy of the Heavenly Revolution world. At that moment, a female cultivator with a curvaceous figure spoke up. It seems that Tianyuan sect's Heavenly Yuan Stone has detected our Heavenly Revolution plan. Recently, they've been asking the royal family of Gongxing to set up the Heavenly Shift Yuan formation to gather more information. In fact, this was a misunderstanding. Tianyuan sect had detected a potential crisis facing Gongxing, but it was unrelated to the Heavenly Revolution plan. However, the female cultivator mistakenly believed that their scheme had been discovered. Tianyuan sect could pose a problem. I have a pawn within Tianyuan sect, and they've provided important information. Tianyuan sect has already made contact with their upper realm ancestor, who seems quite interested in Gongxing. In roughly 100 years or so, their ancestor is expected to descend, the black-robed leader said. What? A Yin god descending? The group was shocked, and their hearts grew heavy. They had ancestral treasures that could deal with Purple Mansion-level cultivators, but in the face of a Yin god, all their tricks and schemes would be laughably weak. According to my information, it could be as soon as 100 years, or as late as 200 years, but Tianyuan sect's ancestor will definitely descend into this world. Is your information reliable? Someone asked. Absolutely. My pawn within Tianyuan sect has confirmed it. In that case, we must complete the Heavenly Revolution plan within 100 years. Another cultivator declared. The destruction of Do Shen sect caused a massive uproar. Especially since their ancestor had once famously resisted Do Shen Tower, shocking the world. And now, their powerful sect was wiped out by a mysterious figure carrying a mental illness certificate, and with just one punch, no less. Not only that, but the entire Do Shen sect had been annihilated. The world was left in shock. Even those who considered themselves above the rest of society, like those with mental illness certificates, now feared this unknown force. No one dared provoke it. The world buzzed with discussion about the downfall of Doshen sect. For the first time, the people of Gongxing truly felt the cruelty of the cultivation world, where entire sects could be wiped out in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the Grandpa Delivery Network, with its mission of spreading love and bringing warmth to the world, was gaining tremendous momentum. Countless blood samples were being sent to Tianyu. Qi Yuan busied himself selecting people with good fortune, gifting them a grandpa or grandma. As for those without such fortune, Qi Yuan wasn't stingy either. He recorded personalized voice messages for them. Granddaughter, Grandpa is with you. Grandson, Grandpa is still here. Everyone who accessed the Grandpa Delivery Network and sent their blood sample received one of these two voice recordings on their phones. As for why the messages weren't gender-specific, it was because Qi Yuan didn't assume anyone's gender. What if a guy had a delicate body, soft hands, and turned out to be a bit of a femboy? Within a year, the Grandpa Delivery Network flourished and then quickly quieted down. After all, those who were willing to send their blood had already done so. As for those who didn't want to participate, Qi Yuan didn't force them. After all, there were many people, and he could always find more grandchildren for his nascent souls. Moreover, in the world of the ancestors, there were still plenty of dead ancestors waiting for him to resurrect. It seemed like he didn't have enough nascent souls to go around. In just a few years, the Grandpa Delivery Network faded from public attention and was gradually forgotten. Most people only received a customized voice message and a small payment of $500. As for what the Grandpa Delivery Network really did, very few people understood. Those who had received a grandpa or grandma, however, were overjoyed and kept their newfound relatives a secret. Time passed, like rain on the sea, or seasons of pear blossoms blooming and fading. The world moved on, and many years passed. On Gongxing, more and more people began to accept the existence of cultivators. The Cultivation Alliance was established, and cultivation academies were founded one after another. As for martial arts, it became a niche practice. One by one, martial arts schools closed their doors, replaced by small independent cultivation schools. Even though martial artists were in decline, the martial arts tournament still continued to be held. However, the participants were mostly old men, people who had been left behind by the changing times. They lacked the talent for cultivating immortality but stubbornly clung to the passions of their youth. The martial arts tournament became even more niche, shrinking within an already small community. Whenever the finals came around, barely anyone bought tickets. The martial arts tournament was even mockingly referred to by some as fighting the retirement home. For years, the champion of the tournament remained the same person. His name was Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan, the reigning martial arts tournament champion, had earned the nickname Old Man Slayer. As time passed rapidly, Qi Yuan's opponents in the tournament aged alongside him. Young people had long since turned to cultivating immortality, with no one willing to stick with martial arts. Martial arts became a sanctuary for the elderly. Each martial arts tournament consisted of Qi Yuan fighting old men and old women. The outcome was never in question, Qi Yuan was always the champion. How could those old men and women stand a chance against Qi Yuan? The martial arts tournament slowly faded into obscurity as the spiritual energy on Gongxing grew more abundant. However, undercurrents were also building. But these changes had little to do with Qi Yuan. At this moment, Qi Yuan was completing tasks in the world of death energy. In that world, Qi Yuan had made quite a name for himself, earning the title, Blood-Clad Madman. Yes, much like his previous moniker, the Blood-Clad Sword God. Why was he called the Blood-Clad Madman? Because every time he entered a mission world, he would first be taken away by the mission's target, and then proceed to slaughter demons. He would travel across the world, killing demons wherever he found them. This brought both joy and frustration to those who were tasked with completing missions alongside Qi Yuan. The good news was that they didn't have to do any work and could treat it like a leisurely tour. The bad news was that they had no idea when the blood-clad madman would finish slaughtering all the demons in the mission world. They might be stuck there for a long time. In one particular mission world, the number of demons was so overwhelming that the blood-clad madman spent 5 years killing them all. This also meant that his companions had to wait for 5 years. One mission participant even ended up having a child while they were stuck in the mission world. At this moment, in the mission world, amidst a large forest, tall and straight cedar trees stretched out, with many pine needles scattered on the ground. Ahead was a graveyard that seemed to have no visitors. However, the graveyard was remarkably clean, clearly maintained by a caretaker who regularly swept the grounds. A young man in green robes yawned, looking relaxed. As he ate a piece of watermelon, he muttered under his breath. "I've been guarding this grave for 3 years now, and still no one has come to pay respects. If no one comes, how am I supposed to slaughter their entire family?" Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. This mission issued by the base was quite special. It resembled the story of Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai in some ways, though mainly in the relationships between the characters. The goal for the mission takers was to protect Zhu Yingtai and ensure that he wasn't killed by Ma Wenkai, while also tracking down Ma Wenkai. Qi Yuan used Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai as a comparison because, in this story, Ma Wenkai was a horse demon. After entering the game world, the first thing Qi Yuan did was arrest Zhu Yingtai. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Qi Yuan knocked her out and then stuffed her into a sack. Of course, Qi Yuan was a kind person who took the detainees' feelings into account and never forced them to do anything against their will. So, before knocking out Zhu Yingtai, Wang Yuanyu, Qi Yuan thoughtfully brought out several sacks and asked her which color she liked. It could be said that Qi Yuan was quite democratic and considerate. Ultimately, after Wang Yuanyu chose a black sack, Qi Yuan carried the unconscious Wang Yuanyu and traveled 1,000 miles. He killed and slaughtered, almost wiping out the demons of this world. After killing all the demons, Qi Yuan finally went to find the horse demon's lair. Naturally, the horse demons were no match for him, and he slaughtered them all. As for Ma Wenkai, Ma Longhen's demonic family, Qi Yuan exterminated them entirely. The only regret was that Ma Longhen had disappeared without a trace. To find Ma Longhen, Qi Yuan used a two-pronged strategy. First, he had someone impersonate him and create the demon suppression court to search for Ma Longhen. At the same time, Qi Yuan secretly had someone bury Ma Longhen's family under the name of the Holy Right Church. The Holy Right Church was a small religious group that advocated for the peaceful coexistence of humans and demons, promoting harmony with nature. The majority of the church's members were human. During the war between humans and demons, when the human race was in decline, the church spread the message that humans should cease resisting to achieve peace with the demons. After the Holy Right Church buried Ma Longhen's family, Qi Yuan applied through special channels to become the cemetery's caretaker. He sat there, waiting for Ma Longhen to come and pay his respects to his demonic relatives and parents. Unfortunately, 3 years passed, and Ma Longhen was still nowhere to be found. The demon suppression court also hadn't been able to locate Ma Longhen. Exterminating an entire family is truly a technical job. I did all this preparation, and I still can't find a single person, Qi Yuan sighed. Just then, he heard soft footsteps approaching. "Sir, it's time to eat." Wang Yuanyu, dressed in a long, wide-sleeved green robe with a white jade belt around her waist, walked over. Embroidered on her belt was a special bird. Looking up, her head was covered by a black sack, revealing only her eyes and mouth. From a distance, her face was completely obscured. This black sack was chosen by Qi Yuan after kindly asking her preference. He did this to ensure Wang Yuanyu's safety and also to avoid scaring off Ma Longhen. Wang Yuanyu carried 3 dishes and placed them in front of Qi Yuan. A faint aroma filled the air, and the plates held strange and unusual dishes. The dishes included stir-fried old cicadas, deep-fried dung beetles, and steamed crawling insects. Qi Yuan looked at the dishes, his eyes filled with helplessness. "Are you a bird or something? Why do you make insect meals every day?" Wang Yuanyu reluctantly replied, "It suits your status." "Sigh, I'm keeping you here for your own good," Qi Yuan said, attempting to guilt-trip Wang Yuanyu. As a Blue Star person, Qi Yuan was well versed in the art of moral coercion. "I'm doing this for your own good. You're so rich, why don't you donate more?" Wang Yuanyu's expression grew complicated. "Why did you knock me out and bring me here?" She was still confused. Several years ago, she had been out enjoying the spring with her friends when she encountered a strange man. That man was Qi Yuan. At the time, Qi Yuan had been holding several sacks and asked her which one she liked. She found it bizarre but chose one anyway. Then, she blacked out. When she woke up, she found herself in this cemetery. I was entrusted by an old friend to protect you, Qi Yuan said softly. The outside world is too dangerous. Once I'm sure you're safe, I'll let you go. Wang Yuanyu looked at Qi Yuan, her expression changing several times before she finally said nothing and quietly left. About 15 minutes later, Wang Yuanyu returned to her bamboo house. This house was located deep within the cemetery. When Wang Yuanyu entered the house, a shadow suddenly flickered, and an old woman with a slightly bird-like beak appeared. Madam, have you completed the investigation? Wang Yuanyu asked. The shadow was none other than Wang Nanny, who had come from the origin land to protect Wang Yuanyu. Miss, this gravekeeper seems to be a descendant of the Death Chi World bloodline, Wang Nanny reported. Death Chi World? Wang Yuanyu asked in surprise, hearing the name for the first time. To avoid the Dawn's Cry, the martial lords of the origin land united and pulled those with fated ties from the End Realm into the Death Chi World to carry out tasks. Their mission seems to be protecting you, which is why he brought you here. Given the turmoil in the Mountain River Scroll and the dangers in the origin land, it might be better for you to stay here until your master regains their strength before returning, Wang Nanny explained. Though Wang Yuanyu appeared to be an ordinary figure in the Mountain River Scroll, in reality, she was a descendant of a powerful martial lord from the origin land. Wang Yuanyu nodded. With Wang Nanny's presence, her memories were gradually resurfacing. Miss, I've located Tukuang. He's deeply concerned about your safety. Shall I bring him to see you? Wang Nanny inquired. Tukuang was, in Qi Yuan's eyes, the Liang Shanbo of the story. He was Wang Yuanyu's classmate and had been pursuing her romantically for some time. Hearing Tukuang's name, Wang Yuanyu hesitated. Sensing her uncertainty, Wang Nanny continued, Tukuang, like you, is one of only 2 people in this world with a direct martial lord bloodline, and he can enter the origin land. He's someone worth befriending. Everyone else is fake. In the Mountain River Scroll, everything was false. Only Wang Yuanyu and Tukuang were real and could enter the origin land. Wang Yuanyu furrowed her brow. So he's also a direct descendant of a martial lord. I didn't expect that. What about Qi Yuan? He's a bloodline descendant. Can he enter the origin land? Wang Nanny's eyes flickered with caution. She replied, among the bloodline descendants, only a few direct bloodlines can enter the origin land. Most are ordinary people. Qi Yuan bears no martial lord's mark and cannot enter the origin land, not even as a servant. Hearing this, Wang Yuanyu felt a trace of disappointment. She understood that aside from those with direct martial lord bloodlines like herself, others, even powerful warriors, could not enter the origin land. In the Mountain River Scroll, unless one became a martial lord, they remained an illusion, unable to transform the false into the real and enter the origin land. That reminds me, the head of the Demon Suppression Court, who slaughtered all the demons of this world, has remarkable talent. He likely bears the mark of a martial lord and can be taken into the origin land. However, he probably belongs to another martial lord and cannot be made a servant, Wang Nanny said. As a martial king, Wang Nanny spoke with confidence, feeling no fear of the Demon Suppression Court's head. After all, she hailed from the origin land and had learned martial lord level techniques. To her, the Demon Suppression Court's martial king was weak and insignificant. What a pity, Wang Yuanyu remarked, though it was unclear whether she was referring to Qi Yuan or the head of the Demon Suppression Court. Miss, we're currently weak and need external help. Tukuang would be a great ally. I suggest you maintain a good relationship with him. Our calculations indicate that he's the destined child of this Mountain River Scroll world, Wang Nanny urged. But, won't Mr. Qi oppose him coming here? Wang Yuanyu asked, feeling uncertain. Wang Nanny paused for a moment before replying, Miss, there's no need to concern yourself with the feelings of a lower bloodline descendant. This world belongs to us, the direct bloodlines. It's a martial lord's world. Lower bloodline descendants are nothing more than drops of blood. They don't even qualify to enter the real world. The Mountain River Scroll was a fabricated world. The real world, of course, was the origin land. Wang Nanny, don't say such things. He has protected me, after all. He's my benefactor. As for Tukuang, I'll ask Mr. Qi's opinion myself, Wang Yuanyu said, her voice carrying a hint of anger and authority. Wang Nanny immediately lowered her head and trembled. Though her strength surpassed Wang Yuanyu's, the pressure of bloodline superiority remained. 7 days later, a gentle rain fell. Wang Yuanyu sat in a pavilion, gazing absent-mindedly at Qi Yuan outside. Strange noises came from Qi Yuan's direction, but Wang Yuanyu had grown used to them. You've consumed 100 drops of demon blood, gaining 100 days of cultivation. You've consumed 1000 drops of demon blood, gaining 1000 days of cultivation. Your power has increased significantly. Moved by her thoughts, Wang Yuanyu approached Qi Yuan and asked, Mr. Qi, may I ask you a question? Qi Yuan opened his eyes and looked at Wang Yuanyu, whose face was obscured by the black sack. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll allow you, an NPC, to ask me one question, he said. Indeed, his mood was good. According to his calculations, today was his wedding anniversary with Xiaojia and Canary. If one day you discovered that the world was all false, carefully designed and constructed, how would you react? Wang Yuanyu asked, voicing her doubts. Oh, you, an NPC, have finally awakened, realizing that this world is false. Good, good, you've made progress. Qi Yuan regarded Wang Yuanyu with newfound respect. He had played this game for a long time, and none of the NPCs had ever realized that it was just a game. Wang Yuanyu felt both amused and helpless at his response. She was, after all, a direct descendant of a martial lord and was part of the real world. People like Qi Yuan and the others in the Mountain River Scroll were the false ones. The world has always been false. In this world, only I am real. And whoever I deem real, is real, Qi Yuan said calmly. This is how I've always approached life. It works well. When I see villains or enemies, I simply declare, you demon, I can see at a glance that you are not real. Wang Yuanyu pondered his words. In recent days, her memories had been returning. She felt a sense of confusion. In her past life, she and Tukuang had been a pair of immortal lovers, deeply in love. However, a horse demon had hunted them down, tearing them apart and killing them. Later, their ancestors had placed their true spirits into the Mountain River Scroll, hoping to resurrect them. As long as the three of them retraced their steps, they could transform the false into the real and be revived in the origin land. But, when she thought about Tukuang now, she felt nothing. Tukuang was indeed quite handsome, but compared to Mr. Qi Yuan, he was like a fairy next to a toad. After seeing Qi Yuan's incredibly handsome face, she couldn't summon any feelings for Tukuang. Now, she was starting to wonder if her past self had truly loved Tukuang. Mr. Qi, do you believe in past lives? Wang Yuanyu asked again. Qi Yuan shook his head firmly, his expression resolute. I am who I am, from the moment I became conscious. I have no past life. How could he have a past life? He had transmigrated here, not reincarnated. Every day, he checked himself in the mirror, and his sharp eyes gave him useful information. All the signs pointed to him being an ordinary transmigrator from Blue Star, with no grand origin or powerful past life. Wang Yuanyu paused, then continued, I've awakened some memories of my past life. In them, I was deeply in love with someone. But now, when I see him, I feel nothing. Does this mean, I've fallen out of love? Wang Yuanyu looked troubled. Qi Yuan was so handsome, how could she not feel anything? Tukuang, he was nothing compared to Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan glanced at her. Do you have a new love interest? No. Well, then it's not that you've fallen out of love. It just means that you never loved him in the first place. Those memories are false, Qi Yuan said seriously. Like Ning Tao, who, upon regaining her past life memories, was overwhelmed by love. To Qi Yuan, true feelings, even after countless years and trials, wouldn't fade but would only grow stronger. However, he also believed that such feelings were rare and unrealistic. False memories, Wang Yuanyu murmured. The reason you're troubled is that, you're not strong enough. If you were big enough and strong enough, omniscient and omnipotent, all your troubles would disappear. Girl, I see great potential in you. Want me to gift you a grandma to help you cultivate? Qi Yuan asked, his eyes sparkling. Wang Yuanyu had exceptional talent. Qi Yuan had a hunch that there was something special about her. So he thought about whether to give her his daughter's nascent soul. Become stronger? Wang Yuanyu asked, puzzled. Yes, if you're big enough and strong enough, every problem will disappear, Qi Yuan replied earnestly. I understand becoming stronger, but what does being big enough mean? Oh, that's a profound cultivation insight. For ordinary people, omniscience and omnipotence are considered the pinnacle of strength. But I disagree. The true pinnacle is, being big enough. If you're big enough, you're the strongest. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Wang Yuanyu was bewildered. Suddenly, Qi Yuan recalled a joke from Blue Star. Girl, check your layers to avoid lightning. Talking about the vastness of the universe should naturally lead to checking out legs, right? Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Wang Yuanyu. What is soulmate, what is innerwear, and what is avoiding mistakes? Qi Yuan's modern slang left Wang Yuanyu baffled, completely unable to understand. However, she had learned from Wang Nanny that these bloodline descendants came from the End Realm, people on the verge of death, so it was normal for them to speak in strange ways. It's a meme, Qi Yuan briefly explained. Soulmate means sisters, and innerwear, well, it's. After listening, Wang Yuanyu's face turned red under the black sack. Pervert, who's your soulmate? Not bad, you're picking up on the memes, Qi Yuan chuckled. Then he said, since this world is fake, and you think I'm just an illusion, what's wrong with seeing innerwear? After all, I don't really exist. No, Wang Yuanyu shouted, but suddenly, she paused, her expression freezing as if she had just realized something. In that instant, it seemed like something had clicked in her mind. The boundary between illusion and reality didn't exist. Or rather, did it even matter whether something was real or not? What truly mattered was her own heart. Seeing Wang Yuanyu's thoughtful look, Qi Yuan seemed to remember something. You know, the way you look right now reminds me of a famous saying, cogito, ergo sum, I think, therefore I am. Even if I'm just an illusion in your eyes, as long as I believe I'm real, then I am real. Wang Yuanyu looked at Qi Yuan, and much of her previous confusion faded. At first, when she heard from Wang Nanny that the Mountain River Scroll was an illusion created by the Eastern Lord, she felt disoriented. Did that mean her entire life had been nothing but a dream? Now, after hearing Qi Yuan's words, she realized something. If she believed everything was an illusion, she could simply ignore Qi Yuan's words and casually show her innerwear. If she cared, then what difference did it make whether he was real or an illusion? Illusion or reality doesn't matter. What matters is me, Wang Yuanyu couldn't help but sigh. Qi Yuan nodded and said softly, just now, you asked me a question. Now, is it my turn to ask you one? Please ask, sir. This world, how do you travel to other worlds? I've been waiting for Ma Longhan, but he hasn't shown up. Could he have gone to another world? Qi Yuan was a bit worried. When he first arrived in this world, he had sent people to search for Ma Longhan while he focused on increasing his own strength. But Ma Longhan had been missing since the beginning. Wang Yuanyu hesitated for a moment before saying, it's possible, but don't worry, sir. Within a year, Ma Longhan will certainly appear. According to the original timeline, within half a year, she would fall in love with Tu Kongming. Then Ma Longhan would appear and kill both her and Tu Kongming. Oh, is that so? A year isn't too long. Qi Yuan glanced at Wang Yuanyu, then brought up an old topic. By the way, are you sure you don't want me to gift you a grandma? Wang Yuanyu smiled. Thank you for your kindness, but there's no need. At that moment, Wang Yuanyu's mind was racing. Ma Longhan was very powerful. According to Wang Nanny, when he appeared, he would be at the peak of Martial King. In the Mountain River Scroll, the peak of Martial King was the absolute limit, the strongest of the strong. Such a powerhouse might even surpass the head of the Demon Suppression Court. Since Qi Yuan needed to find Ma Longhan for his mission, he could be putting himself in danger. She couldn't let Qi Yuan be dragged into danger because of her. Her plan was simple. Once she had information on Ma Longhan, she would leave to avoid putting Qi Yuan at risk. After she dealt with Ma Longhan, she would bring his head to Qi Yuan, helping him complete his mission. Then, she would return to the origin land. What a pity, I guess we're not meant to be, Qi Yuan shook his head. He didn't push further. Unless it was something he deeply cared about, he let most things unfold as they would. Wang Yuanyu smiled and said nothing more. Time passed quickly, and the monotonous life in the graveyard didn't leave any deep impressions on Qi Yuan. Late at night, the graveyard was pitch dark, making it eerily spooky. With a single wave of his hand, Qi Yuan killed a demon that had accidentally wandered in. 30 drops of demon blood were credited to his account. Is this a demon raised by the Holy Right Church? Qi Yuan casually glanced at the corpse and paid it no further attention. You consumed 100 drops of demon blood to open a divine aperture, failed. Qi Yuan frowned, looking pained. These demon blood drops are useless. They can't even open a divine aperture, they only help with martial cultivation. He had tried to use demon blood to improve his immortal cultivation, but the results were clear, failure. He wanted to curse the demon that had provided the blood. Your blood is too weak, so one-dimensional. It only boosts martial cultivation, not immortal cultivation. Currently, with Ning Tao's help and the rapid awakening of the nascent souls within him, Qi Yuan's power had surged. His immortal cultivation had progressed rapidly, and he had now reached the second step of ascension, becoming an yin god. Of course, this was largely due to the feedback from the nascent soul inside him. Especially since the nascent soul in the origin land was reviving rapidly, using the bones of a fallen martial lord. For one, these martial lords had certain reserves, making them stronger than the people on Gongxing. Secondly, the flow of time was different. The time in the origin land moved about 10 times faster than on Gongxing. 1 year on Gongxing was nearly 40 years in the origin land. The strongest being in the origin land had already reached the level of a grandmaster. This provided a significant boost to Qi Yuan. However, Qi Yuan felt that his yin god status was somewhat hollow, with limited combat strength. If he compared himself to his self in the Kanglin realm, he would stand no chance. Right now, I'm just an average yin god, unable to fight beyond my level. Qi Yuan sighed. In reality, he was a legendary myth slayer. In the game, if he encountered such myths, he would have to kneel. Nascent souls, step it up. Let's reach the Yang God realm quickly. Qi Yuan was eager for progress. In this game, martial cultivation could be enhanced by demon blood, and immortal cultivation had nascent souls leveling up for him. If the nascent souls did their job well, he might just be able to reach the Yang God realm without lifting a finger. After all, his nascent souls had deep reserves. In both the Fangxin realm and the Kanglin realm, there were restrictions on breaking through to the Yang God realm. But the origin land had no such restrictions. Meanwhile, in the origin land, inside the Thunder Tomb, 100-meter-long lightning bolts crashed down, shattering rocks with crackling sounds. The Thunder Tomb was where the Thunder Martial Lord had ascended to become a lord, but it was also his burial place. Back in the Great War, countless martial lords had fallen, and the Thunder Martial Lord was one of them. At this moment, outside the Thunder Tomb, a group of uninvited guests arrived. The leader was thin and spindly, like a bamboo pole. Hanging from the bamboo pole-like body were 2 large heads, 1 male and 1 female, both human. The morning star chime is approaching, and strange things are happening in the origin land. I hope the anomaly in the Thunder Tomb has nothing to do with the Mountain River Scroll. The male voice was hoarse. I'm sensing more and more old souls. Could the Thunder Martial Lord also be awakening? The female head on the bamboo pole had a sharp, screechy voice. For the past 100 years, the origin land had not been peaceful. Many of the once dead martial lords had reappeared. This brought some life to the otherwise stagnant origin land. However, some martial lords were puzzled. Hadn't these lords fallen in battle? How could they be revived? If he is awakening, we should bring him into our Eastern Alliance. The Fat Egg Martial Lord suggested. In the origin land, the Eastern Alliance was the largest faction among the martial lords. The Eastern Alliance was said to have been created by the legendary Eastern Lord. That was a figure who had reached an unspeakable level of power. It was said that the Eastern Lord alone could sweep through all the martial lords of the origin land. The Eastern Alliance. I'm not interested, came a voice from within the Thunder Tomb. An old man, covered in lightning, emerged, his form obscured by the crackling energy. Thunder Martial Lord, you're alive. The sharp female voice was filled with surprise. The hoarse voice, however, was wary. You've broken through, you've become a great martial lord. Martial lords were classified into levels. 1 to 3 was considered a lesser martial lord. 4 to 7 were known as great martial lords. The 7th level was also known as a titled martial lord. This system was similar to the progression in the Yin God realm. Before his fall, the Thunder Martial Lord had been a lesser martial lord at the 3rd level. Now, he had broken through to the 4th level, becoming a great martial lord. This was astonishing. I gained some insight from the brink of death and had a lucky breakthrough. The Thunder Martial Lord's voice was filled with uncertainty, as if he had been through a lot. There are less than 3,000 years left until the morning star chime. Thunder Martial Lord, for the sake of the greater good, join our Eastern Alliance. The bamboo pole man extended the invitation. In the Eastern Alliance, a great martial lord was considered a formidable force. Each great martial lord would offer their blood essence to the Mountain River Scroll, helping to accelerate its operations. According to the Eastern Lord, if the world could be fully restarted before the morning star chime, the origin land would be revived. My blood essence is running low. I won't be joining the Eastern Alliance. After saying that, the Thunder Martial Lord's form disappeared without even a farewell. The Martial Lords present exchanged glances but said nothing more. The bamboo pole man's expression shifted. What a pity. This world is full of selfish people who enjoy the fruits of our labor. To maintain and accelerate the operation of the Mountain River Scroll, the Martial Lords of the Eastern Alliance regularly infused their blood essence into it. Once the morning star chime is over, we'll settle the score with these people. The sharp female voice was filled with killing intent. Now is not the time for conflict. For now, the most important thing was to deal with the morning star chime. At that moment, the Fat Egg Martial Lord asked, Twin Aspect Martial Lord, what's the progress on the Mountain River Scroll? The other Martial Lords also looked toward the Twin Aspect Martial Lord. This lord, a descendant of a titled Martial Lord, knew more about the progress of the scroll than anyone else. 40% has entered the scroll, another 40% is being conquered, and 20% has failed. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as we conquer 2% more before the morning star chime, we'll survive. Exactly, we have 3,000 years. 2% is no problem. The bamboo pole man turned to the Fat Egg Martial Lord. You've worked hard these 100 years, continuously infusing your blood essence into the Mountain River Scroll. At these words, the Fat Egg Martial Lord's face contorted. I'm so drained I can't keep up. I've been squeezed dry, no strength left. The Fat Egg Martial Lord had once been a titled Martial Lord. But during the Great War, he was gravely injured, and now his strength was barely at the second level of Martial Lord. Having to regularly infuse his blood essence into the Mountain River Scroll, it was a miracle his strength hadn't dropped further. The bamboo pole man felt a sense of satisfaction. Before the cataclysm, the Fat Egg Martial Lord had been someone he looked up to. Now, this once mighty figure was his subordinate, following his orders. Since that's, the bamboo pole man was about to speak when suddenly, his eyes widened, staring at the Fat Egg Martial Lord. What's happening to you? The other Martial Lords also turned to look at the Fat Egg Martial Lord, their faces filled with shock. The Fat Egg Martial Lord's round, egg-like body had turned bright red, with blood vessels clearly visible. Blood light surged. Golden blood flowed through his veins like swimming dragons. The Fat Egg Martial Lord's aura surged in that instant. A bloodline evolution. This is a bloodline evolution. How can the Fat Egg Martial Lord undergo a bloodline evolution? The scene before them was all too familiar to these Martial Lords. When a Martial Lord advanced by a level, their descendants would experience a bloodline evolution. But now, the Fat Egg Martial Lord was undergoing a bloodline evolution himself. Wasn't he the progenitor of his bloodline? How could the origin of a bloodline evolve? The Martial Lords were wide-eyed with curiosity. They were astonished, and the Fat Egg Martial Lord himself was equally confused. My bloodline evolved. Fat Egg Martial Lord, could it be you're not the progenitor of your bloodline and that you actually have a father? One of the Martial Lords asked. This was difficult to explain. Normally, only descendants experienced bloodline evolution. How could the progenitor of a bloodline undergo such a thing? Impossible. I am born of heaven and earth, how could I have a father? The Fat Egg Martial Lord shook his head frantically. Then how do you explain your bloodline evolution? Could it be that one of your descendants has broken through to Martial Lord and become a second-generation progenitor? The End Realm has long seen the decline of martial cultivation. That's impossible. Even at the strongholds, the highest rank is Martial Lord. Several Martial Kings are at the peak, but unless they enter the origin land and receive the blessing of ancestral blood, they cannot break through to Martial Lord. In other words, breakthroughs to Martial Lord had long been monopolized. One had to enter the origin land and receive the ancestral blood blessing to advance. But currently, the strongholds had not yet connected to the origin land, so how could anyone have broken through to Martial Lord? Therefore, the most likely explanation was that the Fat Egg Martial Lord was not the original progenitor but a second-generation progenitor. He actually had a father. So, you must have a father hidden somewhere. Fat Egg Martial Lord, not only are you a former titled Martial Lord, but you've also quietly gained a dad. Maybe it's not a dad, maybe it's an ancestor. The other Martial Lords laughed, some even envying the Fat Egg Martial Lord for having a father who could still break through. In the current origin land, Martial Lords who could break through were incredibly rare. Could it be, I really have a long-lost father? ... Within one page of the Mountain River Scroll. Wang Nanny frowned, her expression complicated. Wang Nanny, how is the progress? A man asked in a low voice not far from Wang Nanny. Miss, hasn't fallen in love with Tu Kongming. What, she hasn't? That's unacceptable. She and Tu Kongming must fall in love for this scroll to return to the correct timeline. Only then will our mission be complete. What went wrong? We need to fix this immediately. Miss, seems closer to a bloodline descendant. A bloodline descendant? The man frowned. Go and talk to him. Make him stay away from Miss. We'll help him with his mission. This bloodline descendant, his mental state seems a bit off. Miss has been with him for years and seems to have been affected. I'm afraid even if he stays away, Miss won't fall for Tu Kongming anytime soon. If necessary, use force. Drug her, and let them sleep together. Once it's done, she won't have a choice. The man said darkly. This. Wang Nanny hesitated, feeling uneasy. Don't think it's wrong. We're saving the world. If we have to use drastic measures to do that, so be it. We're not asking for Mrs. Life, just her chastity. It's a necessary sacrifice. Besides, on the original timeline, Miss and Tu Kongming were already in love. For the world, we can sacrifice anyone, including all the bloodline descendants, or even destroy this entire mountain river scroll. The man spoke passionately. Clearly, he was willing to do whatever it took to save the origin land. Sacrificing a few people was only natural. Wang Nanny's hesitation faded, and her gaze became determined. All right, I understand what needs to be done. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. In the graveyard, a rarely visited place, Wang Yuanyu, with a black bag over her head, looked at Qi Yuan with a trace of admiration and respect in her eyes. This bloodline holder appeared a bit eccentric, often speaking shocking words, but much of what he said resonated deeply with her. For example, what's there to fear in death? I've got friends on both sides. Even sunlight dies, and its shadow is its corpse. I don't like girls who grow on you because I don't have the patience to wait. But most important were his reflections on the nature of reality, illusion, and attitude towards the world, which left a lasting impact on her. So, who is Tu Kongming? Let him roll away. The memories she cared about were the ones that were real to her. Do you think Ma Longhan hasn't shown up because he couldn't afford the graveyard's entrance fee? Qi Yuan suddenly turned to Wang Yuanyu and asked. I should never have set an entrance fee for this graveyard. I was trying to keep unwanted people out, so I turned the Ma family's graveyard into a tourist attraction with an admission fee. I forgot that Ma Longhan might be broke. Qi Yuan had a sudden realization, as if he had found the key to the mystery. Wang Yuanyu couldn't help but laugh. She wondered if her belief in some of Qi Yuan's words meant she had caught his madness. Mr. Qi, you're overthinking things, Wang Yuanyu said. In truth, she was also quite curious, and even though some of Qi Yuan's statements were absurd, she found herself believing bits of them. At that moment, an elderly woman with a troubled expression approached. It was Wang Nanny. She glanced at Wang Yuanyu before speaking softly, Miss, I have something to discuss with Mr. Qi. The implication was clear. Wang Yuanyu needed to leave. Though puzzled, Wang Yuanyu tactfully departed, leaving Qi Yuan and Wang Nanny alone in the graveyard. Before Wang Nanny could speak, Qi Yuan beat her to it. Pay the entrance fee. I've been diligently guarding this graveyard day and night. I deserve some fees. Qi Yuan's demand didn't surprise Wang Nanny, she had heard it many times before. Clearly, this wasn't the first time Qi Yuan had asked her for an entrance fee. Here are 10 drops of demon blood. Wang Nanny tossed the demon blood to Qi Yuan, who happily accepted it. Unfortunately, Ma Longhan's family members were all minor demons, not famous great demons. Otherwise, Qi Yuan could have made a fortune charging for entry. Mr. Qi, I have a small request. I don't know if it's appropriate to ask. Wang Nanny hesitated, trying to be polite. After all, in some ways, bloodline holders were considered their subordinates. 1, 2, 3, knots, are you asking or not? Qi Yuan's attention, as usual, was focused on something strange. Wang Nanny coughed and looked troubled, then spoke, Miss Wang Yuanyu and Tu Kongming have been lovers for 3 lifetimes. Why not 7 lifetimes as enemies? Qi Yuan interrupted. Wang Nanny paused briefly before continuing. Wang Yuanyu comes from a noble background, while Tu Kongming was just a poor boy. But he was hardworking and ambitious. The two studied together, and over time, they grew fond of each other. But then Ma Longhan appeared, lusting after Wang Yuanyu's beauty and secretly poisoning her. To save Miss Wang, Tu Kongming ventured deep into the frozen valleys, diving into the icy cold lake to plead with the mystical turtle. The ice not only froze his body but also his soul. In exchange for one of his arms, the mystical turtle appeared, and Tu Kongming used its shell to create a great elixir to save Miss Wang. As Wang Nanny spoke, she seemed genuinely moved by Tu Kongming's selfless actions. If any man treated her like that, she thought, she would likely be touched. Poor little turtle, losing its home at such a young age, Qi Yuan sighed. Wang Nanny felt exasperated. Shouldn't the focus be on the touching love story? After Miss Wang was revived and learned of Tu Kongming's actions, she was deeply moved. The two confirmed their feelings for each other and fell in love, living happily ever after in the river of love. But of course, happy days never last. Wang Nanny continued, her tone a bit lovesick. Was it because someone peed in the river of love? Qi Yuan thought he was clever, immediately seeing the truth. Of course their happiness didn't last. Someone must have peed in the river, ruining it. Quote. Wang Nanny looked at Qi Yuan, her mouth twitching. She took a deep breath to calm herself before continuing, because. Ma Longhen returned. No one expected him to commit such a heinous crime, colluding with foreign tribes. On the day of Miss Wang's and Tu Kongming's wedding, Ma Longhen brought 3,000 foreign soldiers to steal the bride. Miss Wang, of course, refused. In a fit of rage, Ma Longhen decided that if he couldn't have her, no one could. He attacked, but Tu Kongming shielded her, already wounded. He died from the blow, and Miss Wang took her own life in grief. That's it. Qi Yuan was dumbfounded. No twist, no excitement. Based on modern scriptwriting, shouldn't he have stolen the groom instead? Is there more? Did Ma Longhen dig up Tu Kongming's corpse to make him into a zombie for some forced romance? Wang Nanny facepalmed, taking yet another deep breath. Now, in this world, those events are repeating. Only by reenacting them can Miss Wang truly be revived, and the world can avoid collapse. The deeper reasons are too complex for me to understand. But, the original events must be reenacted. Yet there's a problem. Up to now, Miss Wang hasn't fallen in love with Tu Kongming. This is extremely dangerous. Time is running out for both her and this world. I beg you, sir, for the sake of the greater good, please stop seeing Miss Wang for a while. Wang Nanny bowed respectfully, her voice sincere. Qi Yuan was surprised. What does that have to do with me? Miss Wang has spent too much time with you. I fear she's developing feelings for you, Wang Nanny said helplessly. There was no denying it, Qi Yuan's looks were far too handsome. Although his words could ruin his image, he would make a great ornamental flower vase when he stayed quiet. To put it dramatically, even spending a little time with Qi Yuan made Wang Nanny, who hadn't had a period in thousands of years, feel like she was about to start menstruating again. Sigh, being too handsome is such a hassle. Honestly, I don't even think I'm that handsome. Just average, really, Qi Yuan said, mimicking a famous phrase, not realizing my own good looks. But this isn't my fault, and, it's not like Wang Yuanyu has fallen for me, right? Qi Yuan stretched lazily, his posture relaxed. He hadn't sensed any love from Wang Yuanyu, only admiration and good conversation. If there had been any romantic interest, Qi Yuan would have noticed long ago. And if he had noticed, he definitely wouldn't be passive or evasive. So, telling me this is pointless. Wang Yuanyu doesn't love Tu Kongming, not because she's in love with me, but maybe she just doesn't like him. Besides, don't bother me with trivial stuff like this. It's not interesting, and there's no twist. Boring. Qi Yuan shook his head, utterly uninterested in the tale of the three lifetime lovers. It wasn't nearly as exciting as that TV show about the 7 lifetimes as enemies. Wang Nanny's expression shifted slightly. Her voice grew stern. What I say is true. This concerns the survival of the world. We can't afford the slightest mistake. Better to kill by mistake than to let something slip through. Please, sir, stay away from Miss Wang and let her and Tu Kongming return to their original paths. Qi Yuan shook his head. What does their original path have to do with me? This concerns the survival of the world. Oh, so it's just a game server crashing. You should sacrifice a programmer for that. Do I look like a programmer with this hairline? Oh, I forgot, you're an NPC, so you can't kill a programmer. Qi Yuan waved dismissively, then suddenly his expression softened. By the way, Wang Nanny, are you married? I have a friend who's been looking for an amazing wife. I think you'd be perfect. Even if you're married, no problem, just get divorced. My friend's not picky. Qi Yuan thought of Bai Han Qianyan, still worrying about his friend's love life. The old woman Wang Nanny was stunned, her thoughts scattered. She felt like she couldn't keep up with Qi Yuan's train of thought. What's going on? I've devoted my life to serving the world, with no time for personal matters, Wang Nanny declined. Qi Yuan sighed in disappointment. It seemed Han Qianyan's love life would be difficult to resolve. If you're not getting married, forget it. I'm not going to waste more time talking. Don't disturb me while I'm playing the system, I'm about to start cultivating. Qi Yuan quickly changed the subject. Wang Nanny, still feeling muddled, simply left. Alone in the graveyard, Qi Yuan gazed at the tombstone before him, memories flashing through his mind. After so many quests, he felt like he was beginning to sense something. Oh no, better stop thinking before I get a big head. I don't want to be a big head. Qi Yuan didn't care to figure out the truth behind everything or uncover the hidden reality. Only strength mattered. Schemes, truths, calculations, did they have a use? Yes, but if Qi Yuan grew strong enough, he could crush all those schemes with a single punch. You've consumed 100 drops of demon blood and gained 100 days of cultivation. You've consumed 100 drops of demon blood, Blazing Bird Punch has finally advanced. Damage to airborne creatures increases by 50%. Against birds, armor piercing increases by 50%. Hearing this, Qi Yuan's eyes widened. Does this mean all the men in the world will fear me now? Sigh, why don't girls grow wings? Then I'd be invincible. Qi Yuan let his thoughts wander. Wait, girls can't be defined that way. Who's to say they don't have wings? Maybe they're hidden in their pants. How would I know if I've never seen it? Shaking off his idle thoughts, Qi Yuan closed his eyes to meditate. Suddenly, a weathered voice rang out. Qi boy, I didn't think I'd still be alive. This voice came from within Qi Yuan's body. Qi Yuan's eyes brightened. Shenlei Grand Sovereign, you're finally awake. Hearing that long familiar voice stirred deep feelings within Qi Yuan. Still, their reunion was calm, as if they had never truly parted. In the origin land, Shenlei Grand Sovereign's eyes gleamed with a mix of sorrow and nostalgia. I had accepted my death along with the fall of the mortal heart world. But you, boy, you're incredible. You even slew the young gods. Shenlei Grand Sovereign held deep respect and gratitude for Qi Yuan. After all, the mortal heart world was his home, where countless beings had thrived. The young gods were beings far beyond human strength, almost invincible. Yet Qi Yuan had turned the tide with his extraordinary might. But they had faced two young gods. He never expected they would win. Let's not dwell on the past. Shenlei Grand Sovereign, hurry up and cultivate. I need you to earn me some rewards. Qi Yuan urged him. Freed from the mortal heart world, Shenlei Grand Sovereign and others like him were truly in their element. With the limitless potential of the visualization technique Qi Yuan provided, Shenlei Grand Sovereign faced no bottlenecks in his cultivation. Reaching the young god stage was merely a matter of time. Had he reached the mythical realm while still in the mortal heart world, he would have broken through to the young god realm instantly. This was due to the unique nature of the innate deities, the visualization technique, and their connection to the ancestral land of the ancient clan. Stop rushing me, I'm already cultivating. When we meet again, I'll be a young god. Shenlei Grand Sovereign's words radiated determination. Once a distant goal, the young god realm was now within reach. Many of Qi Yuan's innate deity soul seeds were on similar paths. Freed from the constraints of their worlds, they were thriving, and breaking through to the young god stage was as easy as drinking water. Hurry up, my enemies are too strong, one young god won't be enough. There are others in your world too. Watch over them and help them awaken and grow stronger, Qi Yuan said. While his innate deities had begun to sprout in the origin land, most were still operating instinctively. Few had fully awakened like Shenlei Grand Sovereign. Fine, I'll go find the others now, Shenlei Grand Sovereign grumbled. Woke up just to be swamped with work. Should have stayed asleep. Despite his complaints, there was clear joy and pride in his tone. I've got a plan, Qi Yuan said excitedly. Shenlei Grand Sovereign sighed. What plan this time? He was well acquainted with Qi Yuan's plans, which were usually simple and blunt, more like improvisation than a real plan. And yet, somehow, those crude plans always succeeded. It left Shenlei Grand Sovereign speechless. I want to buy out this game, but I'm broke. So why don't we take it by force? Here's the plan in 3 steps. Step 1. You unite the others, raise your strength, and take over the world below for me. Step 2. Your growing strength will feed back into me, and I'll conquer Gongxing and Canixing. Step 3. With all the worlds under our control, I can focus on completing my missions and advancing to the ranks of human Dao Martial Lord, Spirit Dao Martial Lord, and eventually, the God of all paths. It's a flawless plan, unbeatable, pure genius. Qi Yuan was so thrilled with his plan that he felt his head clear. Back on Blue Star, a plan like this would have kept him up all night with excitement, requiring melatonin to sleep. Some people might even need an extra something to help calm down. Haha, your planning skills have dropped this time, there's not enough detail. You're right, I made a huge mistake by not setting a timeline. Since time moves faster in your world, 40 years there is just 1 year for us, the first step is for all of you to become young gods within 3,000 years. Step 2. I'll unify Gongxing within 100 years. Qi Yuan shuddered at the realization. Even the smartest people can make mistakes. Ancient wisdom is never wrong. If someone as clever as him could overlook such a detail, what hope did anyone else have? The world below is called the Origin Land. The most powerful force there is the Eastern Alliance. They have a fair number of martial lords, and their strength is decent. But, behind them is a mysterious figure called the Eastern Lord, who might be a young god. In fact, his methods may be even more formidable than a typical young god. Shenlei Grand Sovereign relayed the information he had gathered. The Origin Land, using the brush of the Mountain River Society to create countless Mountain River scrolls. Could this guy actually be a programmer? Qi Yuan chuckled. He was aware of the young god realm's heaven position realm and supreme principle realm. But what realm would someone capable of creating worlds like the Mountain River scroll be in? No worries, let him be strong. I've got my blazing bird punch. I'm not afraid, Qi Yuan declared confidently. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Elsewhere, while Qi Yuan was communicating with Shenlei Grand Sovereign, a guest arrived outside the graveyard. This guest was dressed in white, with a jade belt around his waist. He stood tall with an elegant and refined air, undeniably a strikingly handsome man. However, compared to Qi Yuan, he was just a toad. Master Kongming, Qi Yuan refuses to leave. Should we kill him? Wang Nanny gritted her teeth, her eyes flashing with killing intent. For the sake of the world, she was willing to betray her conscience and kill innocent people. To her, as long as she could save the world, any sacrifice was acceptable. Tu Kongming's expression remained refined, but a hint of sorrow passed through his eyes. That's not something a gentleman would do. I won't stoop to it. Master Kongming, for the sake of all lives in the world, sacrificing a bit of personal virtue is no big deal. Wang Nanny urged. Tu Kongming shook his head, his expression resolute. In the past life, I managed to win Yuanyu's heart, and I believe I can do it again this time. There's less than 2 months left, there's no time, Wang Nanny said anxiously. Then, an idea struck her, and she added, should I drug Miss Yuanyu? Make sure the deed is done. As long as they forced the relationship, things would return to the proper course. Their mission for the BUTN Pavilion would be complete. BUTN Pavilion was an organization under the Eastern Alliance, operating across the various Mountain River scrolls, completing missions. From birth, its members were raised with the understanding that their duty was to save all lives. We can't do that to Yuanyu. We must respect her feelings. Tu Kongming quickly refused, his stance firm. If we don't, the world will be destroyed. Wang Nanny's voice grew heavy. However, upon hearing this, Tu Kongming's expression turned indifferent. So what if the world is destroyed? To me, Yuanyu is more important than the entire world. Wang Nanny fell silent. Tu Kongming was not just deeply affectionate, but excessively noble. Of course, what used to be called deep affection was now known on Blue Star as being a simp, or beta. Alas, seeing that she couldn't convince Tu Kongming, Wang Nanny slowly left without saying anything more. Tu Kongming watched her retreating figure, his expression melancholy. It's not that I don't want Yuanyu or to claim her as mine, but true love isn't like that. Not far away, Wang Yuanyu, who had been hiding and listening, remained expressionless. She furrowed her brow, deep in thought. Damn it, why are there so many variables in this mission? Tu Kongming is too stubborn, too rigid. A man in a black robe gritted his teeth, his face twisted with rage. There isn't much time left. It seems, we can't be gentle any longer, Wang Nanny muttered, her eyes filled with murderous intent. You're right, they may hesitate, but compared to the lives of the masses, their reluctance doesn't matter. I have some Heihuan powder here. You'll use it on both Tu Kongming and Wang Yuanyu. As for that bloodline holder, since he won't leave, I'll personally see him off. The black-robed man's face showed not only killing intent but also fanaticism. All for the sake of the world. Wang Nanny's eyes also turned fanatical. All for the sake of the world. Even if they were misunderstood by the people, even if they bore the weight of being cursed, they would press forward. For the sake of saving the world, Wang Nanny thought, her shadow under the sun growing taller. However, at that moment, a calm voice echoed. By the way, I forgot to tell you, my name is Qi Yuan, but my nickname is, the world. So, could you kill yourselves, for my sake? As the voice fell, a figure suddenly appeared not far from the black-robed man. Dressed in a blue robe, with a lazy expression, Qi Yuan stood there, sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting shadows on his body, creating a striking scene. Seeing Qi Yuan, both the black-robed man and Wang Nanny were startled. How are you here? They had been conspiring outside the graveyard. How could Qi Yuan have known? More importantly, he had appeared without making a sound, something even a peak martial king would struggle to do. You were scheming behind my back, and I accidentally overheard, so I came over, Qi Yuan replied casually. With the awakening of the nascent souls within him, Qi Yuan's immortal Tao cultivation had skyrocketed. He had already reached the Yin God realm. While a Yin God couldn't oversee the heavens like a Yang God, it could still listen to the world. If someone nearby spoke ill of him, he could sense it. If anyone talked bad about his loved ones, like Xiaojia, Canary, or Jinli, he could hear it too. The black-robed man's initial shock faded, replaced by calm composure. Since you're here, I don't have to make a special trip. For the sake of the world, sir, please die. The black-robed man's face turned solemn and righteous. He took out a blood-stained stone. This stone was marked with the blood of a martial lord. Martial lords were immensely powerful, capable of destroying entire nations with a single punch. Even a single drop of dried blood could easily obliterate a peak martial king. A martial king and a martial lord were on entirely different levels. Holding the martial lord's blood, the black-robed man was brimming with confidence. Even though Qi Yuan had appeared unexpectedly and was undoubtedly strong, it didn't matter. Without reaching the martial lord level, everyone else was an ant. After you die, I'll remember you and erect a monument in your honor. You'll have contributed to saving the world, and future generations will speak of you with reverence. The black-robed man's stone began to grow larger. A powerful, murderous aura spread out. The black-robed man felt himself growing stronger, like a god who could control the life and death of all. You're such a kind person. It's too bad I'm petty. After you die, I won't give you a tombstone, and no one will remember your name. See, I don't even know your name now, Qi Yuan said calmly. He had seen many kinds of people in the worlds he had traveled through. And he had encountered people like the black-robed man before, devoted ones. For example, in the Kanglan world, there was the Mountain of Destiny. Because Qi Yuan had wanted to resist a great calamity, that faction feared he would anger the calamity, which would then take revenge on Kanglan world. So they cursed Qi Yuan to die, something Qi Yuan found laughable. When the butcher's knife was raised over your head, instead of resisting, you worried about angering the butcher into chopping harder. That was ridiculous. In Qi Yuan's eyes, the Butn pavilion was much like the Mountain of Destiny. I see, you must be the master of the demon suppression court, right? No wonder you're so confident. But this is the Mountain River Scroll. Butn pavilion rules here. At that moment, the martial lord's blood began to glow. Across all Mountain River scrolls, no power could resist the strength of a martial lord. The world will remember your sacrifice. The black-robed man shouted, his expression solemn and righteous. Qi Yuan stretched lazily. I came here to play a game, not to listen to your preaching. Man, the game designers here are boring. Yes, Qi Yuan had that exact feeling. Every mission in this game had a little story. The stories were always full of regret, helplessness, and pain. It seemed like the game designers wanted to leave a lasting impression on the players, trying to influence them. From Qi Yuan's perspective, the designers were just being pretentious, trying to be deep. Does anyone have the designer's phone number? I need to call them and remind them I'm here to play the game, not listen to stories. I just want to kill, kill, kill. Oh, it's a free game. And I'm a freeloader. Fine, whatever the designers want to do, I'll just keep killing. As Qi Yuan said this, he turned his gaze to the black-robed man. Kill. He unleashed his blazing bird punch. Qi Yuan's powerful punch seemed capable of destroying the world. Boom. The stone stained with the martial lord's blood shattered instantly. The expression on the black-robed man's face froze. Martial Lord. The strike Qi Yuan had just delivered was undoubtedly at the martial lord level. This overwhelming, unmatched power could only belong to a martial lord. Disbelief flickered in the black-robed man's eyes before his body disintegrated into fragments. Even though he was a peak martial king, even with the martial lord's blood, he was still too weak in front of Qi Yuan. This was the difference between a god and a man. Nothing left but dust. Guess there's no need for a tombstone. Qi Yuan casually commented after killing the black-robed man. Wang Nanny trembled beside him, her face filled with shock and disbelief. How could there be a martial lord in the Mountain River Scroll? Impossible, impossible. How could there be a martial lord here? Without the ancestral blood, how could a peak martial king break through to the martial lord level? The martial lords of the origin land couldn't even leave that place, doing so would mean certain death. That was why the Butn Pavilion, with its martial kings, roamed the Mountain River Scrolls, correcting the world lines, replaying the events to save the world before the dawn call. There's no such thing as impossible, Qi Yuan replied calmly, glancing at Wang Nanny. Interested in becoming Han Shanyan's corpse bride? Wang Nanny, still panicked and unable to comprehend what had just happened, tried to calm herself. Qi Yuan, please stop this, she pleaded, her tone now softened. I don't know how you broke through to martial lord, perhaps you have some heavenly fortune or extraordinary destiny, but you must know that in the grand scheme of things, even a martial lord is insignificant. The dawn call is less than 4,000 years away. We at the Butn Pavilion must correct the world lines, ensuring that the world restarts without errors. I'm not interested in any of that. Speak plainly. Qi Yuan's tone was flat, clearly uninterested. He had already heard much of this kind of talk from Shenlei Grand Sovereign. But what did a game reboot have to do with him? Besides, who could be sure what was real or false? Even if Wang Nanny was sincere, Qi Yuan wasn't about to be swayed. Experience had taught him that history, often written by the victors, could be misleading at best. I ask that you take the larger picture into consideration and help bring Wang Yuanyu and Tu Kongming together, allowing them to walk the world line as it was meant to be. I beg this of you. Wang Nanny said earnestly, bowing her head in respect. After she finished speaking, Wang Nanny decisively placed her palm against her own head, shattering her skull instantly. Blood gushed out, and she collapsed, lifeless. It was clear she hoped that by sacrificing herself, she could move Qi Yuan to change his mind. Of course, if Qi Yuan hadn't been as powerful, she would have killed him without hesitation. Qi Yuan watched her coldly, showing no reaction or sympathy. What a waste. Han Shanyan lost such an amazing wife, he muttered, shaking his head. Does this make me the villain now, for forcing such a noble person to their death? Should I? Kekakik. Qi Yuan let out a typical villainous laugh. 3 months passed quickly. During that time, many things happened. Several Butn Pavilion members attempted to assassinate Qi Yuan, only to be easily defeated and killed by him. Tu Kongming, however, still did not win Wang Yuanyu's heart, continuing to be like a hopeless, lovesick fool. Wang Yuanyu did not fall in love with Tu Kongming, and as for Qi Yuan, she only saw him as a friend. The two main characters did not follow the original script. Meanwhile, the villain, Ma Longhan, was quite diligent, fully focused on his mission. He acted according to the original timeline, launching an attack on Wang Yuanyu. This time, Tu Kongming again stepped forward to block Ma Longhan's strike, ultimately dying, remaining as devoted as ever, much like his puppy love self. However, unlike what Wang Nanny had predicted, Wang Yuanyu did not follow Tu Kongming in death. Qi Yuan eventually met Ma Longhan and casually killed him. Why didn't Qi Yuan save Tu Kongming, you ask? Well, first, they weren't close. Second, Qi Yuan didn't want to. Third, the mission didn't require him to protect Tu Kongming. Mission complete. Looks like it's time for me to leave. I've stayed here longer than usual. I've missed out on a few martial arts tournaments. That's a loss, Qi Yuan said with a bit of regret, shaking his head. To become a true human Dao martial lord, he needed to win 100 consecutive martial arts tournaments. Whenever he entered the Mountain River Scrolls, he couldn't participate in the martial arts tournaments, which might disrupt his winning streak. So in these instances, his companion Canary would halt the tournament events on his behalf. Indeed, the martial arts tournament was essentially tailor-made for Qi Yuan. Wang Yuanyu looked at Qi Yuan and then at Tu Kongming's lifeless body. She seemed somewhat melancholic. Just as Wang Nanny said, he gave his life to save me. But, I feel no sadness or gratitude. Am I heartless? I could tell, Qi Yuan responded with a chuckle. Even after spending all this time with me, a normal guy, you didn't fall for me. It seems you really are a bit cold-hearted. Is that a bad thing? Wang Yuanyu asked, hesitantly. What's good? What's bad? Qi Yuan's figure seemed to blur. In this world, sometimes it's better to be selfish. Of course, if you cross me, no matter how good you are, that would still be bad. Wang Yuanyu smiled lightly at his words. Are you leaving? Yeah, I'm going back. It's been a long time since I've seen my wives. I miss them. I hope we can meet again, Wang Yuanyu said sincerely. In this vast, ethereal world, meeting someone you could talk to was a rare blessing. As long as you live long enough, there's always a chance, Qi Yuan replied. Then, as if a thought had struck him, he added, you know, watching dramas is fine, even feeling like you're part of them. But don't take them too seriously. It's like scrolling through social media trends, you're only seeing what others want you to see. Wang Yuanyu tilted her head, nodding slightly. For some reason, that sounds wise. You sound like an intellectual. The two of them exchanged compliments. You're not bad yourself, Qi Yuan said, smirking as he glanced at the black sack over her head. Perfect for playing a kidnapper. Next time we meet, I'll give you a pair of stockings, Qi Yuan added. You can wear them for me. Wang Yuanyu chuckled. All right, by the way, what's a TV drama? It was obvious that when she had called Qi Yuan an intellectual earlier, she had just been flattering him. She hadn't understood anything he'd said. You're living in a drama. I'm just the audience. With that, Qi Yuan's figure disappeared. In the vast world, only Wang Yuanyu was left standing alone. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. At the base, Qi Yuan's figure gradually solidified into reality. After completing the mission, he returned to the base once again. The mission reward is a bit ordinary. Looking at the blood-red pill, Qi Yuan seemed uninterested. But even a small reward was still a reward, so he swallowed the pill anyway. He stepped out of his residence and looked around at a base that was now 10 times larger than before. Over the years, Qi Yuan had completed many missions, and the base within this world of death energy had expanded significantly. Many smaller bases had merged into one. What used to be small outposts had now become a large base. This large base was powerful, with many strong individuals. The once rare martial kings were now numerous. There was even a branch of the Genius Alliance here. This time wasn't bad. I can send some grandfathers and grandmothers out again. This mission world could be considered the largest Qi Yuan had ever experienced. He had slaughtered an entire demon realm and ascended to the level of martial lord. His body had absorbed several new bloodlines. He could now send out more grandfathers and grandmothers. It's a shame, though, that the nascent soul of Holy Mother Wuxi still can't be sent out. Thinking back to his time with Holy Mother Wuxi, Qi Yuan felt a bit sentimental. Their relationship was distant yet deep, with a significant bond between them. Especially since Holy Mother Wuxi had given him the Devourer origin, which had greatly helped him. Without it, he wouldn't have advanced to martial lord so quickly. When you wake up, I'll treat you to some fish. Qi Yuan muttered, as if his memory was traveling through time, back to the first time he met Wuxi. That frail girl who was exceptionally true to her word. Shaking off these thoughts, Qi Yuan made his way to the blood jade wall. About a quarter of an hour later, Qi Yuan opened his eyes, a trace of disappointment flashing in them. This time, he had sent many grandfathers and grandmothers to the origin land again. However, the nascent soul of Holy Mother Wuxi remained quietly within his body, still dormant. Wuxi, wanna check out your innerwear? Qi Yuan teased a little. Unfortunately, the nascent soul showed no response, remaining as silent as ever. At that moment, a young man dressed in white suddenly approached Qi Yuan directly. Judging by his attire, he was from the Genius Alliance. Qi Yuan recognized him. After the base mergers, this member of the Genius Alliance had once invited Qi Yuan to join their ranks. However, Qi Yuan had declined. He had no interest in joining the Genius Alliance and refused immediately. Mr. Qi, some distinguished guests arrived at the base a few days ago, and they wish to meet you. Oh, what do they want with me? Qi Yuan asked. If it wasn't anything important, he was planning to leave. He hadn't seen Canary in a while and missed her greatly. I heard it's related to the origin land, the Genius Alliance member said hesitantly. Is that so? That's worth checking out. Lead the way. Meanwhile, in a smoke-filled private room of a restaurant, 3 peak martial kings sat together, chatting and laughing. Each of them radiated the aura of authority. Behind each of them stood 2 other peak martial kings. However, these standing martial kings resembled servants. If one looked closely, they would notice that they were ancient martial artists. Blood warriors were divided into new martial and ancient martial paths. Due to practicing ancient martial arts, their cultivation level would drop by a level upon entering the mountain and sea painting scrolls. The stronger they were, the harder the tasks became, and the dangers they faced increased exponentially. As a result, many ancient martial artists chose to rely on new martial artists, signing a blood martial contract and becoming servants. With this arrangement, both parties' tasks would synchronize, with the new martial artist protecting the ancient one. Thus, even if these ancient martial artists reached the level of peak martial king, even in their old age, they still had to rely on the new martial artists for survival. This is the harsh reality of the world. Without support, they would die. After all, entering the mountain and sea painting scrolls as an ancient martial artist was like a nascent soul cultivator facing off against a purple mansion cultivator. The man sitting at the head of the table was a middle-aged man wearing short sleeves, looking like a typical, unimpressive martial artist. However, no one in the room dared to underestimate him. This was because he was Mu Yan, an executor of the Genius Alliance headquarters. The Genius Alliance had a total of 36 executors, and each one had the record of slaying a peak martial king. The leader of this base, named Qi Yuan, is quite interesting, Mu Yan said, his voice gruff. His name and voice contrasted sharply with his appearance. I've heard of him as well. Every time he completes a mission, he captures the target and slaughters all the demons in the mountain and sea painting scroll before completing the task. Many people hope to meet him and team up with him. A woman chuckled, adding, he seems to be someone who despises demons. This woman had an unusual appearance. She had 2 heads, one with a human face and the other with a monkey's face. Clearly, she had grafted demon blood into herself, becoming a hybrid. Such people were not uncommon in the base. Slaughtering an entire world of demons suggests he's likely a peak martial king. He barely qualifies to join us in entering the origin land, remarked a short man. It's a pity he doesn't have a martial lord mark. Even if he manages to enter the origin land, he'll just be cannon fodder. The woman sighed. For people like them, strength wasn't the most important thing anymore. The martial lord mark was. The martial lord mark was incredibly rare and difficult to obtain, with strict requirements. First, the bloodline ancestor had to still be alive. Second, the bloodline concentration had to be extremely high. Third, the martial talent had to be exceptional. Only those who met all 3 criteria would be recognized by a martial lord from the origin land and granted a martial lord mark. The martial lord mark couldn't be transferred or stolen. With a martial lord mark, one could enter the origin land, consume the blood of ancestors, and break through to the martial lord realm. The 3 peak martial kings present all had martial lord marks. So, once they entered the origin land, they could step into the legendary martial lord realm, becoming 2nd-generation bloodline ancestors. That was why their pride was understandable. Although he doesn't have a martial lord mark, his combat power is impressive. He's like a fine blade, Mu Yan commented. Too bad. Fine blades like him tend to be overly rigid and unwilling to sign blood martial contracts, the woman said with a trace of regret in her voice. Most new martial artists didn't like the idea of becoming servants. You scoundrel, it's bad enough you enslave people in real life, and now you're spreading that habit here too. Mu Yan couldn't help but scold. Such a shame. I haven't been to the real world in so long. I heard you can recruit servants online now, the woman said with a wistful smile. The stronger they were, the more restricted they became by the base, almost unable to return to reality. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and the 3 of them stopped talking. Come in, Mu Yan said. The door opened, and the Genius Alliance member led Qi Yuan inside. Several sharp gazes, like hawks and wolves, immediately focused on Qi Yuan. Under the scrutiny of these peak martial kings, Qi Yuan remained calm and composed. This must be Mr. Qi Yuan. You certainly live up to your reputation, handsome and dignified, Mu Yan said, his tone polite. I'm in a hurry to see my wife. Let's skip the greetings and pleasantries. Just tell me what you need from me, Qi Yuan said, always one for efficiency. There was no point wasting time on formalities. Hearing this, the woman's eyes flashed with a flirtatious smile, and the monkey-faced side of her mouth curled into a lascivious grin. I like it when servants resist a little, It makes things more interesting. Mu Yan paused for a moment, then smiled and got to the point. We're here to invite Mr. Qi to join us in entering the Origin Land. Are you interested? Upon reaching the level of Martial King, one gradually learned the truth of the world and gained some knowledge about the Origin Land. I'm interested. How do we get in, and when? Qi Yuan asked. He figured completing the mission to become a spirit martial lord would require entering the Origin Land. The exact time is uncertain, it could be as soon as 3 days or as long as 100 years. But to enter the Origin Land, we first have to cross the Black Sea. The Black Sea is filled with dangers, with monsters formed by various natural laws. Even martial kings can perish there. Do you have the courage to cross it? Mu Yan asked. In general, the Origin Land held great allure for martial artists, especially those with a martial lord mark. But for ordinary martial artists, it wasn't as tempting. Especially since they had to cross the Black Sea. All bases were surrounded by the Black Sea. Monstrous beasts in the Black Sea often swallowed entire bases whole. All martial artists treated the Black Sea with caution. The rules in the Black Sea constantly changed, and even martial kings could fall. Oh, sure, just call me when you're ready. Here, add me on the communicator so you can reach me anytime. Qi Yuan handed over the base's special communicator. Impressive. Brother Qi Yuan, you truly have courage. Mu Yan's tone shifted from formal to familiar as he added Qi Yuan's contact. With an extra peak martial king on their side, their chances of crossing the Black Sea increased. Since we're done here, I'll take my leave. Goodbye, everyone. Bye-bye, Qi Yuan said, always polite, even when leaving. Mu Yan smiled, looking forward to our next meeting. At this point, the monkey-faced woman spoke up, her voice dripping with flirtation. I heard Brother Qi has been searching for a good wife for a friend. Do you think I'd be suitable? She batted her eyes at Qi Yuan. Not suitable, Qi Yuan replied, shaking his head. She had way too much hair. You didn't even need to take her clothes off to see it. Am I not? Wow, enough. The monkey-faced woman blinked her eyes. She had heard that Qi Yuan was always looking for an amazing wife for his good friend. Looking at the monkey-faced woman's face and all that hair, Qi Yuan said, you're a bit too, wow. Gently holding Canary's delicate feet, Qi Yuan's expression was calm as he slid his hand up her patterned stockings. His eyes showed a trace of affection as he brushed her hair away and leaned in closer. Canary closed her eyes and hugged Qi Yuan tightly, letting out the longing she had felt over the past few years. When the first rays of the morning sun rose, Canary looked up at him with watery eyes and a slight pout. How does it feel like you've gotten a lot stronger? Qi Yuan embraced her and said casually, could it be because my explosive bird punch broke through your defenses? Get lost, I'll bite you to death. Canary bit down hard on Qi Yuan's shoulder, leaving a neat row of teeth marks. What's been happening in the real world these past few years? Qi Yuan asked casually. Nothing interesting, Canary replied. Without Qi Yuan, the world felt dull and boring. It was more fun playing on her stellar gold core. If there's anything major, it's just small matters to us. In recent years, the Three Realms Alliance launched an invasion of the Wugui Kingdom to expand its recruitment efforts. This has led to a war between Qin Yuan and the Wugui Kingdom. With the support of the Three Realms Alliance's cultivators, the Wugui Kingdom has been losing ground. The conflict between the Wugui Kingdom and Qin Yuan ran deep. With the help of cultivators from the Three Realms Alliance, the war seemed inevitable. Oh, a war. Qi Yuan wasn't particularly interested. But the seventh prince told 01 that the real reason for the war is that an ancient ruin was discovered on the border of the Wugui Kingdom. This ruin is closely connected to the Eye of the Sky, Canary explained. The technological level of both Qin Yuan and the Wugui Kingdom was below that of Canaxing. Even Canaxing couldn't create a weapon like the Eye of the Sky, so how could Qin Yuan? This weapon, which could destroy a purple mansion cultivator, had actually been unearthed by Qin Yuan and the Wugui Kingdom. The origin of this weapon was suspected to be alien. Now, with the discovery of another alien ruin, neither Qin Yuan nor the Three Realms Alliance could remain idle. What if it contained weapons more powerful than the Eye of the Sky? Let them fight. Just don't interfere with my martial arts tournament, Qi Yuan said, unconcerned. I heard the Wugui Kingdom has already asked for help from Canaxing. We might see an interstellar war soon, Canary added. But Qin Yuan, combined with the Three Realms cultivators, should be able to fend off Canaxing unless Canaxing gets external assistance. Canary's eyes darkened as she recalled the faint presence of the myriad demon world. If the myriad demon world allied with Cannixing, Qin Yuan's current forces might struggle to hold them off. It's fine, it doesn't concern us. For ordinary people, it's just a matter of a new ruler on the throne, right? Qi Yuan said casually. It was all just a game to him, and he wasn't particularly invested. What if Cannixing takes over Gongxing and stops holding the martial arts tournament? Canary joked, wrapping her slender arms around Qi Yuan's waist. Despite her small frame, she clung to Qi Yuan like a doll. No way, Qi Yuan said seriously. If they dare stop the martial arts tournament, I'll blow up the nearest planet and show them who's boss. There were still plenty of planets near Cannixing, but none of them had any signs of life. According to Canary, this part of the universe was only about the size of a solar system. Beyond its edges, even Canary couldn't explore further. You can blow up a planet now. Canary's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She was capable of exterminating all life on a planet, but physically blowing one up. That was another level. Ahem, I was just exaggerating. If push comes to shove, I'll toss the stellar gold core onto one of their nearby planets, Qi Yuan said offhandedly. That's not the same, Canary countered, her eyes sparkling. I really want to see you blow up a planet. It'd be so cool. You're making things difficult for your man, but it's still possible, Qi Yuan said, staying composed. As long as Shenlei Grand Sovereign and the others broke through to the Yang God realm, Qi Yuan's strength would increase, and he might even reach the Yang God level himself. When that happened, blowing up a planet wouldn't be out of reach. When you're about to blow up a planet, tell me in advance. I want to record a video and post it online. It'll go viral for sure, and I'll gain a ton of followers. Hee hee, Canary giggled. You're starting to sound more and more like the female lead of a romance drama. Do you want me to show you some nuclear bombs? Qi Yuan laughed. Spending time with Canary, life became light and joyful again. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. 60 years passed in the blink of an eye. Worldly affairs were like fleeting clouds, disappearing in an instant. Time could wash away everything, and even the deepest marks couldn't resist its erosion. Congratulations to contestant Qi Yuan for once again winning the martial arts tournament. A clear voice rang out as Qi Yuan looked at the elderly man lying on the ground before him, his expression calm. Young man, very good, you've improved compared to last year. The elderly man smiled wryly. Sigh, I lost again. Don't worry, you fought valiantly. Isn't being the runner-up still something? Qi Yuan, always respectful to the elderly, tried to comfort the old man. But there are only the two of us competing. What's the use of being the runner-up? The old man grumbled. How is this martial arts tournament still running? It's really strange. The old man glanced around the arena. Yes, the arena was large but somewhat dilapidated. When he was younger, the martial arts tournament wasn't very popular, but at least half the seats would be filled. Sometimes, if the organizers were willing to spend money, they would even hire fake spectators to boost the atmosphere. But now, there wasn't a single spectator. Wait, no, there was one. In the audience sat a beautiful young woman waving a glowing stick, her face full of excitement. So strong, champion again, Qi Yuan, you're amazing. I'm your biggest fan. Yes, the only spectator was Canary, who was always enthusiastically cheering for Qi Yuan. Every tournament, she would act as his cheerleader, fan, and even family, tirelessly cheering him on. Hearing this, the elderly man felt even more bitter. Immortal, could you perhaps stop entering the martial arts tournament? When I was young, my dream was to win just one championship. You've already beaten me almost 60 times. Could you give me a chance? The old man was at a loss. In his youth, he loved watching martial arts shows, and he used to wield a wooden stick, tearing up the fields. But his martial talent was mediocre, and he could never qualify for the main tournament. Later, when the immortal path revived and martial arts declined, fewer and fewer people participated in the martial arts tournament. That was when he reignited his desire to compete. His rankings steadily improved, and he began to have hopes of winning a championship. But every time, he lost. Immortal, I don't have many years left. Could you give me a break? After all, the martial arts tournament is ruthless. The flowers, applause, and fame all belong to the champion. No one remembers the second-place finisher who quietly leaves in defeat, the old man pleaded emotionally. For almost 60 years, Qi Yuan hadn't aged. He was clearly a cultivator, so wasn't it unfair for him to participate in a martial arts tournament? Having a cultivator in the martial arts tournament was practically bullying. You're different, you're always the runner-up, so people will remember you, Qi Yuan smiled. With that, he walked toward Canary, gently holding her soft, white hand. See you next year, young man. Canary excitedly clung to Qi Yuan, waving her hand. Look, what do I have here? An invitation. Qi Yuan glanced at what Canary was holding. Yes, haven't you been trying to break through to the Purple Mansion realm? I've been keeping an eye out and discovered that some cultivators from the three realms, along with some demon cultivators from Canixing, are hosting a symposium to discuss the Tao of the Purple Mansion. To attend, one must be a nascent soul cultivator. If you go, you might gain something. Hearing this, Qi Yuan nodded seriously. You're right. Although, in this game, Qi Yuan had already reached the Purple Mansion realm, his breakthrough had been rather confusing. In reality, he was still just a weak nascent soul cultivator. He still looked up to the powerful Purple Mansion cultivators. Perfect. After attending this symposium, I'll consolidate what I've learned and then ask for advice from online forums. That way, I'm sure I'll find the correct answer. Qi Yuan was clever. He knew that listening to multiple perspectives was crucial. Listening to just a few nascent soul or Purple Mansion experts wasn't enough. The wisdom of the masses was boundless. Posting a question on forums might spark some incredible inspiration. I also have an invitation, so I'll go with you, Canary said, waving her hand and revealing two masks. Quick, put this on. The symposium requires attendees to hide their identities. Qi Yuan looked at the mask, his expression strange. Are you sure this symposium is legit? These masks looked like something he'd only seen in certain videos. What are you thinking? Canary blushed. Sometimes, for fun, she would wear a mask. She knew exactly what Qi Yuan was thinking. Nothing. Let's go to the symposium. Qi Yuan embraced Canary, and they both disappeared. The game's tasks were almost complete. He was about to finish the game. However, he still had no clue about the Purple Mansion realm. Though he had learned much from the wise True Lord, it still didn't feel like enough. He needed more inspiration, otherwise, it would be embarrassing to become a mediocre Purple Mansion cultivator. After all, he was about to become the first Purple Mansion cultivator of the Shengguang sect, a trailblazer. He needed some strength to back that up. The symposium took place on a patch of sea. Above the sea floated a dilapidated cruise ship. Occasionally, a streak of light would flash by, entering the ship. Xie Tang's face was covered with a black cloth, and she sighed. 60 years had passed, and she had reached the nascent soul level. In the Xuantian sect, only the sect master was stronger than her. As for her senior sister, still no sign of her. The responsibility of the sect had fallen on her shoulders, and she had matured. Master, there are so many powerful people here. Wang Ziqi, who had been observing the old ship, said curiously. This neighbor of Qi Yuan had reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage, and despite 60 years passing, she still looked like a young girl. Conceal your aura properly and don't let anyone discover your identity. Xie Tang warned her, frowning like a cluster of stars. Currently, the Wu Gui Kingdom and Qin Yuan were still at war. This conflict had lasted for nearly 60 years. The Three Realms alliance had also fractured, and they were now fighting among themselves with real ferocity. Adding in the demon clans, the world's situation had become even more chaotic. There was a chance that an enemy might be present at the symposium. If their identity was revealed, it could lead to deadly consequences. Understood, Master. Wang Ziqi quickly concealed her cultivation again. At that moment, Xie Tang's brow furrowed as a man and a woman landed nearby. Though their faces were obscured, their aura was exceptional. What was more, she felt a strange sense of familiarity from the pair, though she couldn't pinpoint why. Fellow cultivators, are you also attending the gathering? Why don't we go together and look out for each other? Xie Tang suggested. Wang Ziqi followed, her face full of curiosity. She, too, felt that strange sense of familiarity. The couple, of course, was Qi Yuan and Canary. Looking at Xie Tang and Wang Ziqi approaching, Qi Yuan nodded. Sure. Wang Ziqi was Yangshan's daughter. When he first entered the game, Qi Yuan's martial cultivation wasn't deep, and Yangshan had helped him a lot on his martial path. His first time competing in the martial arts tournament had been thanks to Yangshan pulling some strings for him. So Qi Yuan felt a sense of goodwill toward Yangshan's daughter. Xie Tang looked at the pair, her expression curious, her mind spinning with many thoughts. In the Three Realms and among the demon clans, there were very few nascent soul couples like this. Moreover, none matched the physiques of the couple before her. However, judging by their apparent age, they were likely newly ascended nascent souls like her, not ancient monsters. Her enemies were all ancient monsters, so she was cautious of Qi Yuan but not overly so. The path of immortality is truly difficult, especially reaching the Purple Mansion realm. It's far beyond the nascent soul level. I wonder if I'll have the chance to enter the Purple Mansion in this lifetime, Xie Tang sighed. Sigh, I completely agree, Qi Yuan nodded. The path of immortality is filled with obstacles at every step. When I was trying to break through to the Foundation Establishment realm, I fought 2,700 old men and nearly died. Breaking through to the Golden Core was even more dangerous. My core was too large and almost burst me from the inside. As for when I reached Nascent Soul, I encountered the greatest crisis of my life. That person almost crashed the game I was playing. Qi Yuan's reflections were sincere. His journey had been incredibly difficult. Hearing Qi Yuan's words, Xie Tang found them strange, but she could somewhat relate. Breaking through to Foundation Establishment and nearly getting killed by 2,700 old men was a bit exaggerated but still somewhat believable. But, what did he mean by almost crashing the game when breaking through to Nascent Soul? You must be a rogue cultivator, right? Your breakthroughs sound incredibly difficult, Xie Tang commented sympathetically. Wang Ziqi also looked at him with sympathy in her eyes. Although it's harder for rogue cultivators to break through than it is for disciples of sects like us, you've now reached Nascent Soul, so you've finally emerged from the hardship and transformed into a dragon. Wang Ziqi praised him at the right moment. Qi Yuan felt dissatisfied. He was part of a sect. Wasn't the Shengguang sect a sect? He was about to break through to the Purple Mansion realm and become the first nascent soul in the Shengguang sect's history, making his ancestors proud. I'm not a rogue cultivator. Huh, Wang Ziqi was stunned. But if you're not a rogue cultivator, why were your breakthroughs so difficult? She looked at Qi Yuan, her gaze filled with admiration. He must have core talent. You're a late bloomer, Wang Ziqi exclaimed. Qi Yuan was speechless. Yang Shan's daughter, almost 80 years old now, still didn't know how to speak tactfully. She had no sense of emotional intelligence. Is it possible that my foundation establishment is different from yours? Qi Yuan looked at Wang Ziqi, feeling a sudden urge to brag. Your foundation establishment is too weak. I could defeat 1,000 of you. If you don't believe me, how about we have a sparring match? Make that 10,000, Canary chimed in, giggling. Wang Ziqi froze, a bit dumbfounded. Surely this senior nascent soul expert wasn't seriously proposing to spar with a mere foundation establishment cultivator. Ahem, senior, how could I dare to spar with you? Wang Ziqi quickly said, feeling flustered. I'm not worthy. Sigh, the Qing dynasty has been gone for so long, yet there are still people with pigtails in their thinking. Nowadays, we advocate for equality for everyone, men and women alike. We are both human, and we are equals. Why wouldn't it be fair for us to spar? Qi Yuan decided to help Yang Shan educate his daughter. Wang Ziqi was younger than him but still had such outdated, feudal thinking, not at all like a modern, independent woman. Wang Ziqi blinked, feeling that what this senior said made some sense. But the thought of sparring with a nascent soul expert filled her with dread, and she looked to Xie Tang for help. Xie Tang smiled. Senior, there's no need to tease the juniors. I'm not joking, I'm serious, Qi Yuan said earnestly. You're from ancient times, so it's understandable that your thinking is feudal. But she's from the modern era and still has such outdated thinking. Xie Tang was at a loss for words. The once harmonious atmosphere had now turned awkward, and the four of them fell into silence, not speaking much more. After presenting their invitations, they all boarded the cruise ship to attend the gathering. It must be said that many nascent soul cultivators had gathered for this meeting, over 30 of them in total. As for juniors like Wang Ziqi, there were even more. The nascent soul cultivators were all assigned seats, while the juniors like Wang Ziqi stood, with nearly 100 people gathered. An old man wearing a crimson mask entered, his aura exuding great power. He was clearly at the peak of the nascent soul stage. He scanned the room, glancing over everyone present before speaking. Since everyone is here, let's begin. I'll throw out the first thoughts, and then we can all exchange ideas and discuss. The old man with the crimson mask sat at the head of the table, his face obscured. His voice was ethereal, like the sound of immortals. The transformation from nascent soul to the Purple Mansion realm revolves around the soul. Only by refining the soul to its utmost can one break through. The key difference between nascent soul and the Purple Mansion is in divine powers. Nascent soul cultivators possess Taoist divine powers, while purple mansion cultivators approach the true essence of the laws of heaven and earth. Therefore, I believe that breaking through from nascent soul to purple mansion requires refining the soul and understanding the source. The most difficult part of this process is comprehending the source. Throughout history, many cultivators have been stuck at this stage. Comprehending the source can only be done by oneself, and no one else can assist. Even if a god descended, they could not help with this. Both aspects are essential. If the soul is strong but the understanding of the source is lacking, one cannot advance. On the other hand, if the source is understood but the soul is weak, one can use the soul-burning pill to stimulate the soul and still step into the purple mansion realm. As the old man in the crimson mask spoke, many of the cultivators present nodded in agreement or fell into deep thought, feeling that they had learned much. Especially for some rogue cultivators, this was knowledge they had never encountered before. However, upon hearing this, Qi Yuan was deeply disappointed. It didn't compare to a single word from the wise true Lord. Sigh, you said you were just throwing out some initial ideas, and I thought it was just modesty. But it turns out you were serious, you really were just throwing out the basics. I have to admit, you're honest, Qi Yuan thought. Continuing like this, he wouldn't gain anything. Should he guide them in the right direction? These words caught everyone's attention. Wang Juqi's eyes widened as she stared at Qi Yuan, thinking that this senior had quite the sharp tongue. How could anyone speak like this? This senior is at the peak of nascent soul and is kindly sharing his experience with us. Why would you mock him? A nascent soul rogue cultivator couldn't help but speak out. The old man in the crimson mask looked slightly irritated. Since you consider my words mere bricks, do you have any jade words to offer? I don't have any jade words, but your bricks are faulty. For example, you mentioned that if one's soul is insufficient, they can use the soul-burning pill to step into the purple mansion realm. Is that really viable? Out of 1 billion people, maybe one might succeed. And as for comprehending the source, who says no one can help with that? I know many people who were stuck at the peak of nascent soul but managed to break through to the purple mansion with the help of others, Qi Yuan said earnestly. When he was in the flowing wind realm, he had taught many powerful individuals to comprehend the source of divine powers, helping them step into the supreme realm. Ridiculous, nonsense. The source of divine powers is one's own Tao. How could it be taught by someone else? Show us someone who has succeeded like that. Qi Yuan's words sparked immediate debate and confusion among the attendees. One man, shrouded in a purple robe, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine when he heard Qi Yuan's words, as though he had just heard something terrifying. He looked at Qi Yuan, his face filled with fear and suspicion. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Long hair, short knowledge, Qi Yuan muttered aloud as he listened to the old men and women talking. Indeed, they all had long hair, reaching down to their waists. According to ancient sayings from Blue Star, that meant it was time to marry them. But after saying this, Qi Yuan realized something and quickly added, except for me and my wife. As a cultivator, Qi Yuan had long flowing hair, and Canary's hair was even longer, so no exceptions were needed there. Nonsense. How could someone help another comprehend the essence of divine powers? The old man in the crimson mask couldn't help but retort. The others also felt that Qi Yuan was causing trouble. The world is vast, full of wonders. Why do you speak so absolutely? Just because you haven't seen it, how do you know it doesn't exist? Qi Yuan said casually. It was like the old saying, you are not the fish, so how can you know the joy of a fish? This argument was perfect for any disagreement. Even celestial beings from above can't do such a thing, so how could anyone else? The old man in the crimson mask argued. Can celestial beings claim to be invincible? Qi Yuan replied calmly. Even above celestial beings, there are more powerful entities. And besides, everyone knows that when you cultivate to the highest level, you can reach omniscience and omnipotence. So, why couldn't someone help another comprehend the essence of divine powers? Qi Yuan always backed his arguments with reason and logic. Honestly, if his cultivation ever failed, he could go back to Blue Star, open a shop, and make a living writing essays for people. The old man in the crimson mask was speechless, feeling that Qi Yuan was just being stubborn. At that moment, a man cloaked in a purple robe spoke up. What this fellow Taoist says isn't entirely false. Generally speaking, no one can help someone else comprehend the essence of divine powers needed to advance from nascent soul to the Purple Mansion. But exceptions exist. I've heard of a world where a powerful Taoist from the Purple Mansion held a public lecture, and among the 10,000 nascent souls who attended, all of them entered the Purple Mansion after hearing the Tao. What? 10,000 nascent souls attended? And it wasn't a celestial being or a god? Ha! Who knows if what you're saying is just made up? The old man in the crimson mask sneered at the purple-robed man, his tone hostile. What I speak is the truth. The purple-robed man's voice turned cold, and a faint yet overwhelming aura of a deep abyss emanated from him. The gathered nascent soul cultivators sensed this and their faces turned pale with fear. A powerful cultivator from the Purple Mansion. He's from the Purple Mansion. All the doubts and debates vanished instantly. Even the old man in the crimson mask became respectful. If the great cultivator says so, it must be true. I was simply ignorant and short-sighted. Clearly, the overwhelming power of a Purple Mansion cultivator had a significant impact on nascent soul cultivators. In the world of cultivation, strength was everything. Hearing this, Qi Yuan felt dissatisfied. Why did you argue when I said it, but accepted when he says it? The old man in the crimson mask glanced at Qi Yuan and couldn't help but say, because that senior is a Purple Mansion cultivator. Are you? Hearing this, Qi Yuan's expression became melancholic. Sigh, no, I'm just a small nascent soul cultivator. Yes, in the world of Kanglan, he was still a nascent soul cultivator. The old man in the crimson mask ignored Qi Yuan and stood up, offering the seat of honor to the purple-robed cultivator from the Purple Mansion. Still feeling indignant, Qi Yuan muttered, even though I'm nascent soul, my alternate account is a young god. Does that count? The old man in the crimson mask obviously didn't believe him, chuckling, no, it has to be the Purple Mansion. None of the cultivators present took Qi Yuan's words seriously. After all, the appearance of just one Purple Mansion cultivator was already shocking enough. Expecting a young god to show up at this meeting? That would be absurd. It would be like a small village gathering and someone suddenly claiming they were the president of a neighboring country. Nobody would believe it. Not even a young god counts, huh? Sigh, Qi Yuan felt dejected. No one paid any more attention to Qi Yuan. All eyes were on the Purple Mansion cultivator, as such figures were incredibly rare in the three realms. The powerful cultivator from the Purple Mansion continued, the great being I mentioned who taught the Tao was actually the reincarnation of a mighty figure. The Tao of that world was created by him, which is why he could easily help others step into the Purple Mansion. Upon hearing this, the other cultivators nodded in realization. Some were excited to learn such secrets, while others felt a sense of loss. The path of immortality is vast. Anything can happen. The higher your cultivation, the more you realize how small you are. The nascent soul cultivators sighed in reflection. At this moment, Canary's face lit up with joy. She leaned close to Qi Yuan and whispered, is he talking about you, Blood Bead? Probably, Qi Yuan hesitated but answered. I've heard that when the Blood Lord taught the Tao, he wore a red robe and was incredibly handsome, with 10,000 land legends bowing before him. It's a pity I never saw your glory back then. How about next time you wear a red robe for me? The young woman whispered seductively, her breath soft and fragrant, her words tinged with intimacy and affection. Through his mask, Qi Yuan looked at the girl's fair face and couldn't help but say, Xiaojia has seen it, why don't you ask her? Xiaojia has seen it, but I haven't. Canary pouted, her eyes wide with surprise. Holding her soft hand, Qi Yuan solemnly said, arrested, you're Ning Tao. Canary's face turned red, and she responded shyly, Blood Bead, I am not Ning Tao. The two continued their whispered conversation at lightning speed. At this moment, the old man in the crimson mask stepped forward again, his voice earnest, please, senior, teach us the Tao and guide us on the correct path. A group of nascent soul cultivators discussing the Tao couldn't compare to a lecture from a Purple Mansion cultivator. The other cultivators also looked expectantly at the Purple Mansion cultivator. Surprisingly, the purple-robed cultivator's gaze shifted to Qi Yuan. I wonder, fellow Taoist, do you have any insights into the Purple Mansion? The purple-robed cultivator was curious about Qi Yuan's background and wanted to test him further. In fact, I do have some insights into the Purple Mansion. A friend of mine once said something intriguing. Purple Mansion, the character itself contains a mansion, so it must be a Purple Mansion. Qi Yuan shamelessly borrowed from the wise true lord's words, but since he attributed the source, it wasn't plagiarism. The nascent soul cultivators were stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. Is there really such a saying? Taoist friend, are you joking? If that's the case, I could say the purple mansion is made of innate purple chi, forming a mansion. This mansion must be the 5 viscera. Obviously, it's a heavenly mansion. The nascent soul cultivators began spouting all sorts of nonsense in response. Hearing this, Qi Yuan froze for a moment, deep in thought. A mansion made of innate purple chi. Innate purple chi is the ultimate energy, the primordial chaos, the mother of all things, representing boundless vitality. It's the first energy of immortality. Even for the highest yang gods, innate purple chi is an extremely rare treasure. So, are you planning to build a mansion out of it? That's quite the bold idea, even yang gods can't do that. One of the nascent soul cultivators mocked. At that moment, Qi Yuan turned to the plump cultivator who had suggested the idea of innate purple chi, his face lighting up with excitement. Sir, your brilliance is worthy of the highest praise. Truly, there are geniuses hidden among commoners. Could you remove your mask and let me see what kind of wise eyes you possess? Qi Yuan's attitude was sincere, almost as if he were imitating the legendary Liu Bei humbly seeking Zhuge Liang. The plump nascent soul cultivator was taken aback. Hearing Qi Yuan's sincere words, he wasn't sure if Qi Yuan was being sarcastic or genuinely admiring him. Cough, no need, the plump cultivator said awkwardly. The other nascent soul cultivators looked at him with amusement. Qi Yuan continued, Sir, you have helped me greatly. In Gongxing, I will protect you from now on. He patted his chest confidently. Such a genius mind, he wanted to recruit this cultivator for himself. Who knew what brilliant plans could be hidden within that big brain? Sure, the plump nascent soul cultivator replied, not wanting to offend anyone. Though he felt undeserving of Qi Yuan's admiration, he went along with it. Actually, he felt a bit guilty, as he considered himself to be just average. Receiving such high praise from Qi Yuan made him feel unworthy. Do you have any more wisdom to share? Qi Yuan asked eagerly. This concerned his own Tao, so he needed to be careful and show proper respect. The plump nascent soul cultivator cleared his throat, feeling more and more like he was in over his head. But the thought of being so admired by a fellow cultivator made him feel a bit smug. After some quick thinking, he finally offered, when it comes to the purple mansion, each cultivator has their own understanding, and everyone's perspective is different. For each cultivator, the best source of divine power is what's most suited to them. In other words, the purple mansion that suits you is the best one. From your remarks, it seems you wish to take an unconventional path, a unique purple mansion. In that case, what's suitable for you is naturally the most appropriate. The plump cultivator's response sounded like a load of nonsense to the other cultivators, following a twisted kind of logic. While it was true that each cultivator must forge their own path, the purple mansion realm wasn't supposed to be that flexible. Nevertheless, Qi Yuan listened intently, like a diligent student standing in the snow outside his master's door. Therefore, from your interpretation of the purple mansion as a mansion, I suggest focusing on the character, mansion, and perhaps you'll gain new insights. The plump cultivator cleared his throat again, satisfied with his answer. However, he felt it was still missing a key point, some kind of concrete evidence. So, he added, the path of immortality emphasizes the union of yin and yang, the fusion of heaven and earth, and the harmony of natural law. If you keep that in mind, you won't go astray. The other nascent soul cultivators couldn't help but chuckle at this. To them, the plump cultivator's words were mostly nonsense, except for the final line, which borrowed from ancient wisdom and made some sense. Qi Yuan furrowed his brows as many thoughts swirled in his mind. The purple mansion that suits me. In this world, the most powerful entities were beyond measurement, beyond definition, and beyond observation. While the purple mansion was a common cultivation realm, the most powerful ones were likely beyond definition. Or, to put it another way, the best purple mansion would be one that was undefined and ever-changing to fit the circumstances. Just like some of the most powerful beings, who could shift their worldview to suit themselves at any given moment. The plump cultivator's words had a profound impact on Qi Yuan. Master, I've realized something. Yes, Qi Yuan had an epiphany. What was he missing right now? Why had he worked so hard in cultivation all these years? For freedom, for ultimate happiness, for a life without regrets. But on his path, there had been far too many regrets. In the Moonwatch continent, in the 5 elements forbidden land, the 5 patriarchs, Jinzhu, Shuizhu, Muzhu, and others, had sacrificed their lives so Qi Yuan could control the forbidden land. That was a regret. Under the ancient tree, he never saw Jinli again. That was another regret. In the city of no return, where 3 people defended the city, Zhang Sheng and Chen Zhao had given Qi Yuan wine before dying. Only Qi Yuan remembered their names. That too was a regret. There were so many regrets. Once, Qi Yuan had said that someday he would reconstruct the elements of earth, water, wind, and fire, turning falsehood into reality, bringing the 5 patriarchs back to life. Now, couldn't the Purple Mansion be built with this in mind? As the saying goes, yin and yang must be balanced. Purple Qi represents the utmost vitality, the foundation of all life, the essence of resurrection. Since he had yang, was he missing yin? What is the ultimate yin of this world? The underworld. Yes, it must be the underworld. For Qi Yuan, the underworld was the ultimate yin, filled with countless souls. The underworld also contained the 6 paths of reincarnation, linking yin and yang. So, the underworld was the perfect yin counterpart. Most importantly, the underworld also had the word, mansion, in its name. Surely, this was destiny. What is the Purple Mansion? It's the underworld, infused with the life-giving essence of purple qi. Qi Yuan thought his idea was incredibly creative. Using purple qi to resurrect those he had encountered in the past, bringing them into the underworld. That way, even the 5 patriarchs from the 5 elements forbidden land could be revived. All of Qi Yuan's regrets could be addressed in this Purple Mansion, and those who had passed away could return. Moreover, Qi Yuan's source of divine power, the Void Sovereign, Heart Demon's Will and Great Forgetfulness Sutra, would perfectly complement this underworld-themed Purple Mansion. The Heart Demon's Will could become the 18 levels of hell, tormenting those who entered with endless heart demons. The Great Forgetfulness Sutra could serve as the river of forgetfulness, with a single dose of Mengpo's soup making any cultivator forget their past self. This Purple Mansion wouldn't just be for reviving old friends, it would be a fearsome tool in battle as well. First, find an unremarkable world, open the Purple Mansion, and lure in enemies. Yes, spread the purple qi. And what is purple qi? It's a heavenly treasure. Seeing purple qi, wouldn't the enemies be tempted? Purple qi represents infinite vitality, the ultimate source of life. There would be no hidden dangers, only difficulty in capturing it. So, seeing the purple qi, even young gods would be drawn in, unable to resist capturing it. Well, once they reached out to capture it, they'd be in big trouble. Beneath the purple qi would be the dark, cold underworld. Oops, sorry, the moment they grabbed the purple qi, they'd be dragged into hell. Those who came seeking purple qi would never understand why, while chasing after it, they ended up in hell instead. Once they entered Qi Yuan's Purple Mansion, they would be at his mercy. Whether it was the Heart Demon's Will or the Great Forgetfulness Sutra, it would be game over for the enemies. For those he didn't like, he could simply destroy them. For those he did like, he could wipe out their soul and true essence but keep their cultivation intact, allowing a new true essence to grow. They'd be perfectly set up to work for Qi Yuan. Genius. Qi Yuan admired his own brilliance but knew that the path to constructing this Purple Mansion would be a long one. Looking at the plump cultivator, Qi Yuan said seriously, "Master, I will never forget your teachings. If you die one day and I'm too unfilial to collect your body, don't worry, I will revive you." His words caused the room to erupt in laughter once again. Revival, my friend, do you think you're the Tao ancestor? Not even the Tao ancestor of a whole realm could do that. I'll thank you on behalf of this friend, ha ha ha. The plump cultivator's face changed rapidly as he looked at Qi Yuan. Who talks like this, cursing someone to die? But seeing Qi Yuan's genuine expression, the plump cultivator figured Qi Yuan probably just lacked social skills, and he couldn't help but feel moved. This young man had a sincere and forthright nature, the kind of person he liked. Thank you for your kind intentions, Taoist friend. If my soul is ever extinguished, I'll be sure to come back as a ghost and find you, the plump cultivator replied tactfully. He felt quite proud of his clever response. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1.